This boy was always the target of bullying at school, which made him extremely miserable. When he got home, his own mother would look at him with hateful eyes. She took out her anger on him for being abandoned by his father. He thought his life couldn't possibly get any worse. But he was wrong. That day, the doctor informed him that he had an incurable disease that could not be treated. His condition worsened day by day, making it difficult for him to even stand up. Even going to the bathroom by himself was an ordeal. That day, he could no longer do it on his own. Urine pooled on the floor. He trembled as he looked up at his mother's cold eyes, which held no trace of sympathy. He cried and begged, "I'm sorry. I'll clean it up myself, so please don't abandon me." His mother just kept looking at him with that same cold gaze, and from that day on, he never saw her again. His illness grew progressively worse, and he passed away in a cold, lonely room. Before he died, he silently wished, "If there is a next life, I want to be loved by everyone." And a god heard his plea. Taking pity on the poor child, she reincarnated him into a new world. In this life, he was born into a prestigious family as the most beloved youngest son. He thought his life would be filled with joy and happiness from then on. But that shattered in an instant. When he turned 8 years old, his body suddenly became stiff and unable to move. He was bedridden. It was another incurable disease with an unknown cause. He had to endure treatment for 5 long years, but it was all meaningless. Just then, memories of his past life flooded back to him. The one who had helped him was the creator of Horizon, the god Felon. Suddenly, he felt his body become much lighter. It seemed the incurable disease had completely vanished. The maid saw that the young master could move and was utterly shocked. Then, tears unconsciously streamed down her face, and she was overjoyed beyond words. He decided to live a life he wouldn't regret under the identity of the youngest son of the great Falivia family. But something was off. He had only been cured for a day or two, yet his uncle had already dragged him out to be a human sandbag for sword practice. But thanks to that, his body recovered even faster, and his swordsmanship skills became even more formidable. His uncle was Idea, a doctor who had returned from the capital to take care of him after hearing news of his recovery. At that moment, the elder and his 2 sons came over and mocked them. "A sick person and a runaway are practicing swordsmanship here? How can they still call themselves members of the Falivia family? What a perfect pair." The old man started to insult Idea. "I never thought you'd pick up a sword again." He brought up the past when his grandfather had beaten Uncle Idea just because his swordsmanship couldn't be as strong as his brother's. He was considered the shame of the family and had to flee to the capital. Hearing his Uncle Idea being insulted, he wondered to himself, "Why do I have to listen to these insults in this life too? I've had enough in my past life." He immediately punched the elder's grandson straight in the face. Everyone was in shock, while he continued to give the guy's face a thorough massage with his fists, shouting loudly, "Uncle Idea is not the shame of the family, you guys are." Suddenly, a flash of light shot towards him like the wind, but it was blocked by Uncle Idea. It turned out the elder was furious because his grandson had been punched. The old man's eyes were like a demon's as he roared, "You think you can get away after hitting my grandson?" He wasn't scared either, shouting even louder than the old man. "He insulted my uncle first. Are you deaf, old man?" For the crime of running his mouth, he deserved to be beaten. He brought it upon himself. The old man was furious but couldn't do anything. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten him, "Your older brother, the vice head of the family, will have to take responsibility for this matter." Hearing about his big brother, he broke out in a cold sweat because his brother was an extremely scary person. His big brother, Hindle, was the heir to the family, holding all the power. In contrast to his fearsome appearance, he doted on his younger brother very much. The result was, his brother's exact words were to tell the old man to shut his mouth. Anyone who dared to touch his precious little brother would have to face the entire Falivia family. He's truly the kind of older brother everyone wishes they had, so enviable. Meanwhile, my own brother just cost our family a fortune. However, for the crime of assaulting a family member, the young man was still punished with 1 month of house arrest and couldn't go out. Eugene was inwardly unconvinced. He had only accidentally punched his cousin a mere dozen times or so why was the punishment so severe? Hearing this, the maid, Tai-A, was also at a loss for words with her young master. This grandfather had just smashed the grand elder's grandson's face, and he was only punished with house arrest. He was already very lucky. He had his big brother backing him up to that extent. What more could he possibly want to be satisfied? Anyway, since he was free, Eugene decided to self-study knowledge about magic. However, the library had too many miscellaneous books of all genres. He didn't know where to start learning. At this rate, if he wanted to become a self-taught master, it was a lost cause. He wanted to ask his brother to find him a teacher, but he didn't dare because he was still under house arrest. Just then, his uncle brought a professor from the Magic Academy. Her name was Easton. Eugene told the two of them the truth about how he had used his house arrest time to study magic. However, he had only learned the basic spells through a set of textbooks. Hearing this, Easton immediately turned pale. This young man had managed to create a magic string just by self-studying. It was like he was using a cheat code. It was as if a newborn baby already knew how to read and write the moment it was born. Truly surreal. Easton realized that Eugene was a genius who possessed an absolute sense that transcended the 5 senses, a very rare talent only found in the most legendary mages in history. Easton immediately tried to entice the boy to enroll in the Magic Academy where she worked. Eugene just had to agree, and she would take care of everything else from A to Z afterwards. Eugene went to ask his brother for permission to go to the academy. His brother agreed, but with one condition. Within 1 month, Eugene had to prove that he had enough ability to officially become a mage. If he failed, from now on, Eugene would have to follow the family's arrangements. In ancient times, when this land was nothing but chaos, the first mage, Lord Felon, descended to us. Lord Felon saved this polluted earth and used magic to drive the monsters far away from this land. Thanks to that, those monsters disappeared, leaving behind a desolate and lonely land. He shed tears when he looked at the empty land. Lord Felon suddenly felt a wave of loneliness. Therefore, Lord Felon took the stars from the sky and created 12 disciples. Together, they filled the land with life. And that is why the world is so peaceful and prosperous today. Professor Easton affirmed that it was all thanks to Lord Felon and her 12 disciples. Finishing her story, she suddenly saw Eugene Falivia nodding off and became suspicious. Was the story too boring? He quickly replied, "No, not at all." Easton smiled gently, showing her understanding. "You don't have to hide it. It's normal for you to find this story boring after hearing it so many times. And you're just a child, after all. Aren't you?" Suddenly, she asked another question that left him bewildered. "Eugene, what do you think after hearing the story of Lord Felon?" Putting on a pensive look, he commented that she was a bit sentimental. "It seems she cries easily." Easton was very happy that her student's words matched her own thoughts. "Yes. That is one of the very attractive points of Lord Felon. It feels like she is a creator who is full of emotion and approachable, right?" Saying this, she suggested a wonderful perspective. "But why don't you try thinking like a mage for a bit? Why do you think we call the one who created life on Horizon the Supreme Being, with the title of Mage, instead of God?" Faced with this question, Eugene was truly confused. Thinking about it, why is that? At that moment, Eugene's 2 hands were cupped together, holding a sparkling light in the middle. The miracle of those who are like gods. The miracle of creation and of life itself, just as magic can create countless strings. Those magic strings are like the strings of a musical instrument. Depending on how you pluck them, they can create different phenomena, just as strings can produce different sounds depending on their vibration. They can become water and fire, become wind and light, become life, and even become the world. That ray of light gradually transformed into a crystal ball. Easton stated that basic magic for a new mage and the creation magic of Lord Felon operate on the same principle within the scope of these strings. Thus, the strings can truly be considered the alpha and omega of magic. What Eugene had just heard and witnessed was enough to leave him in awe. At this point, Eugene was still continuously transforming the magic in his hands. That illustration is why a mage's ability depends entirely on strings. How many strings they can control and how well they can use them. Those are the two aspects that determine a mage's ability. Eugene, your talent was confirmed that day. You are like a virtuoso. The ability to handle the strings with such delicacy is already within you. The only thing left is to see how many strings you can use. Eugene also tried to stretch his hands apart, but looked a bit sad. I only have one string. Easton immediately comforted him. Of course. Everyone starts with one string. At this moment, a crystal appeared in her hand as she transformed her magic. Starting with one string, the goal is to reach the minimum number required to truly affect the sound waves out there. 4 strings is the gateway to true magic. But currently, no one can reach 4 strings. Everyone's number of strings is fixed from birth. Hearing this, he was very sad. The words reached his lips, but he didn't know what to say. Just then, a very strange device appeared in her hand. That's right. So today we will use this measuring device to assess Eugene's potential. He immediately became cheerful. Yes. Suddenly, he looked up with his innocent face and asked, but miss, how many strings should a person have? What if I have too few strings? Easton reassured him. After all, we are talking about the bloodline of Olivia. So don't worry too much. Although the number of strings is important, it is not everything. Eugene, half believing, half doubting, confirmed, really? Easton offered a comparison. There are many cases where having many strings is like pie in the sky. Eugene obediently replied, I understand. Easton continued, nowadays, young mages are too obsessed with the number of strings. He was confused, huh? At this, she expressed her opinion. In my eyes, it's foolish and pitiful when people who can't even perform intermediate magic properly look down on the efforts of those with fewer strings, acting like privileged elites just because they were born with more strings. Eugene affirmed, I understand what you're saying. At this, Easton patted his shoulder and said, I got a little heated. Anyway, it doesn't matter what number shows up. What matters is how you use it. Even if it's innate, it needs effort to develop it. So don't worry too much about the number of strings. At this point, he was using the measuring device to check his number of strings, not forgetting to reply, yes. Easton sat beside him, instructing, now, close your eyes. Eugene obediently followed, yes. Her voice continued to echo in his ears. And focus on that magical picture. When you, Eugene, feel it and create your strings. Eugene focused, listened, and followed. His eyes were tightly shut, sensing his concept of magic. At that moment, images of the past seemed to flash in his mind. He was crying like a child. The power that helped him escape the past and the pains of his current life. From the pain that was like a curse. Then, a curse echoed in Eugene's ear. If that's the case, then you should be the same. You should disappear just like your father. Please. When he held his small hand in front of him to examine it, he saw only syrup. The image of him in a new body. He still didn't understand what had happened. In that moment, Eugene seemed to see himself being held by Lord Felon's hand, flying up into the air. In the present, the device in his hand glowed. Eugene concluded, for me, magic is liberation. Easton looked at her student with eyes full of anticipation. But the next second, the reality before her made her break out in a sweat. Eugene's face also showed a look of horror. The device displayed only one string. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, to the point of shouting, only one string? When Easton saw her student's dejection, she didn't know how to comfort him. Even though I said the number of strings isn't everything, one string is not enough to become a mage. Eugene couldn't accept the truth. How can this be? Veins popped out on his face. Teacher, even God is so cruel? To give such a golden talent only one string is beyond imagination. Looking at Eugene's expectant face, Easton said, I'm sorry, Eugene. One string. Basically, it means you can't become a mage. The sky suddenly broke into a downpour. She said regretfully, I never expected this to happen. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given you this false hope. Tears fell down Eugene's face. He reached out his hand to catch the raindrops. He was so sad he started sobbing, blaming, What kind of mage like Lord Felon can I be with just one string? He then wiped the tears from his face with his hand and mumbled, I'm sorry, Lord Felon. Even though you chose me, I have nothing but. Just then, a red umbrella suddenly appeared over his head, startling him a little. He looked up at the man, who didn't seem to pay him much attention, just staring into the distance and remarking, a sudden rain shower. Truly unexpected, isn't it? Eugene softly called out, Uncle. His uncle, Idea Folivia, smiled brightly and said, It's still good that we met like this. Did you just come back from your magic class? Was today's lesson fun? It was then that his uncle noticed the tears on his face and exclaimed in surprise, Ah! Like a child who had just been bullied by his friends, Eugene tearfully threw himself into his uncle's arms and sobbed. Back inside the house, a cup of hot, steaming water was on his hand. Eugene sat silently on the bed, wrapped tightly in a blanket, while Idea's voice echoed in his ears. It's not nothing. You can't hide anything with that face of yours. At this point, his uncle had also changed into a different set of clothes. He said, You don't have to pretend to be an adult in front of me. Feel free to share your worries. Faced with his uncle's gentleness, Eugene no longer tried to act strong. Tears rolled down his face as he asked, What should I do? Uncle, I can't become a mage. Idalia frowned, momentarily unsure how to respond. Immediately after, he put on a bright expression. I'm not sure why you're saying that, but isn't it too early to judge? You still have a month. He said excitedly through his tears, but it's only a month. 1 month is not enough to become a mage with just one string. Idia gently said, It would take a miracle, of course. But haven't you already experienced a miracle? I may not know much about magic or understand how difficult it is. But as a doctor, I know very well how many miracles have happened. At this point, Idea recalled, Ever since you stood up again. He remembered the day Eugene used crutches to practice walking and waved to him. He affirmed, Half the reason I became a doctor was to see you healthy like you are now. In the present, he was no longer crying. He took a sip of water from the cup, seeming to have calmed down a lot. Suddenly, Eugene requested, Don't make me feel embarrassed and touched. Of course, I hope for a second miracle. It's just a wish. Eugene immediately retorted, That's unreasonable. Especially in just 1 month. But unexpectedly, his uncle held up one finger in front of his face and reconfirmed, Just 1 month. Right? It might be too short to achieve something. Seeing Eugene's expectant eyes, Idea judged, But it's the perfect amount of time for you to try your best. Right? Why not put your despair on hold until after the month is over? Idea pursed his lips, full of determination. You're right. At that, the boy's small face brightened. Thank you, Uncle. Thanks to you, I know what I have to do now. Idia smiled gently and replied, You're welcome. He took another sip of water, thinking to himself, Even without my advice, you would have cried for a while and then kept trying. That's just the kind of person you are. By now, the sky had turned to late night. From inside a house, someone's panicked voice rang out, Ha! Professor Easton adjusted her glasses and questioned, There's a way for someone with one string to become a mage? Eugene appeared very excited. Of course, it's not impossible. Really? Eugene shared sincerely, but that's only in theory. As a teacher, it's very difficult to tell my student that it's possible. Eugene showed his determination. Okay. No matter how hard it is, please teach me. His small hand clenched into a fist as he continued, after all, I have a month. Even though I'm discouraged about having only one string, I still want to try without regrets. At this moment, Easton had to bow her head and force a smile. Oh my. I've truly failed as a teacher. Even my student hasn't given up, but I surrendered too early. Alright, let's give it a try. Why not? If there's no precedent, we'll create one. He happily nodded, yes. Then, she held up 4 fingers in front of him and repeated, I mentioned to you before that you need 4 strings to use magic. Eugene's eyes suddenly sparkled. But that doesn't mean you can't use magic with fewer strings. He echoed her, that's right. She then held up 1 finger and explained, the way to use magic with only 1 string and nothing more. Eugene looked at her with anticipation, yes. At this, Easton held up a hand with 4 fingers and said very vaguely, you need to use that single string as if it were 4 strings. You will have to figure out the method yourself. Eugene started to get confused as her illusion created 3 more of her. Yes. In the following days, he practiced magic very diligently with his one and only string. At times, he felt as if he was about to create 3 magic strings, but then he would become discouraged again. He gritted his teeth and told himself, failed again. Why is it so noisy? The string snaps very quickly if I do it in a hurry. It doesn't feel like it's going to work. Suddenly, very strange images appeared in Eugene's mind, confusing even him. It can even be understood as using 1 as 4, right? Isn't that a bit literal, like trying to fit an elephant into a refrigerator? Why are these weird thoughts popping up? At the same time, Professor Easton's enthusiastic expression appeared in his mind. He reminded himself, stop thinking about nonsense and focus. It's hard, but I must succeed because the teacher said this is the only way. But suddenly, a sarcastic voice rang out, hey, what are you doing? Geez. Eugene's face showed his displeasure, again? The twin brothers, Rob and Rob, had somehow appeared behind him and were mocking him one by one. Can't you keep quiet? Why is someone with only 1 string making so much noise? How can you practice magic with just 1 string? Eugene rested his chin on his hand and flatly requested, Rob, leave me alone. Immediately after, he stood up, grabbed Rob's collar, and seriously questioned him, do you want to get beaten like last time? The boy grimaced and asked back, what? Rob was so angry his teeth were clenched together. You despicable thing, what are you talking about? If it were a proper fight, you would have died that day. Eugene then used a provocative tone to challenge him, oh really? If you're so salty about it, why don't we have a proper fight? Rob was prepared and accepted immediately. I actually came here for that, you crippled freak. The boy suddenly pretended to be scared and asked, what? Really? No, I mean, just a small, real fight. Rob also replied with a casual expression, of course, I'm not proposing a savage brawl. His words contradicted his thoughts, as his mind was now filled with images of ferocious monsters. He continued, instead, let's compete honorably, befitting our status as members of the Folivia family, the protectors of Western Horizon. While his brother said these words, Rob stood beside him, listening to every word, his thin lips curling into a wicked smile. Bravely facing the abyss on the front lines. Rob clenched his fist and provoked, how? By hunting the dark monsters, the minions of the abyss. These words made Eugene's eyes widen and his face pale with shock. What? Are you crazy? Hunting dark monsters? What are you thinking? He advised the 2 of them not to think about it anymore. I'll tell our older brother. But Rob continued to provoke Eugene with words like, what? Are you scared? He tried to explain, the problem here isn't about being scared. You know you shouldn't do it. The other boy replied with an obvious look on his face, isn't that what we'll be doing when we become adults? Why can't we? Rob crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, let's leave this coward alone. We'll go without him. But Eugene still tried to reason, we've never been adults. And it's clear that hunting demons is not a child's game. You're not allowed to go. But Rob suddenly asserted, no, you're misunderstanding. It's not a game. It's actually a request for help from another village. This made him calm down somewhat, and he questioned, is that so? Who made the request? Suddenly, a shabbily dressed kid appeared, hiding behind a tree. Rob called out, hey kid, come out and explain. Jin quickly replied, yes. Eugene's eyes widened to their fullest extent, unable to believe what he was seeing. A child? Immediately, Jin came out in front of everyone and recounted through tears, all the adults were taken by the demons, and I don't know what to do on my own. Eugene was so angry he shouted at Rob, if it's a serious problem and victims are involved, you should have said so. He then knelt down next to Jin and asked, are you okay? Where is your village? Don't mind these fools and tell me. Let's just consider us brothers, the two of us. Rob and Rob looked at each other, questioning their own existence. What's wrong with us? Meanwhile, Eugene's steady voice continued to echo in their ears, reassuring the little boy. Don't worry. I'll talk to the adults and call for soldiers. Suddenly, the child in front of him, Gigi, fidgeted with their fingers and said, I'm not a boy. This made Eugene freeze on the spot for a moment. Sorry. I mistook you for a boy. Rob took the opportunity to scold, idiot. Rob then spoke up. Hey, I don't care about the other stuff, but don't talk to the adults. Okay? Otherwise, the bet and everything else will be off. Eugene said unhappily through gritted teeth, Rob, you know people have been captured, and you still. He stood up and shouted, care about hunting a stupid demon? But before he could finish his sentence, the other boy explained, this child is from the Slash and Burn village. Eugene asked in disbelief, what? Instantly, sweat broke out on Eugene's face. Slash and burn. Rob's deep voice continued to ring in his ears. You probably know just by looking. If we report a Slash and Burn village to the adults, you know the result. The village will be destroyed, and the people will be exiled or sentenced to forced labor. While Rob said these words, Jin didn't seem to understand. So many question marks appeared in his head. Finally, the little girl heard Rob conclude with one sentence. I'm not sure that's what this child wants. Now, Rob put on a wicked expression. Of course, I'm indifferent to either choice. I have nothing to lose. Although it would be a shame if I can't go hunt some dark monsters. But catching a group of people from a Slash and Burn village isn't a bad achievement either. Eugene transitions to a desolate village with walls of leaves and towering tree pillars, where the trees don't even bother to bloom. Suddenly, a monster growled, its mouth gaping wide, looking incredibly terrifying. Eugene was so scared he screamed loudly, causing Jock to also turn his head to look. A dark monster. But right after that, the two of them, not knowing where they found the confidence, firmly gripped their two swords with both hands, their eyes fixed on the monster with determination. The next second, he dashed towards the monster, simultaneously taunting, if you're going to attack, then come at me. But this beast seemed to ignore Yuji's words and turned to flee, making him roar, stop, you monster. The dark monster dashed away swiftly, running straight into the deep forest. Eugene kept chasing it, completely unaware that he was being stared at by countless dark eyes. He continued to chase the monster in front of him with one thought, I want to end this quickly and go home. After an unknown amount of time, the dark monster was still running vigorously, letting out terrifying growls from its mouth. Behind it, Eugene chased with all his might, continuously demanding, stop right there. Suddenly, he stopped. With one hand holding a sword and the other controlling a magic orb, he said, if you continue to run away, I have my ways. Immediately after, the dark monster was hit by the spell, letting out a pitiful scream. At that moment, Eugene's face darkened like a witch's. He raised his sword high and, in an instant, swung it down on the beast, leaving it bewildered, questioning its own existence, not knowing how it had lost its life. One strike from Eugene's sword decapitated the monster. In a flash, its head fell right behind Eugene. He joyfully exclaimed, "Got it! Finally got it! You used magic too." Before Eugene could finish his sentence, the twin brothers, Rob and Rob, were already there, laughing mockingly. "Magic? It's just noise pollution. All that loud noise just to catch that? And how far did you go just to catch one? How long did it take you to catch it?" With his arms crossed in front of his chest, Jock commented, "Magic and all, you're really overdoing it. At least I caught one, that's what matters. How many have you caught to be talking so much?" Rob replied with a contemptuous attitude, "I guess we'll see when we get back." Returning to the village, everything had now become quiet. What appeared before his eyes left Eugene utterly astonished. "What the?" Rob pointed at the pile of dark monsters and asked, "So, what do you think?" Even with a quick glance, "It seems we won the bet, huh?" Young Eugene's face darkened. Damn it. In his heart, he had to admit it was frustrating, but they were truly impressive. Recalling the scene of taking down one dark monster, he secretly assessed that the number they caught was secondary. Unlike him, who relied on brute force, he looked at the dark monster before him and concluded, they aimed precisely for the monster's weak points. Eugene's father had concluded, that is a testament to Folivia's ultimate skill, famous for its precise attacks, even hitting vital points. At this point, the brothers Jock and Rob opened their mouths to taunt again. "However, you still did better than I thought. I thought you wouldn't catch any at all." Black lines appeared on his face as he silently thought, "How annoying, but I didn't expect them to be this strong." At that moment, Jin looked up at Eugene with an adoring gaze and praised, "Catching one is already amazing. Even the adults couldn't handle the wolf pack like you all did." Eugene scratched his head in embarrassment. "Thank you." Then, the little girl rubbed her hands together and expressed, "But you all helped me so much. I don't know how to repay you." Rob opened his mouth to mock, "Repay us for what? You're from that forest-burning village. You don't even have anything more valuable than my socks, right?" Jock also added, "Don't give us anything. I'll just throw it away." The little girl, now sad, said in a small voice, "I'm sorry." Eugene, unable to stand their condescending attitude, growled, "Hey, watch your mouth. It's the thought that counts." Rob spoke up, "That's enough. Words like these should come from the village chief. Do you know where the villagers were taken?" Jin fidgeted with her fingertips and answered, "When I woke up, everyone was gone." "I really don't know." Rob confirmed, "Gone? You mean they were taken by the monsters?" The little girl lowered her head and guessed, "People don't just disappear like that, so everyone thought it was the work of the monsters." Rob was so angry that veins popped out on his face. "What? You're just an ignorant child." At that point, Rob appeared thoughtful and concluded, "That means you don't even know if it was the work of those monsters." Fortunately, the only ones left are an old man and a useless kid. Clearly, there's nothing certain here. Rob let out a sigh, thinking, "We have no other choice. Let's see what we can find before we head back." Eugene, standing to one side observing, silently remarked, "After all, these twins are quite responsible." Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Hey, weakling." Eugene was unhappy but still replied, "What?" In his heart, he thought, they may be rude and annoying, but it seems they're not so bad. Jock started pointing and assigning tasks. "We'll search around here and look for everyone. You handle the corpses and take care of this kid." Eugene was surprised and unhappily protested, "Huh? Why? Let me help too." Rob again put on a superior air and replied, "Roles are assigned based on ability." "Any objections to that?" Eugene tried to suppress his anger, gritting his teeth. So rude. Not long after, the pile of dark monster corpses was incinerated by flames. In a ransacked house, the clear voice of the little girl rang out, "Grandpa, can you hear me?" Eugene was also there, trying to explain, "Trespassing on Horizon is already a problem, but the monsters might have been agitated by the damage to the land. That's why slash and burn is forbidden in Horizon. As he spoke, the cultist's expression was very displeased, but he didn't see it and continued to persuade. I won't tell the adults that you did the burning. So Grandpa, promise me you won't burn the fields anymore, okay? The old man was not moved by his tolerance. On the contrary, he cursed, annoying kid. He didn't hear what the old man just uttered, so he asked again, what? The cultist immediately changed his attitude, smiling brightly and saying, so grateful that the young nobles have helped us like this. How fortunate. He was so startled by the old man's sudden change in attitude that he stuttered, that's not right. What did you just say? The cultist pretended not to hear again. Speak up. My ears aren't as good as they used to be. Eugene pursed his lips, knowing full well the old man was pretending, but still said, all right. I won't bring up sensitive issues anymore. Then he requested, but at least explain the current situation to me. I heard the people in the village disappeared because the monsters invaded. Looking outside, the village scene was still very peaceful. He affirmed, but there are no signs that they attacked the village. Because the creatures around the village are just ordinary demon wolves. At this point, Eugene wore a thoughtful expression. If the wolf pack dragged them away, it would have left tracks. As he spoke, the cultist secretly cast an annoyed glance at him. But in front of Eugene, the old man put on an innocent, unknowing facade, insisting, I don't know. I don't know anything. When you get old, you can even forget what happened yesterday or today. Eugene lost his patience and didn't want to stay here anymore. He turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence, all right, if you don't know anything, I guess I'll have to find clues myself. Jin quickly ran after him, offering, I'll go with you, my lord. He was a bit surprised and looked at the little girl, advising, get some rest. You've been walking for a long time, Jin. You must be tired. At that moment, the old man sitting on the bed spoke coldly, that's right. Why bother such a noble person? His eyebrows furrowed, and the voice coming from his throat was somewhat menacing as he requested, come here. Stay with this old man. Then he even put on a repentant look. Yes, it's my fault, my lord. This child is still young. Jin looked at him. There's no need to scold him. He explained in confusion, I was just worried that she would get tired. At that time, he wondered in his heart, what was that? His mood seems to have changed. The cultist gave a fake laugh and affirmed, how kind. This poor child must be tired from wandering around. At that moment, Eugene silently thought, there's something wrong with you. The old man proactively offered, I'll give the boy a bath and put him to bed. You continue with your mission, young noble. What the cultist said made him feel confused. Right then, Jin showed fear. I don't want to. Why would I bathe with you? The old man stared at the little girl and exclaimed, ah. Then he softened his voice to reassure her, what's the matter? A boy shouldn't be shy, right? The little girl's eyes widened as she asked back, what? Eugene was also surprised that he, as the village chief, didn't know Jin was a girl. He then remembered the first time he met her. I'm not a boy. At that time, he had confusedly admitted, I'm sorry. I mistook you for a boy. Currently, the little girl quickly hid behind Eugene, simultaneously refuting, I'm not a boy. Did you forget? Without letting her finish, he cut her off, I'll take Jin with me. He added an explanation, on second thought, it's better to have someone to guide me. The old man didn't stop him anymore and agreed, that's right. So take the boy with you. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and the sound that came out was somehow very scary. But, my lord. His footsteps faltered, and he looked at the old man with an unspoken question in his mind. You will be surprised, because you have lived a sheltered life, but this is how we live. Whether we disappear today or tomorrow, it's not that strange. At this point, the old man suddenly opened his mouth to advise, so don't fret over lowly people like us. Just go back to your life as usual. Out of the house, Jin repeated Eugene's question. He asked how long it's been since the village chief started acting strangely. The little girl tried to remember but couldn't recall a specific time, only guessing about a month ago. A piece of memory flooded back into her mind as she stated, "Today he seems fine, but before, he was very abnormal. He didn't even recognize the villagers. And suddenly he was drawing strange pictures. At the same time, he made sounds that no one could understand." Back then, the little girl had heard the villagers commenting on the old man, so she recounted what she had heard, affirming, "That's why the adults said the village chief had gotten old." Everyone was talking like that. At this point, the little girl became somewhat agitated, asking disjointed questions. "And now, why?" He held Jin's hand to calm her down, then asked, "Where are the drawings the village chief made?" The little girl quickly replied, "There's one nearby." Not long after, Eugene's face showed great fear, sweat pouring down like rain. The two of them stood before a large rock, staring at it intently. Eugene had a monologue. "I was hoping this wasn't the case." Jin naively raised a question. "Why did you ask that? Do you know something about this picture?" With his eyes slightly narrowed, Eugene only spoke in his head, "Of course. People of Folivia learn about this symbol before they learn to read and write." On the rock were drawn small and large circles joined together. Eugene understood. This symbol is the mark of our enemy. If they are involved, things will become very complicated. Although he didn't say it out loud, Eugene could be sure of one good thing. Folivia knows the enemy's behavior better than anyone. Now, in the silent space, only Eugene's voice echoed, "Gene, is there a large cave nearby?" The little girl immediately confirmed, "Yes, there is one, but the adults said not to go there." But he requested, "Take me there." By now, the two of them were inside the cave. Eugene quickly lit a torch to illuminate the path, his mind still pursuing its own thoughts. A person suddenly going mad. Mysterious disappearances. Stories like this often share a common origin. Eugene led the little girl through the dark cave, holding a torch in one hand and a sword in the other for her to hold onto. As he walked, he was lost in thought. The worshippers of Abyss. The symbol of consecutively drawn dots kept appearing in Eugene's mind, making him recall the professor's lecture. Right after the first mage, Felon, descended, those worshippers of Abyss, the former rulers of Horizon, saw Felon, who came from the constellations, as a usurper. To wash away their sins, the origin of being born as creations of Felon, they offered humans, fellow beings created by Felon, as sacrifices to Abyss. At this moment, in front of the two were the villagers, tied up and laid side by side, their eyes all lifeless. The little girl's eyes widened to their fullest, her face turning pale with fear as she clutched his sleeve. Immediately after, two streams of tears rolled down Jin's face as she cried and ran forward, screaming, "Uncle Ramon! Sister-in-law Zay!" Eugene pursed his lips, his expression not much different from Jin's. "This is incredible. I never imagined it would be this bad. This isn't something that we, as children, can handle." As he was thinking this, a red light appeared behind him, its origin unknown. But what he could be sure of was that the thing to do now was, "We need to inform the adults, quickly." Suddenly, the aged voice of someone echoed in the cave, making the listener's skin crawl. "The first prophet said that the nation will be built in the lowest places, caring for the lowly among us, for they are our salvation and that of the city." Both of them turned their faces to see who was behind them, but the other person's voice continued to come out steadily, as if telling a story. A criminal asked the prophet, "What must be done for salvation?" The prophet replied, "Repent." How should we repent? Before the two children now was the grotesque face of the cultist. He was still uttering strange, very scary words. "Oh, child of Felon." The two siblings were so scared they forgot to react, watching his face continuously transform, his eyes glowing like fire as he uttered malicious words, "Burn them, bury them at the bottom of the well." As he said this, an overwhelming power exploded, causing the two children to be momentarily unable to adapt, so scared they held each other's hands tightly, while one hand covered their eyes. In their ears, the old man's bizarre voice still echoed, "Feed them to the dogs." Jin's trembling voice called out, "Grandpa." The cultist no longer paid attention to the girl calling him, but was controlling a terrifying power in his hands, muttering a spell. In the flames of Abyss, burn to death. Eugene, still dazed, asked, "A mage?" He quickly hugged Jin and fled from the flames shooting towards them. His eyes narrowed slightly, and Eugene bit his lip, muttering, "Surprisingly, he's a mage, and a powerful one at that. Why would such a powerful mage be in a place like this?" Sweat poured down his face. Eugene looked towards the unconscious villagers, constantly asking himself, "What should I do? I can't just abandon everyone and run away. Even if I fight, there's no chance of winning, and the others might get caught in the magic." In his mind, the valiant image of someone holding a sword appeared, and he thought, if it were the experts of Folivia, they could cut through magic with their swords. But me, someone who was sick until recently, I can't do what my brother does. At this, Eugene drooped, blaming himself. Was I too confident? I should have informed the adults first. I should have hidden Jean before coming here. I thought it was too dangerous to leave her alone, but now. With his eyes shut tight and teeth clenched, he scolded himself, "No, you idiot. Why are you regretting it now? Just think. Think about what to do. My head can't think straight." Suddenly, Jin's scream brought Eugene back to reality. Before the two children were dark monsters, baring their fangs, their mouths wide open as if to swallow both siblings whole, causing both of them to scream in unison. Monsters. Eugene glared straight ahead, his jaw clenched tight. The hand holding the sword trembled non-stop. Trying to hide the terror in his heart, Eugene swung his sword forcefully towards the monsters. Each sword slash gleamed, swiping back and forth in the darkness. The beasts were continuously sliced in half by him. While he was planning for himself, the cultist whispered, "Folivia." Immediately after, he used his dark magic to confront Eugene, his mouth still growling, "Folivia." At this moment, the cultist opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and said, "I will offer you as a sacrifice to Abyss." At this moment, Eugene's eyes were half closed as he thought, "If I must cut through magic to protect everyone, then I will cut through magic." Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he looked straight ahead with determination, swinging his sword and affirming, "That is the way of Folivia. The sword of Folivia can cut through the abyss." Folivia's technique has been developed over dozens of generations with the sole purpose of facing the abyss. His eyes at that moment shone like headlights as he thought to himself, one of those techniques is the eyes of Folivia. An intuition born from Folivia's special training and practical combat experience, manifested through vision. Some can predict their opponent's next move, while others can perceive their weaknesses. And some even claim to see the very threads that make up magic. It is truly a technique that has touched the realm of magic through the ages. But such a technique is not something that I, who was bedridden, can use like the experts in the clan. In an instant, Eugene still stood bravely with his sword before the cultist. But if I limit it to just one thing, to magic with its single thread. Just as he thought this, the old man struck with a palm towards him, shouting, "Die!" Eugene immediately retaliated, slashing with his sword, his voice firm, "I can even cut through them." Not believing he could do this, the old man exclaimed, "What? My spell? Against an amateur like this?" Jin, witnessing this, couldn't help but look bewildered. Eugene was extremely confident. "That's right, believe in myself. At least when it comes to threads, I can see them." But he then remembered his solo magic practice sessions and noted, "Using threads, I've practiced a lot, even ignoring the words of those around me who advised against practicing magic ceaselessly." Thinking this, the cultist was now so angry he ground his teeth together, the words hissing through them, "My spell." He pointed and questioned, "Without planning for this, you foolish brat?" Eugene's eyes widened as he looked at the old man, his lips pressed tightly, seemingly very surprised. The old man danced while flames surrounded him, leaving him bewildered, not understanding what this man was trying to do. With the eyes of Folivia focused on each thread, it's not hard to see. Suddenly, the old man opened his mouth and shouted, "Folivia, you who handles magic." Immediately after, the cultist controlled the magic to attack Eugene while challenging, "Try cutting through it again." He reacted quickly, pushing Jin behind him and urging, "Quick, hide behind me." His sword quickly slashed through the fireballs. But the flames from the magic came flying at him, more and more each moment. He tried his best to cut them all down. By now, his sword hand was trembling as he realized, this is bad. There are too many, and they're too fast. Though he tried to persist, he realized, I can't cut them all like this. My stamina can't hold up. At that moment, Eugene narrowed his eyes, a tear about to fall, as he cursed to himself, damn it. Is this the end? After all, I finally managed to cut all the threads, just because I'm still lacking. At the same time, the dark cave echoed with the terrifying laughter of the cultist. Burn to ashes, you insolent brat of Folivia. Suddenly, the old man stopped, a big question mark in his head as he realized the light rushing towards him. At this moment, Eugene's sword pierced through the old man's magic fire screen and thrust forward, his eyes shining with determination as he affirmed, "That's right. It's just a simple matter." The cultist had now shrunk back. In the space, there was still one thread. The bright light of Eugene's gleaming sword was thrusting forward. Someone had explained, if it's hard to cut someone else's thread. A sword strike sparked with electricity right in front of the cultist. Eugene decisively concluded, then I'll cut my own thread. The whole cave shook violently. The cultist was burned by his own magic flames, screaming madly. No. Until now, he was still wondering, magic? Was he a mage all along? Then he denied it himself. No. I never saw this kid activate magic. It was only then that he realized, concluding to himself, could it be? In his mind, the sword strokes he had made appeared. He pondered, those strange sword swings in the air were to activate magic? Cutting his own thread to activate magic? But he felt it was absurd. Theoretically, it's not impossible, but for such a technique to actually exist. Night fell upon the village. In a small house, the cultist was tied up tightly with a rope. Jin and Eugene were still busy taking care of the villagers who had been hit by the magic. He had tried his best to bring all the villagers back as quickly as possible, to the point where his heart was pounding erratically. Hearing the sounds from his chest, Jin advised with a pained heart, "My lord, please don't overexert yourself." Looking at the rescued villagers lying peacefully here, he stated, "I'm fine." That was the last one. Jin was surprised and asked, "What? The last one?" Her eyes glistened again, on the verge of tears, as she mumbled, "Right, the others have." Only then did he realize how sad she was, and thought to himself, this is bad. We found the villagers, but too many have died. At this moment, he urged himself, and if we don't hurry, the rest will also be in danger. Then, Eugene's small body huddled up, his arms crossed as he wondered, we need to get back soon. When will the twins be back? At this moment, Jin looked at the cultist and called out to get his attention, "My lord." When he saw Eugene look back, she pointed and asked, "Did the village chief do this to the villagers?" Squatting in front of her, he explained, "Don't blame the village chief. What you saw wasn't your village chief. A damned worshipper of the abyss disguised himself as him." Eugene naively asked, "Then where is our real village chief?" At this, Eugene didn't know how to explain, saying to himself in his head, "The real village chief probably." He put on a confused expression and hesitated, "The real village chief, he." Jin immediately understood the issue, her tears no longer restrained, rolling down her face as she said, "I'm sorry for making it difficult for you." "You don't have to answer. I could already guess what might have happened to the village chief." At that moment, Eugene remained silent, not knowing how to comfort the little girl. Resignation. For these people, death has become too familiar. So even a child like this learns to accept it like an adult. He connected it to his own past self, thinking, just like how I was before receiving the salvation of the God felon. Placing a hand on her shoulder as a gesture of comfort, Eugene was sure of one thing: I was saved, but these people were not. The little girl's eyes glinted with hatred as she questioned, why do the worshippers of the abyss do such things? Eugene replied, they believe it's a way to atone for their original sin, and that it pleases the abyss. Imagine the sight of villagers proactively offering themselves as sacrifices. He asserted that is the reason they approach those in desperate need of help with sweet words of salvation and deceive them. Looking at the cultist tied up tightly behind him, Eugene warned, but you must not be deceived by their words, because in the end, their so-called salvation is just like this. The old man suddenly opened his mouth. So what is your point of view? His eyes lit up, and he began to profess his faith. The abyss may promise a path that demands sacrifice, but are there any among you who truly care about life at the end of this world? He looked at the old man with surprised eyes. He's awake? Then the old man spoke again. You say our words are empty. Even so, I will still strive to pursue that emptiness. What is the reason humans are willing to sacrifice endlessly? Put aside your arrogance that only you are right and think carefully again. Is it perhaps because the darkness of this world is truly that deep? Faced with the old man's reasonable words, he paused and admitted, indeed, the darkness of this world is very deep. Suddenly, he retorted, but that is something everyone should try to fix themselves. At this point, he angrily shouted, we do not pray to a wicked God who demands human sacrifices. Don't deceive yourself into thinking that the world's flaws will justify your evil actions. His words made the old man unconvinced. His eyebrows furrowed tightly together. His jaw clenched. Meanwhile, Eugene continued to whisper in the old man's ear. And what sacrifice in the first place? Do you really think we can't see through your life and your deceit? The old man growled and shouted, shut up, you heretical parasite. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, making him overjoyed. Eugene. He called back to Rob. He was helping a limping Doc forward. If you're there, come out and help me. Eugene quickly ran out, asking Rob incessantly. What's happening? What happened to Doc? He froze when he noticed Rob was also injured. Wait, Rob, your leg too. He immediately replied, never mind. It's nothing important. I can still fight. Rob's face was drenched in sweat. More importantly, I'm sorry, Rob. Now, speaking words of remorse made him even more surprised. I should have listened to you. Eugene stammered, asking again, what happened to you too? But before he could finish his question, he froze because of a terrifying, fiery red thing that appeared behind the two of them. At this moment, Eugene's face turned pale. The eyes of the abyss in the sky? The red and black layer of the sky in front of him was like a pair of demonic hands with long, sharp claws tearing it open. The illusion before his eyes was incredibly terrifying. No words could fully describe it. He unconsciously cried out, what? At the same time, Rob also turned his head to look behind. Eugene's pupils widened to their fullest. What the? From inside the house, the loud laughter of the cultist echoed. The abyss has sent its representative for those who worship them. Elsewhere, Idia revealed his bare chest, where a dark thread could be seen wrapped around his body. The corners of his lips curved into a sinister smile. I wonder if I should go meet it. At the same time, the grotesque form of the abyss's ambassador appeared in the sky, causing Eugene to exclaim in horror, my God. Suddenly, he proposed to Rob. Can you evacuate the villagers while I hold them off? Rob had a surprised look on his face, unable to react in time. At this moment, Eugene's steady voice still echoed in his ear. I'm sorry to ask this of you while you're also injured. Rob confidently asserted. No, my injury is insignificant. But when he looked towards the villagers, his eyes widened to their fullest as he hesitantly spoke. But the villagers. His eyes focused on the inhuman, demonic form of the cultist. He asked, "Is that an abyss worshipper?" At this, the old man let out a loud scream, forcing Jin to cover his ears tightly. The abyss. Rob was still trembling, wondering. What the hell happened while we were away? Looking at Eugene's small figure, Rob became bewildered. He realized he had faced that thing alone. Now his lips were slightly pursed, his heart filled with torment. While he was saving everyone, I was. Suddenly, a gleaming sword blocked his path, startling Eugene. Rob called out, "Hey!" Rob firmly stated, "You're brave. But ignorance is your problem." He called his name but still didn't understand what he meant. Rob. Rob gave a wicked smile. He determined it should have been the other way around. I should have been the one to hold them off while you retreated. Eugene looked worried and questioned, "What are you talking about?" "With your injury." Without a trace of fear, Rob stood facing the ambassador of the abyss. Looking back at Eugene, he advised, "Let go of your useless sympathy and look at the reality before you. With this leg, how can I evacuate anyone from that monstrous thing?" Rob confidently said, "Don't worry. I don't intend to die. So, evacuate everyone and inform the clan. I will manage somehow." His face twisted upon hearing Rob's declaration. "Your mission is done. Let me take it from here." Eugene called out to Rob again. By now, Rob was already striding forward boldly. He declared, "Let me take responsibility for dragging you into this." Eugene knew he had no way to stop him. He could only call out sorrowfully, "Rob." At this, the cultist laughed loudly again. "All of you are finished." Looking up at the monster, the old man affirmed, "Ambassador of the Abyss. The sacrifices for you have been gathered here. Take their lives in place of your shattered body." Rob glanced back. He unconsciously repeated the core of the old man's last statement in a rhetorical form. A shattered body. Eugene's pupils widened to their fullest as he wondered. Does that mean? Mustering all his courage to look at the monster before him, he wondered. It's not at its strongest state. Eugene held the sword firmly in his hand, showing his determination. At any cost. We have to stop it right now while it's still incomplete. But as he looked at the giant monster before him, he wondered, but this thing? Is it something a human can stand up against? Although his face was paler than a ghost, Eugene reassured himself. No. Being afraid won't solve anything when you're overcome by fear. Suddenly, Rob spoke up. "Hey!" He looked displeased to see Eugene stepping forward. "What are you doing? Didn't you hear me?" Eugene's lips curved into a smile. He asserted, "This is a more realistic decision. Together, we can last longer." He looked astonished and confirmed, "What?" It was then that Eugene revealed his idea. "Hearing your words, I realized if there's a big commotion, the adults will surely notice. Folivia will definitely come here." Rob tried to suppress his fear and suggested, "Maybe so. But facing that thing, does being together even make a difference?" Eugene's eyes lit up as he said with certainty, "It's fine. Trust me." Rob froze. Looking into his eyes that shone like headlights, his voice trembled. The eyes of Folivia. How could you? Holding the sword tighter than anyone, Eugene knew well that the aftermath of the previous battle still lingered. "I can't fight aggressively. I'll focus on dodging attacks." But as he was thinking, the monster's huge, gigantic fist was already swinging towards him. His eyes couldn't hide his terror. His trembling voice uttered, "What?" At that moment, the space shook, and rocks flew everywhere. Eugene's pupils stretched to their limit. He looked up as the three boys, Eugene, Rob, and Doc, were sent flying, suspended in midair. The moment Eugene's body hit the ground, a loud thud was heard. He coughed up blood on the spot. Before his eyes closed, he still stammered. Impossible. Looking at the monster before him, he was lost in thought. With just one punch. At this moment, the cultist looked up with hopeful eyes at the god he worshipped. He laughed loudly. Abyss. Looking over at Eugene, he gloated with great satisfaction. Look, heretic. You mocked our faith as a lie. But look how the abyss rewards our belief. At this moment, he half closed his eyes, letting tears stream down. I'm sorry. Looking at the Robb brothers, he couldn't stop blaming himself. Robb, if I had listened to you, at least some people could have been saved. Then he thought of his brother, wondering. If my brother were here instead of me, would the outcome have been different? At this moment, terrifying sounds suddenly echoed through the space. Something white, like a tornado, was emitted from the monster's mouth. The cultist looked and recognized that magic. Everything here will be erased. Looking at the blinding light before him, the old man pleaded. These are the sacrifices I prepared for you. Abyss, please have mercy. Eugene gritted his teeth, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. He pushed himself up with one hand. He seemed to be trying to get up. Immediately after, to the cultist's astonishment, he knelt on the ground. His sharp eyes determined, because of my shortcomings. The old man wondered in a daze, how can he move? Eugene's pupils shone like lasers, piercing straight through his opponent. He opened his mouth. At least. He stood up straight, facing the monster's powerful ultrasonic wave. Eugene's hand was already gripping his sword tightly. He affirmed, as long as my body can still move. For one more minute, even just one more second. He swung his sword towards the enemy. With all his might, he declared, I will protect. Once again, the surrounding space shook, and rocks flew everywhere. The cultist fell to the ground. His eyes couldn't believe what he had just seen. No. The old man was too scared to speak coherently. Impossible. Ambassador. The abyss revealed its grotesque, centipede-like body. The sword in Eugene's hand was partially broken. Now, all he held was the hilt. Looking at the magical thread still lingering in midair, the cultist realized that amidst the fierce flow of magical power, he had rid the flow of the threads and cut through them. Looking at the small yet brave figure before him, the old man wondered. Is this even possible? Is there any magic that this newcomer cannot cut through? Eugene's thin lips curved into a smile. Looking at the sword in his hand, he was incredibly proud. In the next second, he collapsed from exhaustion. A regret lingered in his heart. If only my sword were still intact. The cultist looked up again at the starry sky and stammered. The star of the usurpers. He silently observed that they were watching this kid. Why? Remembering the light he saw from the ambassador of the abyss, he assessed in his mind, now that I think about it, the abyss was quite hasty. Manifesting despite the lack of sacrifices. And instead of taking the available sacrifices, it tried to kill him immediately. Suddenly, the old man's pupils filled with panic. He kept wondering. This kid, who exactly is he? To attract the attention of such supernatural beings. Suddenly, the old man opened his mouth wide, full of sharp fangs. He passed a death sentence on him in his mind. Whatever the reason, before it grows any stronger, it must be killed right now. But someone appeared in time. Swinging a sword and striking the old man from behind, they said, Sorry about that, I didn't expect to be defeated like this. The old man turned his head to look, only managing to utter a single word. You. Idia smiled faintly and remarked. But that's become difficult now. Then, he carried Eugene in his arms. He declared before the ambassador of the abyss. He is my beloved nephew. Idia's eyes shone with determination. I can't just leave the boy to die here. In the sky, the stars were still shining brightly. There were also other lights of different colors, yellow, blue, and indigo. In a daze, he felt something was very strange. When he opened his eyes, he was astonished to find himself being carried by Idia. His uncle was severely injured. But upon seeing him open his eyes, he asked with concern, You're awake? Eugene opened his mouth in a daze. This is... Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized the situation. He hurriedly asked, Uncle Idia. Why are you? Idia didn't let him finish and simply explained. I came to pick you up because you were late. Fortunately, I wasn't too late. Eugene, aware that the abyss's representative was still here, hastily suggested, No, uncle. We have to run from here. The giant monster of the abyss. His uncle calmly reassured him, Don't worry. This made Eugene extremely surprised. Suddenly, he saw the monster collapse. By his ear, his uncle's steady voice rang out. It's all over. His eyes still fixed on the monster, he stammered, What? Eugene looked up at the other person, as if waiting for an explanation. He called out, Uncle. But Idia had no intention of talking to him there. So, still holding him in his arms, he suggested. Now, let's go back and talk, shall we? The sky was very clear and blue today. Eugene was walking down the street when he was attracted by some beautiful red roses. He approached to look at the flowers and exclaimed, So beautiful. Then, he stood up straight, pointed, and politely asked the vendor. Ma'am, how much are these flowers? When she recognized him, she became enthusiastic and said loudly, Look who we have here. Isn't this our youngest young master? Not stopping there, she continued to tease him. Why does the young master need flowers? Don't tell me you have a girlfriend. Eugene waved his hands and explained. No, I'm just visiting a friend in the hospital. She looked startled and exclaimed, Oh my! Is it the twin young masters? She then imagined the scene when the three of them discussed going to that village. She exclaimed, Good heavens! I heard the story about the young masters venturing into the forest a few days ago to defeat the beast. Oh dear, you must have been injured during that time. Now she asked enthusiastically. Nothing serious, I hope? Eugene asked back in surprise. No, luckily that didn't happen. But you already know? At this, she showed her muscular arm. She patted it and smiled brightly. She stated, Of course. The story of the young, brave masters saving the villagers from the monsters. The whole town is buzzing with tales of your bravery. At that moment, a 7-tone scream from him echoed down the small street. Really? How does everyone know when the clan council is still in session? The woman smiled brightly and explained. How could they not know? Is there more than one soldier's family in the city? At this point, Eugene's face had turned pale. While thinking about his brother's scary face, the flower vendor's voice still echoed in his ear. She recounted, Everyone knows that the young masters acted on their own. And even the fact that the nations are anxiously awaiting their reaction. It was then that he came to his senses and admitted, I almost forgot about that. Suddenly, she handed him a bouquet of flowers and instructed, Here. Consider this a gift for our young masters. Then she also reminded him. You'll be scolded quite a bit later. So the right thing to do is for at least this old lady to take care of our little heroes. Right? Even though she said that, he still waved his hands to refuse. Thank you, ma'am, but I really shouldn't. She smiled brightly and tried to persuade him. Please don't say no. You have shown great courage at a young age. Consider it a token of support, okay? Insisting that Eugene take the flowers, she then leaned in and whispered in his ear. And don't refuse too much. Or this will never end. You know. Eugene confirmed in amazement. You mean it will never end? After leaving the flower stall, he was stopped by people on the street. Everyone wanted to give him gift baskets full of love. Holding all the gifts, he was endlessly flustered. I'm sorry. The villagers were so enthusiastic that their gift baskets seemed like they might crush Eugene. It made him speak up. I'm sorry, I can't carry any more. At the hospital, the twin brothers stared wide-eyed at the pile of things before them in a daze. Eugene struggled to put down all the things in his hands. One of the two brothers asked, What is all this? He explained while panting. I went to the city to buy flowers for my visit. Then Eugene recounted. And all of it was given as a gift by the townspeople. Yes, I'm very grateful, but it's a bit much. Bringing the bouquet to the bedside table of his two friends, Eugene asked. Is it okay if I leave the flowers here? Rob answered with a blank expression. Do whatever you want. When Doc looked at the things he brought, he also had to speak up. But look how much they gave. It seems the townspeople think this is our first battle. Folivia warriors are usually warmly welcomed with bouquets on their first expedition. But with his eyes slightly downcast, Rob expressed, I've never seen so many gifts at once. Eugene also had to admit, is that so? That makes sense. At this moment, Eugene expressed his regret, saying, but I feel sorry. In the end, I'm the only one who received all the greetings. Rob said without concern, it's fine. It would only make you feel more guilty if you were honored without any merit. Suddenly, Doc opened his mouth with concern. By the way, are you okay? How are you able to walk around after being so badly injured? Eugene exclaimed in a daze, oh, right. When he spread out his hand, a long scar was still on it. Of course. Besides a few scars, it's nothing serious. Suddenly, Eugene's face lit up with excitement as he suggested. Maybe it's because I rested for the past 5 years. Contrary to his smiling face, the twins looked downcast. Rob spoke up to remind him. You know that's not funny, right? Eugene asked, a little confused, not funny? He fidgeted with his fingers, his eyes looking as if he were about to cry. He hesitated, well, I see you've recovered too. So maybe I should leave now. A faint smile appeared on Doc's face. Before he left, he suddenly spoke up. Eugene, I'm sorry for how I treated you before. He exclaimed in surprise, me? Rob also looked very surprised at this. Doc continued seriously. To be honest, I thought you were just a freeloader. Freeloading off everyone from your sickbed. Rob couldn't listen anymore and interrupted, hey. At that moment, Eugene could still hear Doc's confession in his ear. But I was wrong about you. That day, you were more of a Folivian than anyone. These words made him scratch his head, embarrassed and unable to accept it. Not at all. At this point, Eugene also gave his honest opinion. You also looked quite impressive with your sense of responsibility. I thought you guys were just annoying brats who relied on their status. Rob demanded uncomfortably. Go on and insult us, you lunatic. Then he said, that's enough of this awkward talk. Tell me what happened that day. Rob, just thinking of the monstrous appearance of the Abyss's ambassador, felt curious. How did you survive against that monster? I still can't understand it. Eugene admitted with embarrassment. No, actually, it was nothing impressive. It seems the monster hadn't fully recovered. It collapsed on its own after a while. The image of Idia carrying him in his arms appeared in his mind as he asserted. And right at that moment, my uncle came and handled the rest. That's how it all happened. We all agree on that. At this point, Eugene confirmed, that's what happened. Hey, you guys. Does this make you feel let down? Why? One of the two answered. Although it's anticlimactic, it's over, and we're still alive. Another one added, I guess that's true. At this point, he decided not to stay and bother the two of them any longer. So he suggested, I should go now. Otherwise, I'll be scolded for being late. Suddenly, Rob spoke up to stop him. Wait. Then he suddenly became a bit hesitant. It's nothing big, I just wanted to say. Seeing Eugene's expectant look, he struggled to say, thanks for visiting. He smiled brightly. He thought that's what friends should do. That day, the people of the domain rejoiced. They praised the warriors who protected their land. And in return, the brave warriors faced the abyss to meet those expectations. Eugene stood looking at the courageous soldiers and made a simple observation. But that is the ideal relationship. That is why the Folivia clan is on the front lines fighting the abyss. And has maintained peace. At this, he remembered Idia again. He secretly realized, thinking this way, I can somewhat understand why the clan is so harsh with my uncle. And me. If the honor of the Folivia clan is tarnished, all of this could collapse. Perhaps that's what they believe. Remembering how he himself would always be tense and panicked whenever he faced obstacles, he couldn't help but admit. I even trembled with fear. Thinking again of the achievements he had made, Eugene affirmed. But I overcame it with the pride of being a Folivian. If not for the pride that Folivia bestowed upon us, none of it would have been possible. Of course, even so, it cannot excuse the harassment. Especially the treatment of my uncle. It was too cruel and unjust. The clan's expectations once rested on my father. A promising talent. But after he was seriously injured in the war in the north, and could no longer hold a sword, the family's expectations shifted from my father to my uncle. As a child, Eugene remembered his uncle's timid appearance when his grandfather trained him with the sword, and asserted. But my uncle preferred books to swords. And when it became clear that my uncle did not have my father's talent, he thought again of the whippings his uncle had to endure in the past. Being beaten while being scolded. You fool! Why can't you be like your brother? Even the younger children there could do better. Aren't you ashamed? To think that my son is someone like you. You are a disgrace in my life. No, a disgrace to the Folivia clan. Idia went through those dark days until he grew up. Led by my grandfather, the former patriarch, they began to scorn, harass, and ignore my uncle. Thinking of the time he himself was bedridden, he remarked. I also received scorn from the clan for being bedridden. At that time, he was cared for by a servant. The Countess has sent this for you. He felt fortunate. In my case, I still had my family and TL. Thinking of Idia's small, thin body, Eugene felt heartbroken. But my uncle had no one. His days must have been even more painful. Suddenly, his face brightened as he thought of the present days. But my uncle did not give in. Even with such cruel torment. Remembering the times he spent with his uncle, he could be sure of one thing. He never lost his kindness and gentle nature and chose to become a doctor to help people. In his memory, he still recalled the night of the battle with the Abyss's representative. He noted, the truth is, he even overcame his weakness in swordsmanship. He became a swordsman who could face the strongest in the clan. Suddenly, his uncle noticed him staring. Lowering his book slightly, Idia questioned. Why are you staring so intently? Do you have something to say? He smiled brightly and said, just thinking. I want to become someone like you, uncle. A little surprised by this innocent statement, in his heart, his uncle softly called out, Eugene. He thought of the body riddled with scars on his own body and thought. It would be a disaster if you ended up like me. At this moment, alone and holding a piece of gauze in his mouth, treating his own wound, he was surprised by the appearance of Elias, which made him speak up. You really know how to embarrass someone. The man immediately replied. Never mind that. How is your condition? Idia, while treating the wound on his waist, revealed, not good. I lost a lot of sero and my muscles are torn. I expect to lose 20% of my mobility. For the damage to be only this much. After facing the Abyss, King is lucky. Elias said flatly, lucky. At this moment, the man suddenly became furious and questioned. You call that lucky? Do you have any idea how much effort we put into preparing for that? Standing behind him, the man kept on talking, regardless of whether he cared or not. It is said to be able to handle an entire war front. Killing it like this, how are we supposed to face that demon general? Not to mention you've already lost 20% of your power. The more he spoke, the more indignant and unbelieving he became. Why did you do that? Did you get caught up in playing a family game with that child named Eugene? Idia turned his head to look at him, growling, Elias. His finger pressed against the man's talkative mouth, making Elias stutter. Lord Idia, your actions are out of line. With one hand, he grabbed the man's head as if he were an ant and posed a question. If the children of the Folivia house were wiped out on the spot, do you think things would have gone according to plan? Elias dared not argue at this point. He could only hold his throbbing mouth with one hand and listen to his lecture. You are trembling just because of the absence of a rotten corpse. Do you think you can withstand Forivia's wrath? From the very beginning, if the mages hadn't foolishly resurrected the king on their own, would this have happened? What gives you the confidence to speak before me? With eyes full of tears, Elias bowed his head and begged, "Disciple of the great prophet, please accept my sincere apology for my rudeness. Though I know it's unlikely, I wonder if you have forgotten our important goal." At this, Idea's anger subsided somewhat, and he let go of the man's hair. Elias bowed his head and admitted, "It was my foolish doubt that led to that rudeness and disrespect. I will gratefully accept any punishment." At this moment, he finally gave a satisfied smile. The other man still tried to explain, but in fact, we were not the ones who resurrected the king of the abyss. According to the current situation, we barely managed to complete the ritual on time. So an early resurrection was impossible. Idea leaned down slightly, his deep voice echoing, "The actions of you mages are always like this." Kneeling on the ground, the man repented, "I have nothing to say." At that moment, he affirmed, "However, the plan is not hindered. From the start, I expected nothing from you." Idea's face became dangerous as he declared, "The head of the Hindle Falivia clan, I will personally bring death to him." When the man heard these words, there was a hint of glee on his face. The fall of Falivia will proceed as planned. On the night foretold by the abyss, Falivia will be engulfed in a sea of flames. One day, when the sky was clear, Eugene continued to practice with his one string of magic. He closed his eyes tightly, sensing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up in the air. Eugene drew a beautiful sword stroke, causing someone to exclaim, "Falivia style, 4-string cut." He wiped the sweat from his face, stopped, and asked, "What about it, teacher?" "It's different from the method you taught, but I was able to use magic." At this, the boy still asked innocently, "Was it because it was a life or death moment?" "Your teachings suddenly came to my mind, and I immediately improvised based on them." Saying this, his eyes sparkled as he asked, "How was it?" "My magic is NDT0, right?" With veins popping on her panicked face, Easton honestly replied, "I don't know what this is anymore." "It's terrifying." Hearing Easton's words, Eugene looked bewildered and then asked confusedly, "So this really can't be called magic?" She was so flustered she stuttered, momentarily unsure how to explain. "No, that's not what I meant. I was just surprised." At that moment, Easton thought to herself, "It's impressive that he thought of using magic by cutting his own string." But this concept actually appeared in the ancient mythical era. She then recounted, "It's known as the magic swordsmanship Dizio. However, it can be said that almost no one can use it in actual combat. That's because..." At this point, Eugene, not hiding the sadness on his face, continued for her, "As soon as the string is cut, I lose control, and it becomes too difficult to use if things get even a little bit complicated." She comforted him, "At least you were able to use it." Then she explained further, "Dizio is chaos because it is inherently uncontrollable. In other words, it's like smashing a clay pot to form what you want. It's an incredibly difficult method to initiate magic." As soon as she finished, Easton excitedly grabbed his shoulders and shook him relentlessly while asking, "How on earth did you do it?" Eugene's eyes widened as he stammered, "Teacher, I'm dizzy." A moment later, she calmed down and called out, "Eugene." Her expression then turned thoughtful as she admitted it was her fault. "I got too excited for a moment. I'll try to be a bit calmer." After a pause, she commented again, "It's truly wonderful and amazing that you succeeded in using Dizio. But reaching the level of a mage with it will be very difficult." Before his expectant eyes, Easton began to explain, "It leans too much towards raw energy and is very hard to control, making it unsuitable for the complex and subtle requirements of modern magic. In fact, no one at the Magic Academy can teach Dizio." Sitting in front of Easton, he retorted, "Really? I thought I had found a good way." At this, she also acknowledged, "Of course. Dizio is indeed a formidable weapon. Especially because having few strings means creating smaller waves, and thus the magic is limited in scale. Using Dizio with one string achieves nearly 100% energy conversion. It will certainly be of great help to you, Eugene. However, regarding the condition mentioned by the deputy clan head, within 1 month, to meet the admission requirements of the Magic Academy. At this point, Easton confirmed one thing: using Dizio to meet those conditions is impossible. He hesitated again, wanting to ask, so? Her eyes lit up as she instructed, therefore, since you must meet the conditions to become a mage, even by practicing every single day, we will have to put Dizio aside and return to the traditional method. Eugene couldn't hold back at this point. He let tears stream down his face but still replied, yes. While explaining to Eugene, Easton used magic to demonstrate. Dizio is a fundamental method that involves cutting the string to compensate for what is lacking, making it powerful but difficult to control. The traditional method, in contrast, may be less powerful but is incredibly stable. At that moment, she presented a diamond-shaped light in front of him and continued her lecture. That method is to bend the string. Bending a string more than 90 degrees will break the connection, allowing each part to be used as separate strings. One angle creates 2 strings. A triangle creates 3 strings. And a square results in 4 strings. As she spoke of these things, her face became serious. And this is precisely the cruelty of magic for a mage with only 1 string. Eugene also listened very attentively, trying to remember every single word. She had previously mentioned that for a string's vibration to become magic, it needs at least 4 strings to create harmony. Therefore, with 4 innate strings, one can use magic with ease. And even with just 2 strings, you can perform magic by creating an angle. But you, Eugene, need to form a square just to use magic. This is a great injustice. At this point, she even gave an example. Many mages don't even achieve a triangle in their entire lives, let alone a square. Even in the history of the Magic Academy, it's rare for a student to complete a square. However, Eugene, because you were born with 1 string, you must achieve a square just to start learning magic. The starting path for a single string is that much different. Saying this, Easton faced reality and admitted, that's why I said becoming a mage was basically impossible for you. But it seems I was wrong. After hearing this, Eugene also appeared flustered and chuckled. The melodious sound of her voice still echoed in his ear. Although it may not follow the usual rules, you succeeded in activating Dizio and using magic on your own. I underestimated your talent, Eugene. At this moment, Easton held his hand and promised, if it's you, you can definitely achieve the square in the remaining time. I will teach you everything I know. The boy smiled brightly and opened his mouth, thank you, teacher. Suddenly, a flash of light emanated from his fist. Eugene admitted, but I missed the right moment to say this. The truth is. He cheerfully held out a square in front of her and said, I've already achieved a square. To her surprise, he explained, Dizio gave me the feeling for it, and after I recalled that feeling and tried, it worked. So now I can learn magic, right? Easton was so shocked she froze, her eyes wide open, forgetting to react. The boy spoke up, calling, Teacher? She suddenly screamed, extremely excited. The next second, she grabbed his small hand and acknowledged, of course. You can learn magic, Eugene. You are truly a child blessed by the love of Lord Felon. That day, he returned home very happy. He sat with his chin in his hands, thinking and smiling to himself, his mouth constantly murmuring the 2 words, magic. Taya, who had appeared by his side at some point, called out loudly, startling him. Young master. When Eugene looked towards him, he immediately asked, What are you contemplating, sir? Grinning from ear to ear all day, not paying attention to others. The boy stammered, Sorry, but you. Eugene's eyes were wide as he looked at Jean and praised, Good heavens, Jean, I can hardly recognize you. You look great all dressed up. The little girl politely greeted, Hello, young master. At this point, he looked towards Taya suspiciously. But these clothes, don't tell me. Before he could voice his suspicion, Taya confirmed, "That's right. You guessed correctly. It seems this child is particularly intelligent for her age, so the clan head decided to take her on as a servant. A significant achievement at 5 years old." Looking at Taya then squatting down next to Jean, Eugene felt very happy about this news. "Really? That's wonderful." The little girl smiled brightly and said, "It's all thanks to you, young master." Now, the little girl happily reported the news, "The villagers you saved are also recovering well." This came as a bit of a surprise to him. Eugene suddenly remembered what Rob had once said. The village will be destroyed, and the people will be exiled or sentenced to forced labor. If you see no problem with that, you can tell the adults. Now, he worriedly asked, "So those villagers?" Taya, with his hands behind his back, answered, "The villagers have been sentenced to forced labor. When they are healthy again, they will work at Bill's farm." This stunned Eugene. "What? Forced labor?" He winked playfully and explained, "Although forced labor sounds scary, this punishment is actually very lenient. Farm work is hard, but it's 100 times better than slash and burn farming. And the kind Bill has promised to help them adapt to the farm work." Hearing this, he felt more at ease. Taya continued, "And obviously, with the stories of the young master's bravery spreading throughout the town, the elders also seem to intend to show their gratitude." The boy joyfully exclaimed, "Oh my God! With all these great things happening, I'll remember this day for the rest of my life." Jean also chimed in, "Me too." But while the two were happily chatting back and forth, Taya's expression was not good. He suddenly spoke up, "Young master. I don't want to bring this up while you're happy, but there's one more thing." He looked back and asked, "What is it?" He then announced briefly, "The deputy clan head wants to see you today." At this, the smile on his lips vanished instantly. Thinking of his brother's cold voice sent shivers down his spine. "Eugene, your impulsiveness in hunting the demon will be discussed after the clan council meeting ends." Now, his face was covered in sweat as he confirmed again, "My brother wants to talk?" In a very dark corridor, Eugene timidly walked behind his brother. Suddenly, his brother turned his head, startling Eugene. Hindle Olivia looked at him with sharp eyes and began, "I thought you were fine, but you flinched. This can happen if you lack Zero. We can talk later, you should rest more." The boy quickly explained, "It's not that." Eugene spoke hesitantly, his eyes still not daring to look directly at him. "It's just the thought of being scolded." Hindle was slightly surprised and asked back, "Scolded?" He coldly affirmed, "Of course, I can't simply overlook such a reckless act." Hindle's voice trembled with a very sincere attitude, "I'm sorry. I was prepared for it." But Hindle commented, "But your brave actions are certainly an example for the clan." The boy happily asked back, "Really?" A spark of joy had just been ignited in his heart when Hindle ruthlessly extinguished it. "If you weren't only 13 years old." Eugene then immediately admitted his fault, "I'm very sorry." At this, his brother's voice rang out evenly, "Despite your young age, you showed courage and responsibility like a Olivia." The boy happily replied, "Thank you, brother." Right after that, he pointed out in a stern tone, "However, a 13-year-old facing a worshipper of the abyss is not brave, but reckless." The boy opened his mouth again, "I'm sorry." Eugene tried to suppress the fear in his heart, his eyes welling with tears as he said, "I'm sorry. But brother, I'm not sure if you're praising me or scolding me." His face darkened as he questioned, "You're not sure?" His brother's deep voice made Eugene tremble and exclaim, "I think I understand." After a moment of silence, Hindle suddenly spoke, "I'm not sure either." The boy looked at him with wide, round eyes, listening to every word he said next. "I want to scold you, but I realize you've learned something important from that experience. And I'm very proud and impressed. But I can't just praise you and let this go, for fear you'll take it lightly." But then his voice softened as he embraced the boy and requested, "So promise me you won't do it again, and I'll consider forgiving you." Eugene was moved and exclaimed, "Brother." He smiled brightly, linking pinkies with his brother as he promised, "Yes, I promise not to cause any more worry." The corner of Hindel's lips curled up slightly as he acknowledged, "Good." At this moment, his hand touched a door as if preparing to open it, saying, "Then it's my turn to fulfill my promise." The boy asked blankly, "Promise? What promise?" He asked back, "Have you forgotten?" The door slowly opened, and a blinding light shone directly into Eugene's face. At the same time, his brother explained, "If you meet the standard to become a mage, I promise to support you in every way possible." Instantly, before his eyes was something very bright, very beautiful, causing him to involuntarily cry out. Looking up at the glowing object, Eugene asked, "What is that?" Hindle explained, "You should know, they say that Lord Felon, while conquering the abyss and creating life, shed tears twice. This is precisely one of Lord Felon's tears." Looking at his brother, he could hardly believe it and confirmed again, "Really?" Eugene naively expressed his opinion, "I thought that was just a legend." With his arms crossed, he replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, there's no way to know for sure whether the legend is true or not." While he was still talking, Eugene tried to reach out and touch the object. But there's no doubt that this thing possesses immense power, worthy of such a grand name. The boy also had to admit, "It's very beautiful." Eugene's eyes were fixed on the light, not letting go, feeling in his heart that it was somehow nostalgic and familiar. Maybe it's because it really is a tear of the Lord Felon. Then Hindle spoke up again, "Glad you like it. This tear of Felon, especially for a mage with few strings like you, is an extremely useful item. It's predicted to enhance all magic, from amplification to recovery. There's nothing better than this, which is called the Lord of Magic." Hearing this, his voice trembled as he guessed, "Yes, you're surely not saying all this because—" But before he could finish his sentence, his brother confirmed, "Exactly. The item I'm giving you will be the tear of Felon." Eugene was so excited he shouted, "Really? They call this gem the tear of Felon, though whether it is truly the tear of the god Felon remains unknown. But just as the legend tells of Felon shedding tears to repel the abyss, the fact is that this gem became the barrier separating horizon from the abyss. Of course, worn down by the flow of millennia, it has lost the mythical power that once protected the West with its mere existence. And that task has since fallen to us, the Folivia clan." Hindle's later words made his hair stand on end. However, it still has enough power to protect the capital, acting as a guardian stone. "What am I to do if you give me the guardian stone that is still performing its duty?" Hearing this, Eugene yelled in his brother's face, questioning, "Are you out of your mind? Even if I'm your own brother, you can't be so careless as to give away something like that." He calmly explained, "What I mean is—" Hindle paused mid-sentence, scratching his head in some confusion. "Of course, I don't intend to give you the whole thing. Even if I did, how would you carry something so big? What I will give you will be much smaller." Eugene suddenly understood. "Ah, of course, I misunderstood." At that moment, a small box appeared in Hindle's hand. "What I will give you is this. It's an item created by the most skilled craftsman using the tear of Felon. When I heard from your teacher that you only have a single string, this was the first thing that came to my mind. As I said before, the tear of Felon enhances all types of magic, so there is no item in this world more suitable for your case." He didn't dare to reach out and take it. The boy asked again, Am I allowed to receive this?" "To be frank, I'm not yet a mage." Hindle smiled encouragingly, "Consider it an advance gift, because I believe you will achieve it in the remaining time." Moved, the boy didn't know what to say and just called out, "Brother." Taking the box from his brother's hand, he smiled and said, "Thank you." At that moment, he also promised, "I will definitely become a mage and live up to your expectations." On a beautiful day, a glass of water was brought out under the hot sun. The water in the glass was very full. Eugene struggled with that glass of water for a long time to be able to freeze it. But looking at the shape in front of him, he was extremely bewildered. What kind of shape is this? Meanwhile, Easton was very pleased and clapped her hands. You finally succeeded in freezing it. The boy was sweating profusely. Yes. But I'm not sure if this can be called a success or not. It's hard to create ice without water, and it doesn't really have the shape I wanted. Looking at what he had created, she remarked, it's always like that at the beginning. Besides, this shape is due to the influence of the tear of felon. It will amplify the vibration of the strings. You'll get used to it. Anyway, receiving the tear of felon as a magic initiation gift. Even princes would find it hard to get such a luxurious introductory gift. Then she priced it. With a size like that, it's probably worth at least 2 castles. That's Olivia for you. The boy's eyes widened as he asked back, this tiny thing is worth 2 castles. But she asserted, tiny? What are you talking about? It's not easy to find a pure stone of this size. The boy was so surprised he exclaimed, good heavens, my family is much richer than I thought. Easton smiled gently and guessed, you must have been very shocked, not knowing how precious it was. Right? Well, it's understandable. After all, it is the most precious gem in the world. The boy smiled and replied, yes. At that moment, he heard someone say, the most precious gem in the world is buried deep inside the castle, piled up like a mountain. Then she pointed and suggested, now, let's get back to discussing magic. That should be enough. Her hand moved over the block of ice as she posed a question. Eugene, you may be disappointed with the shape you created, but your magic has truly succeeded. Wonderful. The essence of ice magic is not ice, but coldness. Using the surrounding water is nothing to be ashamed of. That's what mages do at the elementary level. Since you cannot create negative energy, you need to manipulate the surrounding environment with your magic to create a sub-zero space. Therefore, at the elementary level, only those who can control their surroundings can truly succeed in ice magic. That is why the academic world values those who have mastered ice magic, advancing from the basics of magic. As soon as she finished her sentence, she amazed him by creating an ice rose in her hand, and they are willingly called mages. She gave him that rose as a word of congratulations. Congratulations on officially becoming a mage, Eugene. Now, holding a piece of paper in her hand, she observed, only 2 days left. It must be said that for someone so confident in their bet, the time is quite tight. But through this time, only we know. Images from the past replayed in her mind. When Easton discovered he only had 1 string, she had said, I'm sorry, Eugene. 1 string means you can't become a mage. Then came the look of determination in his eyes to become a mage. After all, I have a month. Even if I'm discouraged by having only 1 string, I want something I won't regret. After all they had been through, she acknowledged, so much has happened, and so many impossible things you have overcome. You may think you were simply taught by me, but in the past month, Eugene, I have also learned a lot from you. I hope these days will continue, even at the Magic Academy. Saying this, Easton handed him a file. Here, take it. This is the letter of recommendation and the certificate I promised. He took it with both hands, his eyes also starting to well up with tears. Eugene, I'm sure you will do well in the entrance exam. Teacher. Overcome with emotion, the boy rushed forward to hug her and thank her. Thank you so much. Patting his head, she comforted him, don't cry. Suddenly, Easton gave a mischievous smile. The real beginning of magic has only just started, from now on. Back at his home, Idea opened the letter of recommendation to look at it, exclaiming, it's incredible that you became a mage in just 1 month, especially with the disadvantage of having only 1 string. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe it, even if I saw it with my own eyes. Eugene smiled shyly. Don't praise me so much. At this moment, his eyes lit up with anticipation. I'm finally at the same starting point as everyone else. The real start is from now on. He smiled with satisfaction, praising, as always, you are very mature. Suddenly, the boy remembered what his teacher had taught him. Magic is a study that has a beginning but never an end. From a future student to a graduate, keep striving. At that, he suddenly declared, "No, I'm serious." "But uncle, are you really going back to the capital?" Idea confirmed, "Yes, that's right. I received news from the capital that my patients are piling up, so I have to go back sooner. Even so, I was lucky to see you become a mage before I left." Hearing that, his face showed a hint of sadness as he replied with a single sound, "Yes." Taking a sip of his hot drink, he asked cheerfully, "Why the long face? Are you sad that I'm leaving?" Unexpectedly, the boy shook his head vigorously, startling him so much that he spat out the water he had just drunk. "No." Idea explained awkwardly, "I thought so. You're not a 7-year-old child anymore, and you're too old to miss me." Suddenly, the boy said, "I will go to the end on my own." He explained with a smile, "I will go to the Magic Academy and to the capital, so we can meet there anytime." His uncle's expression at that time, I really couldn't tell if he was happy or sad. That would truly be like a dream come true. Eugene asserted that it wasn't a dream. While they were talking, Taea suddenly burst in and called out loudly, "Young master." He sat up slightly, questioning, "What is it? What is happening?" Taea replied with a sentence that had no head or tail, "It's a disaster. The Countess is on her way back here." This made Eugene's eyes widen in surprise. "What?" Then his expression turned joyful as he confirmed again, "Really? Mother is coming back?" Hearing this name, Idia's face darkened. "Scatty is." Eugene suddenly wondered. Mother definitely said, "If you're better, you should crawl over here." What else could it be about? This made his uncle ask again in surprise, "What?" Taea answered, "I'm not sure. It might just be one of her whims." Eugene naively raised a question, "But why do you look so scared? As if a demon has possessed you." He commented sincerely, "Because the Countess is scarier than any demon." At the same time, Idia's eyebrows knitted together tightly. The scene changes to a place where humans were hung on racks. Someone's voice rang out, "What a surprise. I never thought you would be the one to call us together." The dark wizard, sitting comfortably, questioned, "The fall of Folivia, isn't that what you wanted to achieve with your own hands? Have you changed your mind?" At that moment, Idia replied with certainty, "I haven't changed my mind. It's just that the circumstances have changed." Odi continued speaking for his uncle, "The circumstances started to change the moment you killed the king. Do you realize the immense effort it took to sacrifice thousands of people without Folivia noticing?" A cold Idia smirked, "A king who is nothing more than a rotting corpse that has existed for thousands of years. Such trivial things are not even worth my explanation." He was provoked by these words, "Trivial things?" The fact that you killed the king was also witnessed by the prophet. Suddenly, the dark wizard's human cushion spoke up loudly, "That's enough." Odi also took the opportunity to scold, "You disrespectful thing." His uncle then announced, "Scatty has returned." This caused everyone present, one by one, to be stunned. "What? Scatty?" Odi couldn't hide his surprise and stammered, "Is she here?" But the last time that woman was seen was in the southern islands. "How did she?" The wizard Idia answered, "I don't know. Perhaps she crossed the sea." "I'm not very surprised. The problem is that Scatty is on her way. If we want to resolve everything before the prophesied date, we can't just idly wait and let Scatty come and go as she pleases." Hearing this, the dark wizard spoke up to confirm, "So that's why you gathered us. Are you planning to assassinate Scatty now? If so, I welcome this opportunity. After all, I want to kill another great hero." Idia coldly replied, "Sorry, but you're wrong. I have no intention of making a foolish gamble that could get 2 or 3 people killed just to kill one. We will avoid Scatty and launch a surprise attack to destroy the Tear of Felon. That is all you need to know." Idia affirmed that everything else had been prepared according to the plan. All that was left was the execution. Odi spoke up to confirm, "Does that mean the appointed day has finally come?" The dark wizard also chimed in enthusiastically, So when will we proceed? His uncle's face became sinister as he replied, tomorrow night. Yes, at this moment, Eugene's expression was very bad. War. Taea and Jean were now carrying all sorts of things, their arms full, looking extremely urgent. Put the fragile items in the weapon display storage. To the training grounds. Yes. He stood there observing his surroundings. I understand. War has broken out. While he stood there dazed, the servants were shouting at each other, quick, clear that first. This one. Understood. The young master Eugene spoke up again, Taea, what's going on? Why is everyone so frantic? Are they being invaded by monsters or something? His face was ashen as he didn't answer, instead asking back, do you really need to ask? Thinking of that image, Taea affirmed, it's worse than monsters. The Countess is coming. You remember, right? He was surprised, really? It's all because of Mother? Although Mother is a bit over the top, isn't this an overreaction? Taea squinted and confirmed again, a bit? He hesitated a little, a lot. Taea squinted and reminded him, but is that why you came here? To ask me about that? You're delaying a busy person. Eugene naively affirmed, that's right. I came to ask this. Remembering earlier, he had gone to find his uncle alone. When he arrived, he found the room empty. Where did Uncle Idia go? His room was empty when I checked. That's what Taea recounted. And he wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. He was exiled, so there was no time to say goodbye. These words made his eyes widen as he wondered, exiled? Taea quickly covered his mouth, no, I mean, it was just a slip of the tongue. In his mind, Eugene seemed to understand. Uncle didn't come back because of a pile of patients, but because he was exiled. At the same time, on Hindle's side, he was busy with a pile of documents on his desk when he was drawn by a knock on the door. Come in. Seeing Eugene enter, he spoke faintly, urging, Eugene. I don't know what you want to say, but can you make it brief? As you can see, because of Mother, everything is piling up as if we're preparing for war. He opened his mouth to question his brother, is it true that Uncle Idia was exiled? The reply was his brother's faint tone, let's switch places. Does this mean anything? Eugene became angry and shouted, if it weren't for Uncle, who knows what would have happened to everyone there. He was determined to chase after his brother and question him to the end. Uncle clearly made a significant contribution, so why was he exiled? Where is the justice in such an unreasonable punishment? Hindle stood leaning against a bookshelf, looking extremely troubled. I don't know where you heard it from, but there are two things. First, Idia Folivia's punishment was decided by the family council. The decision was unanimous, made by the family elders and key vassals. It cannot be ignored, not even by the head of the family. Before his brother could finish, Eugene eagerly urged, so what exactly was discussed in the meeting? What was said to justify punishing him instead of rewarding him? He stopped him by holding up two fingers in front of him. Second, he continued. Because Idia Folivia. Speaking of this, he remembered the former patriarch, Eldos Folivia, who had once questioned, so naturally, when your brother died, you fled to the capital like a deserter. I thought you had given up swordsmanship as well. Returning to reality, he continued to affirm, leaving the family amidst the chaos of grandfather's funeral. So what he said back then, there was no punishment for his desertion at that time. So when Idia Folivia's name came up again in the council, they couldn't ignore the crime of abandoning the family. Eugene still felt it was unfair and immediately retorted, so his achievements were ignored, and he was punished for something buried in the past? Punished merely for running away? He glanced slightly towards him. He started to advise, don't be ridiculous. I've taught you countless times why we bear the title of nobility. It's because we have a duty to protect. Abandoning that duty is not a trivial matter like running away. He bowed his head with a defiant attitude, I know, but... At this point, he truly exploded, shouting loudly, but what benefit did being born a Folivia ever bring him? He began to recall the scoldings Idia had to endure since childhood. Always in the shadow of his father. What a disappointment. A disgrace to our family. If only you were half of Adele. If only it had been you instead of Adele that day. If only your arm had been cut off. Thinking about these things, he couldn't help but be filled with tears. He never had a life of his own. People looked down on him for not being like his father. They mocked and bullied him. But now that he acted bravely to save people, they punish him. Everything Eugene said was not wrong. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. At this time, Eugene continued to affirm, and the reason for the punishment is because 5 years ago, he couldn't bear their torment and left. Seeing this, his brother became even more troubled. I used to be proud to be a Folivia. But this is not the Folivia I was proud of. If this is truly the will of the elders of Folivia, then let me attend the next family council. I will tell the elders myself. Unexpectedly, Hild held up a third finger in front of him. Third. Our grandfather, the former family head Eldos Folivia, was killed by Idia Folivia. These words from his brother made him freeze. He exclaimed, "What?" Hindle said with a grim face, "Only 3 people know this truth. Me, as the current head, and the witnesses, mother and father. Just the 3 of us. There's nothing good in knowing, I didn't want to tell you. But I was foolish. If you don't know the truth, you won't be able to let go of our uncle, who you are closer to than your own father." Eugene truly couldn't accept this truth. That can't be. At this moment, his brother's even voice sounded in his ear, "Idia Folivia is not as perfect as you think. Of course, even so, I don't believe he is a devil. I believe it was a mistake. A momentary mistake in an extreme situation." And as the battle unfolded, the cries of people for help rang out, "Help me." According to Hindle's account, but regardless of the purpose, Idia Folivia crossed a line from which there was no return. He himself admitted at that time, this is the second time a Folivia has raised a sword against his own comrade. Such an act cannot be forgiven. At the same time, dark monsters invaded again. The soldiers, though scared, had to go to the front lines to face them. At this time, they were informed, "All soldiers, defend the fortress. This is a full-scale monster invasion. Light the signal fires." Even with the truth laid out before him, Eugene still couldn't accept it and asserted, "Lies. You're lying, right? How could something like that happen?" At this point, Hindle coldly continued, "The only witnesses, father and mother, decided to turn a blind eye. Father, who always felt guilty towards him, let him escape and covered it up as an accident during a drunken stupor. It wasn't the wisest choice, as the truth could lead to serious consequences later. But you will come to understand father's feelings. Impossible." He was exhausted by this overwhelming information, so shocking he stammered in panic, "Impossible." Suddenly, he rushed out of the room, making his brother call out in worry, "Eugene. Where are you going?" He answered while running, "I'm going to ask Uncle himself. I won't believe it until I hear it from him." At that moment, he rushed past Julia without saying a word to her, ignoring his brother behind him constantly calling, "Wait, Eugene." Hindle wanted to chase after his brother but was stopped by her. "Where do you think you're going at this hour? Take care of the family. Now is not the time for that." Right after that, Julia announced, "There's a fire signal from the Western Front." He was startled and confirmed, "What details?" 4. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she struggled to speak, read. 4. A large-scale invasion by monsters. He became frantic, his facial muscles unable to hide the tension. Meanwhile, Eugene ran straight out of the house. Looking at the sky and the ground, he thought, it hasn't been long since Uncle left. He must be staying overnight in the village below. If I go through this forest, I can catch up to him. But as he ran through the forest, the monsters in front of him made him stop. Facing the monsters before him, for a moment, he could only stare wide-eyed, forgetting to react. Elias was also very surprised to see him here. The youngest son of the Folivia house. How? At this moment, Eugene also trembled with wonder. You worshipper of the abyss, how are you? Suddenly he realized, this is inside the Folivia mansion. Moreover, at this time, Eugene exclaimed in shock, the assembly bell and the red signal fire. Just then, the man concluded, it's time. Elias put a hand on his head, looking very annoyed. I know, damn it. This troublesome brat always shows up at the worst possible time, making everything complicated. Although very scared, Eugene also began to reach for his weapon. Maybe the bell is because there are too many of you. I have to create an opening and escape. It was at this moment that he realized a truth and exclaimed, my sword. In a panic, he thought, that's right, I didn't bring my sword with me. Eugene pretended to be clueless, scratching his head and saying, I'll be leaving. Unexpectedly, the man said again, I don't want to harm you because Idia is very fond of you. But now that things have come to this, there's no other choice. As soon as Elias finished his sentence, the demon army surrounded him. Kill him. Eugene asked in confusion, why? Did my uncle's name just come out of your mouth? Finally, at that moment, Hindle was riding towards them on his horse. His face looked incredibly resentful, you bastards. Odi, with his horrific head, exclaimed, it is truly astonishing. The signal fire has been lit, and 1,000 elite soldiers have set out, all within an hour. Even the Empire's Golden Legion lacks such discipline. Idia then spoke up, comparing them to a mere ceremonial parade is unfair. Hearing this, he seemed to disagree slightly, but that excellence will become a poison to them. This time, Idia smiled and revealed, all forces directly under the command of the family head have left the castle. Now the only remaining nuisance is the family council's private soldiers. I will handle them. It's been a long time since I paid my respects. Everyone, proceed as planned. Odi seemed to gradually understand. So, this is the moment for sweet revenge. He asked, how does it feel? His uncle replied nonchalantly, normal. Nothing special. Back to Eugene's side, he was closing his eyes to recover his strength. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open. He used the Folivia anti-armor technique. Next, he twisted his wrist. Thanks to this, he easily took down each man. Next was the Folivia style, 4-string cut, combined with the magic sword Dizio's fire blade attack. At this moment, Eugene gritted his teeth and exclaimed, you worshipper of the abyss. The man in the shawl was sweating profusely. This is the youngest of the Folivia family, the one who was bedridden with illness until recently. Elias chuckled, Dizio, really? How interesting. The swordsmanship of Folivia is truly exquisite. Combined with the talent for seeing strings, it really has everything from the syrup. The young master Eugene was extremely resentful, you snake-eyed bastard. Why did my uncle's name come from your mouth? Hearing this, the man became even more amused, so that's what you're most curious about. The man in the shawl interrupted impatiently, enough with the chit-chat. The others have already started the invasion. We can't waste any more time. But the man waved him off, no, he is mine. You lead the rest. I will not follow you. The man in the shawl was about to say something, what? But Elias turned to look at him with a murderous gaze. I said I will handle it. Seeing this, the man could only remain silent in resignation and then quietly left. Understood. Don't be late. This left Eugene in a state of anxiety. Wait, where are you going? Elias was extremely pleased. You shouldn't be distracted in front of us villains. As he finished speaking, he launched a fatal blow towards him. His face gradually turned pale. He broke into a sweat, thinking, is the sword controlled by magic? Since it's in physical form, cutting the strings is meaningless. A direct hit could break my sword. It's quite troublesome for a swordsman. They were very well prepared. Finally, Eugene realized, you worshipper of the abyss. What are you doing here? The man flew into the air, laughing playfully, only asking now? But, worshipper of the abyss is not entirely wrong. But I prefer another name. By the great prophet and his apostles, on his behalf, we have been reborn as the eternal mechanism. Hearing this, Eugene's eyebrows knitted together. Eternal mechanism? Elias explained, indeed, the life given by Felon is limited. But the abyss is eternal, from the beginning to the future. That's why we are called the eternal mechanism. And Folivia will be the first gift that the apostle, Lord Idia, offers to the abyss. Hearing this additional information, his face became even more dazed. What? His teeth clenched together. Really? He ran forward while shouting, nonsense. But Elias remained calm. If you don't believe it, then why did you ask? After saying that, he launched an amused attack. Eugene managed to block it in time. He was also burning with fighting spirit. Suddenly, Elias put a hand to his mouth as if giving a signal, looking extremely sinister. Then, with a flick of his hand, he sent Eugene flying. He even spat out syrup in surprise. A rock? Then he had no choice but to endure the attack, rolling several times. Elias stood with his hands on his hips, full of pride. You charged in recklessly, shouting, just to believe such an obvious deception? You think throwing a rock is all I have? My magic can control hundreds of tons of rock. Therefore, the famous swordsmanship of Folivia that you are so proud of, and even your enchantments, have no effect on me. Of course, unless you have an unbreakable sword and the ability to cut stone. It's no coincidence that I was chosen as the vanguard for the invasion of Folivia. Seeing this, Eugene told himself to calm down. This worshipper of the abyss, his claims are not empty. He is truly strong. My swordsmanship cannot penetrate his magic. Moreover, I have no weapon. But there is still something I can do. Then he remembered Idia again. Uncle. Forget it. He's just trying to shake my resolve with nonsense. At this moment, Elias continued, you don't seem to want to give up. So what will our little young master use to face the villain now? Eugene paid little attention to those words anymore. I completely anticipated this situation. My weapon could break. The weakness of Dizio is that the recoil from the magic directly affects it. No matter how good the sword is, it will eventually break. That concern gave me a strong inspiration from magic. What if it's an ice sword? Even if it breaks, I can always make another one. After thinking, he exclaimed, I have plenty of swords. Elias put on a bewildered face, then burst out laughing a second later. He laughed loudly in mockery, with a mage who can achieve a square with just one string. What a waste of talent. Do you know? The more strings you break, the weaker the power. If you had even 2 strings, you could have formed a true claymore. But with just 1 string, all you can create is a small knife. In fact, this is why a mage's potential is determined by the number of their innate strings. Since you've shown me something interesting, I will show you my full power in return. The maximum number of strings a person can have is 10, and my number of strings is 9. Let me show you the difference in our levels. Fires engulfed the entire village. The 4 captains shouted, where the hell did those bastards come from? Squads 1 and 3, you are responsible for evacuating the civilians. He said loudly, they are exploiting the gap in our forces. This won't end quickly. The soldiers replied, understood, Captain. He said with difficulty, not noticing a monster approaching, damn it. What is the family council doing during this chaos? The captain turned his head to look. The large monster was staring at him. The captain raised his sword and cursed, I thought I would get some rest in my final years. The monster slammed its fist on the floor, sending many people flying. He shouted, go ahead and try, you piece of trash. Suddenly, someone cast a spell. A stream of cold power flew forward before the captain's astonished eyes. The large monster was quickly frozen. He said in confusion, who could create a spell on this scale? Professor Easton shouted loudly, is everyone all right? She panted and said, "My God, what the hell is going on?" The captain exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, you're the young master's teacher. Thank you for your help." He wiped his sweat and explained, "As you can see, we were suddenly attacked by worshippers of the abyss. We are just as confused as you are. Could you lend us more of your help? With a powerful mage like you, it would be a great help." As Easton nervously clutched her hat, she stammered, "Yes, I'll do my best. That's only natural. But fighting is completely foreign to me, except for play fighting with my pet. Fuji is very fierce, but cute." The captain reassured Easton, not noticing that the ice had already fallen off. "Don't worry, we won't put you in danger. Even just supporting us with magic is." The monster suddenly broke through the ice layer. It let out a roar and charged towards the two of them. She screamed in terror, while he cursed, "Damn it, just as I was saying." Suddenly, a ray of light flashed from the sky. A streak of light shot straight into the monster's head and then fell beside the two of them. Both were so shocked their jaws dropped. A red-haired person landed in front of the collapsing monster's body. Julia asked, "Are you all right, Sir Addison?" The captain replied, "Thank you, Julia." Easton let out a cry. She thought she was. From that moment, Easton remembered the scene from that day. Julia roared angrily, "This is just a mere mage. What does she know about the master?" She secretly prayed, "Don't mess things up in the future." Addison said with a laugh, "It's a blessing in disguise that you weren't assigned to the vanguard and stayed behind." Julia spoke up to explain, "That's because the family head entrusted the young master to me." She scratched her head and wondered, it seems he ran outside to find Idia. But where could he have gone? Easton suddenly shouted, "What? Eugene?" She pointed forward and said, "What should we do?" If the boy chased after Idia, he must have gone to the village by that road. As soon as she finished speaking, that spot exploded. As Easton and Julia froze, she stammered, "What?" She gritted her teeth and called out, "Young master." Elias was frantically unleashing his power. Eugene struggled to defend. A light flashed in his eyes. A stream of power was appearing in Eugene's hand. He said, "Come on." The man squinted at Eugene and thought, "Impossible. This young master. He's creating an ice sword with a square and using Dazio, and remaking it every time it breaks. Could such a miracle happen to a human?" Elias looked at the glowing earrings. He sank into thought. And then, the terror fell in. If I leave him alone, he could go on all day long. Elias smiled. He raised his hand and thought to himself, however, despite that, the limit of one string is all too clear. Blue rays of light flew straight towards Eugene. He couldn't dodge in time and was shot straight in the shoulder. Eugene spat out a mouthful of syrup. He thought. An invisible force struck Eugene's back, knocking him flat to the ground. Eugene coughed up blood, his eyes rolling back as he struggled with the pain in his side. Elias stepped forward, glowing strings on his hands. Elias said smugly that having more strings isn't simply about having more power. Strings can also be compared to hands. He raised his hand and said, "So if you have about 9 hands and use 8, you still have 1 hand left to attack from behind." Eugene glared, thinking, "This is..." Elias spread his arms, and countless large stones rushed toward him. The man said excitedly, "I want to play more, but I'm also very busy. So let's end this lesson here." Eugene suddenly realized the talent of a mage. The difference lies in the strings. He thought helplessly, "No way, I can't win." Suddenly, Julia ran over, calling, "Young master." Eugene cried out in confusion, "Julia." A red light flashed from her spear. Julia gritted her teeth. The two streams of power collided, creating a huge explosion. The shockwave made the surrounding trees sway. The smoke cleared, and Julia stood protectively in front of Eugene. She asked, "Are you all right, young master?" He replied with a start, "Yes." Hearing the answer, Julia immediately collapsed to her knees. Eugene shouted worriedly, "Julia, are you okay?" She replied, "Just ignore this minor thing." "But what's the situation here? Who is that mage?" He answered, "I don't know either." Elias spoke up, "It seems we've caught a rather big fish." He cast another spell. Elias laughed and said, "Julia of the magic spear. It's worth my time." Julia growled, "I'll start by tearing that conceited mouth of yours, you worshipper of the abyss." The man laughed lewdly and exclaimed, "Bragging with a broken arm?" Eugene worriedly pondered, "What should I do? Because of me, even Julia. What should I do?" Suddenly, his hand touched something wet. Eugene asked in confusion, "Water?" He suddenly realized. Eugene remembered his master's words, "Use the water around you. There's nothing shameful about it. That's what mages do." He thought to himself, "Yes, water. Only those who can control their surroundings can truly succeed in ice magic." Eugene ran over and said, "Julia, can you buy me some time?" She replied with difficulty, "I'll buy time. You should find a safe place." He declared seriously, "No, I'm not running away. I have an idea so that we can fight back and win." Julia braced herself. Elias laughed and said, "What nonsense are you spouting?" The glowing strings rushed toward the two. Elias roared, "With just one string." Eugene gritted his teeth. An orange light knocked the strings away, creating a huge explosion. The man covered his mouth and asked, "Using Dizio on the ground? Trying to obscure my vision with dust?" Elias exclaimed, "What a foolish trick." Julia charged from behind, but Elias quickly blocked her with a stone. The man laughed and said, "As long as your attacks can't touch me, obscuring my vision is meaningless, right?" She clicked her tongue. Julia was thrown back. The man laughed arrogantly and said loudly, "As expected, even the famous Julia can't penetrate my stone in that state. It's foolish to attack head-on. Thanks to the young master, this one string of his makes my job easier." Julia smirked and reminded him, "Fool, look behind you." The man froze. "Behind?" Eugene closed his eyes. A diamond-shaped glow slowly brightened in his hand. Elias said scornfully, "I thought you were preparing some grand spell." How pathetic. A carefully prepared spell by a one-string mage will obviously only be at that level of threat. Before he could finish, a sword made of water slashed down. The man thought in panic, "When did this happen?" "Kid." Elias was confused. "This kid, for sure." Eugene growled each word, "This is a sword." He slashed down with all his might. Eugene shouted, "One string," while thinking, "Of mine." Going back a few minutes, Eugene yelled, "Julia, I have an idea to help us fight back and win." Julia interrupted, "I won't listen. I have been entrusted by the family head to protect you." Her back was resolute. Julia said, "Whatever you're thinking, your safety is my top priority. While I buy time, please escape." Eugene frowned and asked, "Julia, you think I'll run away alone just because you do that? If you don't want to waste time, just follow my plan." She pursed her lips, looked at him, then Julia prepared her stance and said, "Do as you wish. But you must run if it becomes dangerous." Eugene joyfully exclaimed, "Julia." Elias interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting?" He attacked, shouting, "With just one string." Eugene quickly blocked Elias's magic. The loud explosion made him unsteady. Taking advantage of the smoke, Eugene left and said, "I'm counting on you, Julia." He pondered. Teacher once said that using the environment is also a mage's skill. A stream of light was gradually converging into a crystal shape in Eugene's hand. He thought, "If I lack strings, I will seek help from nature." And if that's still not enough, streams of water were gathering into a sphere. It gradually formed a water sword. Eugene silently made a resolution, then just repeat it until it is enough. He thought as he slashed down, "This is the path I must walk as a mage." Elias was stunned and couldn't dodge in time. He thought in confusion, "How can he, with just one string?" The water sword slashed down, cracking the very ground. The smoke cleared, and the moon appeared. Elias's silhouette was seen coughing up blood amidst the smoke. He thought in bewilderment, this crazy kid, acting as if stacking magic is a normal thing. He just learned magic, and stacking magic is like building a tower on a tower. With each stacked layer, the difficulty increases exponentially. At least ice or stone are solids, making them a bit easier to stack. But even so, how many times did he stack it? The man laughed insanely, his pupils constricting. Elias said excitedly, but that doesn't matter anymore. It was just a surprise. From now on, I won't even give you time to. Before he could finish, a fist slammed straight into his face. Julia clenched her fist and said coldly, "You think I'll give you time? You fool." Then she cried out in pain, making Eugene ask worriedly, "Are you okay? Did you overexert yourself?" Julia touched her bandaged arm and replied, "I'm fine, but at this rate, I'll just be a hindrance in the fight." She turned her head and said, "I will take responsibility for leading the members of the Eternal Mechanism away. So please join the guards first." Julia continued, "When you're there, the enemies who have infiltrated the walls can be pushed back." Eugene let out a confused cry, "Ha!" Julia realized her mistake. Eugene stammered, "Ah, so." He suddenly slapped both his cheeks hard and yelled, "No, what am I smiling about? The capital is in danger." That action confused Julia. Elias suddenly spoke up, "Do you think anything will change if you go?" "It's too late." Julia asked in annoyance, "What?" The man explained, "Even a single one of our apostles is equivalent to an army. And with 3 of us gathered, the fall of Bolivia is unstoppable." On the other side, Idia was calmly walking through a sea of fire as if nothing had happened. His eyes scanned around as he hummed a tune. Idia looked up at the burning castle. Elsewhere, a meeting was taking place, but everyone in the room was terrified. Someone asked, "What's happening?" Suddenly invaded by thousands of monsters. One person said, "This is like a harbinger of the Northern War." An elder slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, "What the hell? It's not a dire situation yet." The person opposite him shouted just as loudly, "But we can't ignore that possibility either." He said with that arrogant start, "I mean, since the esteemed family head has stepped in, I'm sure he will manage it well." Eric frowned, looking at the arguing men. He exclaimed, "Pathetic creatures." Currently in the Folivia family council room. The person sitting there was Eric Folivia, Eugene's grandfather. When Eric intervened, saying, "Calm down, everyone. That's not the most urgent issue." He said, "I need to figure out how to deal with the Abyss worshippers gathering in the castle like flies. Although most of our forces are deployed elsewhere, we can split our forces here." An elder asked back, "What are you talking about? This level of invasion can be easily handled by the guards." They started arguing again. Eric rubbed his forehead and mumbled, "We need unity at times like these." The elder said, "Planning to disperse more troops when we are short on people? What if they attack the council in the meantime? Have you forgotten we are the pillars of Folivia?" The door suddenly opened. They were still arguing. "If we fall, Folivia will end." He glanced over. Idia walked in and said, "Hello, esteemed elders of the Folivia family." Eric asked in astonishment, "Idia? Why are you?" The elders roared, "Idia! You demon, weren't you exiled? Do you take the council's decision lightly? How dare you come here?" He ignored the elders' curses and said, "So it was you, Idia." His uncle smiled and replied, "I see only you could recognize it." But Eric suddenly revealed, "So you sold your soul for revenge?" Idia explained, "It may seem like revenge, but you know, don't you? That I'm not the type for revenge." Idia's eyes turned pitch black. Something like a monster was flying out of his right eye. Idia ripped off his cravat and said, "Like before, I am simply being carried away by fate." Eric replied seriously, "Is that so?" His and the knight's eyes glinted with killing intent. Eric drew his sword and declared, "Now, pay the price for resisting fate." On another side, two figures entered. The Dark Witch said disdainfully, "How boring. I didn't expect the path to the sealing stone to be unguarded." Odi replied, "Falivia has truly worn down over the years." He continued, "Now, perhaps they have forgotten the true meaning of the tear. Felon reduced it to just a symbol of good luck for us." She raised her hand and exclaimed, "But how dull. This place is too dark." A spark of blue fire appeared on the witch's finger. She said, "I need light." The light flared up. Hindle appeared from behind the Dark Witch. "Since when?" His eyes flashed with murderous intent. Hindle asked, "So you also seek light in the darkness?" He growled, preparing to cast a spell. "But you too." The two monsters panicked. She cried out, "Hindle!" Odi asked in fear, "Why? Why are you here?" Hindle shouted and swung his arm. "Do not deserve to see the light." He stared straight ahead, thinking to himself, "My sword is too short." Hindle looked at the two of them slowly recovering. The Dark Witch roared in anger, "I was almost cut in half." "You bastard!" She laughed loudly and said, "Good, good. This is getting less boring." Hindle looked at the sword and said, "This dark energy. I don't know from where, and that black outfit." He affirmed, "The Crusader Hunter, the Dark Witch." "Ha!" She replied with a hideous laugh. "Fortunately, the nobleman here still has eyes to see." The Dark Witch spread her arms and said, "So what now? Are you scared now that you know who I am?" Odi, beside her, cried out, "My head hurts." Hindle raised his sword and said, "I have heard much about your evil deeds." Mana exploded with his killing intent. Hindle declared, "I assure you, you will pay the price." Eugene ran, thinking, "The three apostles have acted. The seal has been broken, and the age of the abyss will begin again. What they're after is the tear of Felon. I must stop them by any means possible." Easton suddenly saw Eugene running behind her. She wondered, "Eugene?" Over there, Hindle was slowly advancing, full of killing intent. Odi called out in fear, "Hindle!" He asked, "How are you here? Weren't you commanding the troops in battle?" Hindle replied coldly, "I've known you scum have been plotting for a while. Surely you didn't think you could break Falivia's defenses with just a few thousand monsters? You were obviously targeting the castle while our forces were spread out." Odi swore, "Damn it. The troop deployment was a feint?" He remembered Elias and said, "What did Elias do? Couldn't even buy us some time? We should have revived the king to stop this from the beginning." The Dark Witch gripped her sword hilt and asked, "So what? Thanks to that, you appeared here alone, right?" He replied, "That's." The two monsters immediately took a fighting stance. Odi replied, "Right." Hindle instantly charged. His sword and hers clashed, creating a piercing sound. Hindle's slashes were all blocked by the witch. She laughed while roaring, "Didn't you say you'd make me pay for my sins?" Hindle gritted his teeth tightly. She continued, "This isn't enough to take me down." The two fought fiercely. Odi mumbled while casting a spell, "Array, Q." "You foolish creature." Hindle jerked his head back. Beams of light had enveloped him. He thought to himself, "Space point, cut space." Odi twisted his wrist and shouted, "Break the fracture point." The light enveloped Hindle. He said, "This will end quickly." Falivia's arrogance. Odi was startled when he saw an orange light flash from his dark magic. Odi exclaimed in shock, "What?" Hindle sliced through his spell formation and quickly rushed towards Odi. He thought, "Spell cutting. This is absurd." Odi sank into thought. Find the strings compressed into a four-dimensional cube and cut them in the gap of the spatial void. That is a magic meant to counter the eyes of Falivia. Hindle growled angrily, "You are using magic that should not be allowed to exist." Odi thought while preparing to cast a spell, "Does this mean the eyes of the Falivia family head are on another level?" Then there's no chance of winning against him. I must at least stall for time. Thinking this, he placed his hand on the ground. The ground cracked open, and slabs of rock shot up. Hindle frowned, his pupils glowing. Cuts appeared on the rock slabs. They quickly shattered into neat cubes. Hindle charged through them. At this moment, the dark witch suddenly appeared from behind, swinging her sword. She shouted, "What are you two doing alone?" Hindle turned back, thinking, if this continues, it will never end. Her sword struck his shoulder. Blood spurted from the wound and his mouth. Hindle thought, good. Cut her. The dark witch's arm was also severed. Odi, from behind, continued chanting. He realized what was next. She laughed and said, "Give the flesh and leave the bone. I'm growing more and more fond of you, my prince." The dark witch kneed him in the stomach. She continued, "But we can't afford a long fight." Hindle's eyes rolled back in pain. Blood spurted from his mouth again. She thought, this is a 2-on-1, sweetheart. At that moment, a fireball converged in Odie's hand. He said, "I won't make that mistake a second time." The flame shot out. Odi declared, "Without any tricks, I will destroy you with absolute power." Hindle thought, to imagine that a group of abyss worshippers with such power exists. Not withdrawing the troops was a mistake. So at least. His power exploded in an instant. His eyes glowed orange. Hindle silently resolved, "I will take you two down to hell with me. Even if I die, I will kill you." A bright orange light suddenly flashed. Eugene charged forward and slashed away Odie's magic, surprising Hindle. He asked, "That child is?" He turned his head and called, "Eugene." He said seriously, "I'm here to help, brother." The dark witch spoke with a mocking tone, "How lovely. You came to save your brother, kid?" She held out her hand and continued, "But what can you do alone? Why don't you go with your parents too?" Suddenly, someone interrupted, the third proof of Ni Huri. Easton pointed her wand to the sky and recited loudly, "Eliminate." A white circle appeared, enveloping everyone. She asked in astonishment, "What is this white space?" Hindle called out with difficulty, "Ni Huri." Odi, as if realizing something, shouted in panic, "Wait, stop." The dark witch said, "It seems you know this magic." Easton spoke up, "No one move." She trembled as she declared, "If this magic is completed, everyone here." Easton closed her eyes tightly and said, "We'll die." She said in a daze, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Odi, beside her, yelled, "Don't act rashly." He explained, "It's not nonsense. This is the principle of the universe proven by Neris, Felon's second disciple." Odi said, "When this magic is completed, this space will close, freezing to absolute zero, and disappear without a trace." She exclaimed in shock, "What? I thought." Odi continued, "I thought Easton was just a theory type, but she's dangerously real. I never imagined she would actually succeed in proving it. And what's more, with only 6 strings to replicate the second disciple's magic." He looked at her and thought, what's more dangerous than that thinking is. Easton staggered and said, "I feel so tired." Eugene cried out in alarm, "Teacher." Odi thought to himself, if we're not careful, she'll blow us all away indiscriminately. The dark witch put her hand to her forehead and said, "Things are getting interesting. Annoying things always spoil the fun. So what? You want us to have a more intimate chat?" She screamed in fury, "No way. You think I'll be fooled by those pathetic threats?" Odi mumbled, "This is crazy." The dark witch roared, "If you think you can kill me with something like that, then try it. I'll tear you to pieces before that spell is complete." Easton shed tears of fear. Suddenly, Idia appeared and knocked her unconscious. He spoke in a placating tone, "Don't scream so rudely." With a face full of blood, Idia said, "You'll startle the teacher." Eugene exclaimed happily, "Uncle." Hindle wondered, "Idia?" His smile faltered as he saw Easton collapse. Eugene asked, "But why?" Is the teacher. She fell to the ground with a thud. The dark witch laughed and said, "Perfect timing." Odi sighed in relief. "Are you done with the family council?" The now darkened Idia confidently affirmed, "Of course. Not a single one is left. All taken care of." The words that just left his mouth immediately made Eugene's face darken. "What?" Clenching his fist, he growled in frustration, "Stop saying strange things. Everyone has only been speaking ill of you today. I'm really confused." Eugene tried to force a disbelieving smile. "There must be some misunderstanding, right?" "It must be." Hindle sensed the problem, glared, gritted his teeth, and turned his head. Idia pulled blood from the wound on his neck, stretching it into a sharp metal fragment, and said, "Good." He brought his fingertip straight down. Hindle rushed to shield him. Eugene stepped back, ultimately witnessing his brother bear the burden. The metal shard pierced straight through his chest. He watched Hindle endure the torture, unable to accept the deception. "How did this happen?" The dark witch looked on with a bored expression, judging, "How arrogant. While I'm suffering here, my arm was cut off." But Idia just responded perfunctorily, "You've had a tough time, haven't you?" Behind her, she was suddenly enveloped by a red, dark aura. Two crimson eyes growled, "Come on. That's not what a doctor should say to his patient." The dark witch glanced behind her with extreme foreboding. He charged forward, the metal shard still piercing him, and slashed a horizontal line where she stood. Eugene was so shocked he couldn't speak. The dark witch's eyes widened in shock. This guy. How is he still alive with his heart pierced? Seeing Hindle's crimson pupils, Odi began to tremble slightly. What's with that strange movement? It seems like a bad omen. Yet his uncle showed no fear, calmly saying, "Get out of the way." Creating more weapons from the wound in his side, Idia stated, "This is making full use of Felivia's centrifugal force." He was ready to repay the earlier grudge. In his glasses, Sky Pierce also lit up. An aerial battle with laser deflections commenced. He advanced straight towards his opponent and slashed. A powerful red explosion erupted. Odi had to respect the power from both sides. This is insane. By now, Hindle had completely changed form. In a voice full of doubt, he asked, "He's still alive?" Yet Idia maintained a sinister smile and asserted, "No, he's been dead for a while." And immediately, he slumped to the ground, losing consciousness. His brother suffered death right before his eyes. The terror escalated to its peak, his eyes full of despair. The other stood there, questioning doubtfully. Is he a zombie? No. It must be the power of a madman. They say that Northerners enter a battle state through self-hypnosis. Engulfed by madness, they won't die until the battle is over. And this man is at the peak of that madness. The son of the red monster Scatty, a talented swordsman with the eyes of Felivia and the heart of a berserker. This could have been a disaster. Idia, being of the same lineage, understood well. The real disaster would not be just facing the son, but also the mother. He then wiped his hands on his shirt collar. Hurry up and finish this. The dark witch had something to ask first. Observing Eugene next to Hindle, she asked for his opinion. What should we do with that child? He seems to have lost his mind. Should we kill him? That suggestion seemed to trigger Idia again. He breathed heavily, scheming, that would be a problem. He sat down and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, calling him in a savage voice, "My dear nephew," leaving her standing with her arms crossed, not wanting to say more. Back with the patrol outside, they were confused by something mysterious that had rushed past them. What just swept by? Did a new monster invade this world? None of this makes sense. There's only damage on the enemy's side. Another patrol group shouted, reporting to him, "Over here, Captain." Signs that something terrible just passed through here. While the other two were busy arguing, "You fool, if it's on our side, why would it destroy our city?" He received a blunt reply, "Is that so?" In contrast to their panic, The captain calmly unbuttoned his shirt and sighed in relief. This is the end. The reason was the figure of a woman standing majestically in the light, lifting Hindle's body. The Lady of Falivia had returned. The battle between Skadi and Odi was not yet over, as he spread his hands, letting energy radiate throughout the crystal he sat on for a while. The Dark Witch yawned, bored to the point of tears as she asked, "Hey, Odi, I'm bored to death here. Is it over yet?" So she was immediately scolded by him. "What stupid thing are you saying? Even if it gets weaker, do you think breaking Felon's barrier by yourself is easy?" Being whipped, she flailed her limbs and moaned. "Shut up, damn it. So boring, just ignore it." Eugene sadly asked. Uncle made Idia pay attention. He rushed to his uncle, trying to say, "This must be a nightmare, right? This isn't happening, is it?" Then he knelt down and shouted, "Right, uncle?" The villain. The uncle smirked and replied, "I'm sorry for this." But Eugene couldn't hold back and shouted straight at him, "Don't just say sorry. Try to explain, uncle. Why?" But the moment the uncle stood up, his body was overwhelming as he replied, "This is all for you. You may feel confused and hate me right now. I understand. Not just that." His eyes also revealed a clear sense of terror. "What?" Idia pleaded. "But look. This is the last request of a pathetic human being. Listen to your uncle just this once." Gripping both of his shoulders, the uncle invited him. "Let's go together, talk to the prophet, and then." Eugene felt like he was about to fall into an abyss. While Idia laughed maniacally, emphasizing, "You will understand everything." Despite his fate, he was still very clear-headed. He gritted his teeth and retorted, "This is nonsense. Uncle, you've been deceived by the cult." He couldn't hold back anymore. Eugene exploded, summoning a metal rod and charging forward because, "And you killed my brother." Yet Idia just endured it without fighting back. At the same time, the Dark Witch's magic flashed past her ear, which was detected by the uncle. "That witch, do you want to die?" She immediately asked coldly. "Are you crazy, letting yourself bleed like that? You could even die." "It's fine. Now I know how serious your obsession is. I won't kill the kid." And Eugene screamed, "Let me go. But I won't let him get away." After inflicting the wound. At this point, the third party began to show their true colors. "You understand this, don't you? If you two don't cooperate, I'd rather kill you both and end this." Obsessed with the boy, Idia held the wound on his neck. He accepted. "All right. Let's compromise." As for Eugene himself, he tried to struggle. "Let go, let go. I will kill all the Abyss worshippers." "That's not just your uncle." At this point, he was quickly grabbed by the Dark Witch. She squeezed his mouth, saying, "But so are you, kiddo." Lifting Eugene's entire body, she assessed. This cute face, to have a knife stabbed in its neck. Wonderful. Perhaps when you grow up, you'll become my type of man. But must you come to an end here? Another shadow appeared and called out. "You have an eye for quality. But this very thing." ODI and EDF flinched upon hearing the voice. "The only man as handsome as our youngest son in this world is my husband." That was Eugene's mother. Skadi, with her hands in her pockets, ironically asserted, "Both of them are mine." Approached, the witch's eyes widened and she stammered, "What?" She saw her son in danger. Her face was smiling, but her voice was a warning. "The boy is mine. So, let go." Seeing the new arrival, the Dark Witch threw Eugene aside without mercy and pondered. "This woman is the Red Monster." "The Red Monster? Skadi?" I didn't even hear her footsteps. She was very surprised. "This is Skadi? I thought she was a monster. But she looks quite normal." As soon as she finished the sentence, the mother revealed her true form, a face of flaming lava. Skadi grabbed the Dark Witch straight by the neck, letting her taste the consequences of touching her son. Coming back after a long time, and the house is a mess. She also spoke to Idia. Is this the act of our crybaby lord? I thought I had returned to my parents' house. Seeing his relative, the uncle chuckled and replied, yeah, something like that. Idia. Welcoming a family member by taking out a weapon. Long time no see, sister-in-law. She broke all of the dark witch's fingers. She also replied with the same attitude. It's been a long time, little brother. How long has it been since I said if I ever saw you again, I would kill you? With just one hand, she threw the witch away, saying, You sound too serious. Of course. Hearing that, it's clear the uncle doesn't like her. If only you had arrived a little later, sister. I was about to leave. Not wanting to waste words, Scatty proactively took a giant machete from her coat pocket and assessed. How naive you are. It feels like just yesterday you were sniffling and crying. Now you've grown up so much. Having gone through all these shocking events, he was worried about Hindle to the point of whimpering with a trembling voice, Mom, brother. The expression on her face was both resolute and a little worried. Walking forward, she told Eugene, Don't cry. Mommy will finish this quickly and hug you. ODI was still channeling his magic into the crystal. Idia just asked, How long do you think it will take? Then he received an answer. 5 minutes. I will try to end it within 5 minutes. The answer was reluctantly calculated in his head. 5 minutes. I can do it. If it's just the two of us. Then, right behind her, she began to deform into something. The sound made the mother look behind her, while Eugene's eyes rolled back because he saw something too horrible. Her whole body blistered up. Her whole body was hideous, and her mouth was filled with resentment. Scatty, you are the best. Until both of us are just pieces of meat. Let's fight. The opponent went crazy, while the mother simply scratched her ear very calmly. Strange. I'm sure I choked her. If you want it, I'll give it to you. The mother wasn't afraid of anyone. All right, whatever. I'll accept. So delightful, so delightful. Scatty chirped brightly. I've never received a flirtation so passionate, not even from my husband. This appearance made Eugene not believe his eyes. The mother felt her spirit bolstered. Scatty began to face the battle. Holding the machete, she tested a few swings amidst a group of Idias. And she started off lightly with a direct punch, then pulled the dark witch straight down, smashing her into the ground, breaking it. Next up was the corrupted little brother who dared to tease her. Now, he received a full slap from Scatty, causing the uncle, before he could transform the syrup into a weapon, to be knocked away. The syrup could not harden into a sword. It shattered into pieces when Idia took the hit. The witch jumped up from behind, her two fists ready to strike. Scatty was agile. In a flash, she kicked, holding the machete but didn't need to use it. Scatty withdrew her leg and saw the dark witch's face spewing syrup. Still not done, daring to touch Eugene. So she gave her an extra slash. Spewing syrup. This is ODI, holding his position. His eyes darted back, calculating the situation. It seems the two of them can't even resist. And that's Scatty. A madwoman. She hasn't even used her full strength. Although we still need to stall for time, it will be meaningless if they all die. Therefore, he temporarily brought his hands together to cast a skill. This is the time for my final option. There is no reason to hold back now. And then ODI touched his fingertips together. Rays of magic spread out, enveloping the surroundings. At the same time, the space gradually turned gray. The mother wanted to move. Even her facial muscles seemed petrified, as if they could crumble. Time had frozen. Everything stood still. ODI began to speak. I have stopped time. Lady Scatty, please let's talk. Although Hindle and Eugene couldn't move, their consciousness was still very normal. Time stop. His whole body was sweating profusely. He tried to raise his pupils as high as possible, looking towards the giant crystal, utterly shocked. Impossible. 11 seconds. It exceeds human limits. Is this guy even human? I have a really uncomfortable feeling. An instinctual revulsion. As if my soul is rejecting it. Hindon's theorem of time. The seventh disciple of Felon believed that in a space without momentum, time would also stop flowing, as you are experiencing right now. He was unable to prove this, because both momentum and time cannot be reduced to zero. But tricks like this are still possible. The mother's body contorted with discomfort. Magic that I've never heard of or seen before. I feel I should kill you right on the spot. However, ODI, able to use the freezing skill, still revealed. This magic is directly proportional to my movement. It only loosens its control over the target when I move. That being said, it could be better. I am telling you all the weaknesses of my magic because I truly want to have a conversation. Being in a passive position, Scatty had no choice but to grit her teeth and endure. Go on. And then ODI began his introduction. I am a high priest of the abyss and the god of plagues, Nakran, the leader's aide. I have received the intense love of the god Nakran. And if I offer myself as a sacrifice, I can summon a plague that can destroy Folivia. Hearing this, Scatty seemed to waver. Her eyes widened at the next words. Lady Scatty, with your profound knowledge, you surely know the Black Plague. The thing that halved the population of the Eastern Horizon. The moment he uttered, if it were to be released, half the population of Folivia would suddenly perish. A cracking sound. A brilliant red light shone directly on ODI, making him flinch. The freezing seal was broken. A voice seething with indignation. You disgusting tentacle-faced creature. How dare you negotiate with me like a dog? Smoke hissed from them. He didn't expect to be this unlucky. The magic of the 12th disciple follows the laws of the universe, and she just broke it with physical strength. An overwhelming energy emanated from around Scatty. That guy's technique. She fiercely advanced amidst his pleas. Don't come any closer. If you approach any further, I will release the plague. She glared with eyes that wanted to tear him apart. She emphasized, try it. I hate that kind of thing the most. Scatty gritted her teeth, her face contorting to reveal veins. You think that by threatening Folivia like a hostage, I'd be scared enough to let someone with your power survive? She flew into a rage, going mad and slashing repeatedly. You think you can use it wherever you want? Die right in front of me. Her body gradually grew larger, overwhelming him. She declared, half the population of Folivia will be buried along with your heads. Scared to tears. ODI couldn't believe this absurdity. And then, the sneak attack continued. Both the Dark Witch and Idia rushed forward, shouting, Scatty. But she wasn't afraid, even muttering, like parasites. Gripping the knife tightly, Scatty had only one thought. I will split you in two and kill you. At that same moment, Odie's two hands were showing signs of closing. After clasping tightly together, he commanded loudly, Stop. We have achieved our objective. A dark space full of eyes was revealed. ODI announced, We are retreating. Separating space. Breaking space-time. She hadn't considered this special case. Truly shocked. The entire other group was being contracted by the space. The Dark Witch, bitter and unwilling to let it go, cursed, Damn it. Scatty, next time I will definitely kill you. The uncle also escaped death, saying, I suppose I'll see you next time, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? She was so stunned that her confidence vanished. Frozen, she wondered, a diversion? Space magic. He now had the upper hand, so he arrogantly taunted. You've made a fool of yourself, Scatty. The tear of Felon was not within the frozen area. While we were talking, the dismantling process continued. She had let her guard down and was very resentful. You still have enough capacity to carry out the process of dismantling while using magic. But ODI was very pleased, declaring with self-satisfaction. The tear of Felon is about to explode. The explosion will become a legend. Folivia will disappear without a trace. Daring to trick her, Scatty grabbed his collar and cursed, "You bastard." And ODI was also defiant, shouting, "If that's what you want, I will die here." Then he also issued a threat. "Even in death, I will become the Black Plague and haunt Folivia like a ghost." Falling into a difficult situation, she had to judge soberly. A person with the potential to become a legend in the world of magic, throwing away his life to be bait like this? But that black thread was suddenly entwined by a golden light. What the hell is that light? The two threads gradually blended together. Under Scatty's gaze, someone's hands were casting a power. It was Eugene, kneeling on the ground. He closed his eyes, gently sending out his magic power emanating from himself. The brilliant wings of light made Scatty gasp. Eugene. That. And ODI quickly realized the change. The tear of Folivia is stabilizing. I could only force it to overload. And it is controlling the tear of Felon on the brink of explosion. He was so shocked he had to calm his thoughts. No, it's not the kid controlling it. Felon and the 12 disciples in the heavens, they are interfering through this child. I must inform the prophet. At least one disciple. My eyes have seen this. And then ODI activated a giant black hole. I'm sending it. Scatty, standing there, was also affected. She was being pulled into the black hole. It was very hard to understand the opponent's intention. Suicide at this moment? But then she glanced at Eugene. It doesn't matter anymore. Eugene, who exactly are you? Eugene. He opened his eyes with a face full of fear and anger. He sat up, clutching his head and screaming, startling Taya. There was a weapon in his hand. He shouted in frustration, "I'll kill you right now, uncle." Taya quickly rushed in to hug and calm Eugene. "Young master, please calm down. It's okay now." Tears welling in his eyes, he glanced at him and called, "Taya." He hugged him, trembling as he comforted him. "It's okay, it's all over." The two hugged each other tightly, bursting into tears, with him only calling for Taya. Suddenly, a shout made the two of them jump. "Son!" Eugene hurriedly opened the door and said, "Mom is downstairs." Scatty, leaning her hand on her axe handle, shouted, "You're awake." She glanced at him and asked with a faint smile, "If you're awake, you should report to your mother, right?" Taya turned pale, his mouth agape. While Eugene happily called out, "Mom," again. She reached out her hand, smiled, and said, "Come here." He frantically pulled his hair in fear and yelled, "Young master." That's the old landing strip. Taya jumped and shouted, "Young master," as Eugene jumped down into Scatty's arms. His eyes widened, he raised his hands and screamed, "No, young master. You've been in bed for a whole week. You need to rest." The mother and son smiled and hugged each other. She doted on him like a beloved son. You would have lost an arm if you had woken up a year later. "Since when did you get so big?" Eugene trembled and said, "Mom, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Big brother Hindle. He tried to protect me. And now he's gone." Scatty bent down to soothe him. "Your brother isn't gone." He asked doubtfully, "What?" Hindle noticed something. He let out a faint laugh and said, "It seems our roles have been reversed now." Eugene, his eyes shimmering with grievance, called out, "Brother." Big brother was safe. Luckily, the spear that was supposed to pierce his heart missed. Scatty happily mumbled, "What are you doing? Trying to hug him and risk injuring your brother?" It seems the spear that stabbed him actually helped stop the bleeding. The mother burst out laughing. And Uncle's terrible skill. Not only did it miss the heart, but it also helped him stop the bleeding. But Eugene replied in a low voice, "That's right. Was Uncle actually a surgeon after all?" The attacked fortress was quickly restored. Partly because of the guards' efforts to minimize the damage. And also because the true target of the Eternal Law had always been the Guardian Stone. Unfortunately, I heard that the Guardian Stone was destroyed when I collapsed. An excited man screamed. The explosion will become a legend. Folivia will vanish without a trace. Anyway, there was a silver lining. We managed to prevent the worst-case scenario, the explosion of the stone. It's a pity that the guardian stone of Folivia was destroyed. Scatty asked with concern. You don't remember what happened? Eugene answered, confused. Yes, but it's not a big deal. The true power that protects Folivia from the monsters of the abyss is not the guardian stone, but the brave warriors fighting on the front lines against the abyss. The westernmost front, where thousands of monsters attacked, achieved a memorable victory with minimal casualties, thanks to the swift support of his brother. At least, we can say that the number of casualties was reduced. But no matter how much it was reduced, the number of people taken by the war was not small. That day, Folivia lost 21 noble members of the family council and hundreds of brave warriors. Rob lowered his head and cried. He angrily gritted his teeth and muttered. Those bastards of the eternal law. They killed my grandfather. Eugene, I will become stronger. Stronger than you, to ensure Folivia never has to suffer such humiliation again. Hearing those words, Eugene's lips curled into an icy expression as he said, I will too. I will become even stronger. Strong enough to make the eternal law pay. But you think you can be stronger than me? Rob clenched his fingers and replied irritably. You just got a little head start. I'll catch up in no time. Don't act so arrogant and grand just because you're going to the Magic Academy. Eugene lowered his gaze to Rob's fist and sneered, saying, The Magic Academy? I'm not going to the Magic Academy. His face was filled with confidence. He said resolutely, I will stay and protect Folivia. The two of them paused at that statement and asked doubtfully, What? Moving to another place. Ancient houses stood close together. In a room, Eugene lowered his head and said in confusion. After all the effort you put into teaching me, I'm sorry, teacher. I think I finally understand what responsibility is. People are doing things they don't want to do to protect what is precious to them. Right? But I think I was too selfish. Easton called out dimly, Eugene. He continued in a low voice. Born a noble with heavy responsibilities, and only wanting to do what I want. Her face darkened, wanting to speak up. Suddenly, a gloomy voice spoke. You're saying this for me to hear, right? Easton continued, trembling. Behind them, Eugene jumped and shouted, Mom! Scatty! She pinched his cheek and teased, You whine just like your father. Don't bother your teacher anymore. Come with Mom outside for some fresh air. The sunlight shone on the mountain where the two were standing. Scatty turned her head to look at her son and asked happily. Look, it's beautiful, isn't it? Eugene walked over and hesitated, saying, Yes. But what did you want to talk about, Mom? Why did you call me out here? Scatty enjoyed the cool breeze, then said in a low voice. About you giving up on the Magic Academy. Is it for revenge against Idia? Hearing that, Eugene was a bit flustered, then calmly said. Yes, of course I must take revenge. One day, I will make him pay. She put her hands on her hips, looked up at him, and asked nonchalantly, Is that so? To me, it seems your heart is filled more with confusion than revenge. Wondering why Idia didn't kill your brother, but spared the boy like that. Immediately, Eugene looked up, stunned, and replied. Is that so? It's true, Uncle let my brother live. Right? She crossed her arms and began to analyze. To think it was just a coincidence would be a comfort. But that's not possible. Eugene timidly mumbled, asking, Then why did Uncle? Suddenly, her expression changed and she asked suspiciously. You seem very curious. He replied, confused, Yes? She gritted her teeth, glared at him, and angrily exclaimed. He killed dozens of your relatives. And because of him, hundreds of warriors died. Making Eugene's whole body turn cold. She hit him while scolding him. And you are more obsessed with the fact that he spared your brother. You declare you will take revenge. But instead of fanning the flames of revenge, you are busy finding reasons to forgive him. If Idia told you a sad story, would you be ready to forgive him? With that mindset, you think you can take revenge? I will correct your pathetic attitude. Eugene lowered his head, wiped his cheek lightly, and mumbled, "Why? Is it wrong to wonder?" He looked straight at Scatty's face and resentfully said, "Mom, you always leave as you please. Dad is very weak, so he spends half a year recovering in the capital." He clenched his fingers and resentfully said, "To me, more than Mom and Dad, Big Brother and Uncle felt more like parents to me. Isn't it natural to wonder about them?" Suddenly, Scatty put her arm around his shoulders and replied cheerfully, "That's right, that's it. Be honest like that. Don't try so awkwardly without any real desire for revenge. Worrying about what others think. You were miraculously given a chance at a second life. Are you going to waste it worrying about what others think? Do what you really want." Eugene thought about her words. "What I really want to do." Then his expression became vague and he mumbled, "But what I want is magic. When Folivia is under attack, how can I enjoy magic by myself?" When he heard Scatty's words, "Just Folivia?" it made him stunned. She smiled gently and continued, "If you want to become a mage like the god Felon, you need to look beyond Folivia." Eugene looked at her shyly and asked, "What? How? How do you know my dream?" She replied with a wicked smirk, "Your brother told me, of course. The kid gave a whole speech full of stories when I asked about you." Eugene's dream. He covered his ears in embarrassment and shouted, "Again. He only told you, Mom. Right? He didn't go around town talking about it, right?" Scatty gave him a confused smile and said, "Why? Are you embarrassed? To have such a dream while being a mage?" For a second, Eugene frantically shook his head and groaned. "No, it's not that. It's just that my brother always..." Immediately, Scatty put her arm around her son's shoulder to soothe him. "Don't worry, you're not the only fool in Folivia who has such a terrible dream." The fool of Folivia. Adele Folivia is also a pro at being foolish. Eugene asked, confused, "Father? When I was known by the name Scarface, I swung my sword with anger and fighting spirit. Fields in which I definitely had talent. At the age of 22, in the land of warriors, there were no opponents left for me in times like those." A handsome young man had just sheathed his sword and asked with a charming smile, "May I have this dance, my lady?" He was Adele Folivia, 22 years old. Your father appeared again. Scatty gave a faint smile and said in a low voice, "He looked so pathetic." Really? Hearing those words from her, Eugene was truly too shocked and asked, "What?" She remembered Adele's doting smile, also remembered his gentle voice teasing her, even when he made Scatty angry and even fought with her. "I thought I had no opponents left. But to think that a fool who knew nothing of real violence could be on par with me." It was an unbearable situation. Scatty threw something hard on the rock and cursed, "Die!" I couldn't stand it. The humiliation made me tremble with anger. How could a fool like that compare to me? Right after that, I discovered why. She went to the mountain. No Scaffa. Everything that foolish man said. Scatty saw Adele, covered in blood, killing monsters, was sincere. The heir to the noble Folivia family had overcome his family's opposition. He looked at her with love and called, "My lady." Because he was sincere about his dream of peace, that man. Scatty reached out her hand and whispered that everything was over, was strong enough to end the war. He said sadly in a low voice, "I'm sorry, my lady. Please forget what I said on that drunken night. Now I have..." Suddenly, Scatty interrupted him, "Be quiet. A warrior shouldn't talk too much nonsense." Adele looked at her blankly and said, "My lady." She glanced at the gentle, approaching dawn and uttered, "Folivia is a land of endless enemies. And a place where someone wishes for me to reside. Not a bad place to start my second life. So, mother took him for herself. Kidnapping this man before anyone else noticed. Every time I see your emerald eyes, I remember that day. That very moment. You are like your father, not me. You're too weak to live like me. Don't burn yourself with rage as I do. Pursue your dreams. Don't doubt them like a fool. Eugene pursed his lips and frowned, not crying. Scatty once again placed a hand on his shoulder encouragingly. Seeing my man fall back to reality just once, it was more than I could bear. His cheek was swollen. He resolutely declared, "Mother, I will become a mage like Felon. Just as the god Felon saved me from suffering, I will become someone who can help others. That will be my unshakable dream." Seeing her son so confident, Scatty proudly exclaimed, "Yes, that's how it should be." Eugene nodded in agreement. She glanced at her son, thinking to herself, perhaps I should have hit him more lightly. At this moment, the carriage was already waiting. Eugene slowly stepped into the carriage. In front of him was his family, gently seeing him off. His face was faintly cheerful. Taya also poked her head out to look. The cumbersome carriage drove away. Eugene sadly stuck his head out to wave goodbye to everyone one last time. His face was filled with happiness and joy. In the carriage, he shouted, "Magic Academy." Taya worriedly and angrily yelled, "Don't lean out like that. It's dangerous." Hindle's expression was calm. He asked with curiosity, "So why didn't Idea kill me?" Scatty crossed her arms, glanced at him, and teased, "You're curious too?" He hesitated and replied, "I should at least know the reason, shouldn't I?" She instructed, "It's just a guess. But going this far, your uncle probably doesn't have the courage to face any more hatred. That's his pathetic nature. I spared your uncle out of pity, and this is how he repays me. Indeed, people shouldn't start doing things they never do." Hindle closed his eyes and sighed in response, "No wonder, mother. You hid Eugene. But you don't regret sending Eugene away like this, do you? You've seen the boy very little in the past few days." Scatty smiled and lowered her face. In a low voice, she said, "Staying in Folivia won't make the boy smile anymore. With the elders of the clan now gone, their struggle for status will surely lead to a massacre. Of course, the one who swallows them all will certainly be the master of Folivia." Hindle's cloak fluttered. He exclaimed in frustration, "I find it unpleasant to use the legacy of the comrades we just fought alongside not long ago." Scatty frowned, a smirk on her lips, and pointedly said, "To be a noble, you need the courage to stab even the king in the back, not just your comrades. You are only half like me. All right, then let me give you a reason to be cruel. At the southernmost end of Horizon, I saw the barrier separating the abyss from Horizon crumble. And the abyss also looked back at me. Through the gaps in the barrier, I felt the experience of my existence being too trivial. That was my first time." Basically, she admitted she was also afraid. Hearing that word from his mother, Hindle asked in disbelief, What nonsense are you talking about?" She pondered for a moment, then turned her face to look at him seriously and replied, "I'm not kidding. Do you think I came back just to joke? Soon, there will be a war with the abyss. It will make the Northern War of 21 years ago pale in comparison. The sudden riots among the abyss worshippers may not be unrelated." Hindle's face turned pale. He asked doubtfully, "Did father also know about that?" Scatty just thought for a moment, then explained, "About half of what I just said is based on what your father calculated, and the other half on what I saw at the southern edge." In the carriage, Eugene held a box in his hands. He asked curiously, "What is this?" Taya looked at it and replied in a low voice, "Oh, that is to be sent with Eugene. So when they meet in the capital, your father will know." He hastily shook the box and said doubtfully, "It makes a noise when I shake it." Taya shouted in fear, "That is a gift from the lady to the count." A carriage shook ceaselessly, and the voices of the two echoed. "Really? Let me open it just once." "Don't even dream of it." The scenes drenched in syrup and the insulting words of that day appeared in Idea's memory. "You pathetic creature. If only it had been you instead of Adele that day. What a disgrace to the Folivia clan. It would be better if you died." In that dark scene, a light suddenly appeared and attracted his attention. From within that light, a small, adorable Eugene crawled out bit by bit and approached Idea. As soon as he saw his uncle, Eugene grinned happily and called out loudly, "Uncle." His appearance moved Idea so much that he burst into tears. Back in reality, Idea, lying in a pool of red syrup, muttered, "The same dream. Even after finishing my revenge, I still can't escape the past." So, in the end, revenge was meaningless. Suddenly, his eyes glanced to the side and he said in a low voice, "But what's the matter with you?" Idalia coldly called out, "Iceland." It's unknown if it was a surge of kindness or something else, but Iceland kindly asked, "Are you all right?" Idalia maintained an indifferent attitude. Idalia still asked coldly and sarcastically, "As you can see. Did you come to see me privately just to ask how I am?" Iceland paid no mind to his unpleasant face and casually replied, "Of course not." Then he mentioned Eugene. About the miracle that the kid named Eugene created, the elder of Nagrin witnessed it. A piece of news he announced to Idea. "The prophet has given her judgment." These words surprised Idea so much that he exclaimed, "What?" But Iceland calmly relayed the message. She said not to worry about it. After a moment of thought, Idea also agreed with the prophet's way of doing things. "I think so too. After all, he's just a child." Suddenly, his expression became frightening and he growled, questioning, "But why did you personally deliver this news to me?" Iceland was amused by this expression and felt the urge to tease, "Ah, I thought you might be curious. Because he is your beloved nephew, isn't he?" Suddenly, he burst out, "I hope nothing bad happens to the boy." In his heart, he suddenly remembered Eugene's sweet words. "I will enter the Magic Academy and go to the capital." He quickly noticed the main point. Magic Academy. At the same time, he also noted Eugene's excitement when mentioning it. "So we can meet there anytime." Without a moment's hesitation, Idea quickly ordered the maid, "Contact Eligius in the capital." The maid immediately obeyed and asked further, "Understood, my lord. What message should I send?" "Tell him to protect Eugene with the life I gave him." As for Iceland, he fondled the orb in his hand and remarked, "Eugene Folivia seems to be loved by Felon." A sinister smile appeared on his lips, along with a confident statement. "But if the prophet says not to worry, it certainly won't affect the big picture." Despite being so confident, he was still quite wary of Eugene. But there's no reason to keep a stone that's in the way just because it's not blocking the carriage's path. Saying this, Iceland suddenly crushed the orb in his hand. "Especially if that stone is in my territory." After that, he gave an order to his subordinate. "I'll leave this matter to you. Sor, eliminate him quietly." Sor respectfully accepted the order. "I will follow your request, Apostle Iceland." Words full of schemes were uttered by him. "I happen to know a suitable person for the job." The scene shifts to the Hebronia Kingdom, the capital city of Iraq. Eugene was extremely excited and interested in everything in this place. So this is the capital city of Iraq. There's so much to see. He was like a curious cat, peeking into one place after another. Amazing! Taya, look, a cat! This action of his made Taya so embarrassed she didn't know where to hide her face. "I'm a little embarrassed." Regardless of whether his subordinate was embarrassed or not, Eugene enthusiastically tried one dish after another, laughing and joking. "Taya, try this. They call it frozen lizard skewer. Isn't that funny?" Taya could only say helplessly, "I understand that you are very excited, young master." He warned Eugene in a low voice, but it's dangerous to act carelessly in the capital. With an innocent face, Eugene turned to ask, "Why is that?" Taya had to explain with a guarded expression, "The capital is vast and crowded, filled with dangerous people." According to what he knew, the capital was full of arrogant royals and power-obsessed nobles. Furthermore, he had heard rumors that greedy, corrupt merchants were no better than thieves. Besides greed, this place also had madmen and dangerous mages willing to do anything for their research. Finally, speaking of those who operate in the shadows, not to mention it is filled with the darkness of the underworld in the midst of the crowd. Yet Taya bluntly declared, a city of crime. That is the capital Iraq to you, sir. Obviously, his words reached everyone's ears and made them furious. What are you blabbering about, you country bumpkin? He, however, knew nothing and still declared loudly, acting like a country bumpkin will get you robbed, even if you are vigilant. Do you understand? After hearing this, Eugene remained calm, with a hint of sarcastic judgment. Taya, I understand. Your prejudice is quite serious. This sentence from him startled Taya, who shouted loudly, what? Saying it again and again, he was still determined to warn his master. It may seem so, but we must be very careful. Obviously, Eugene didn't pay much attention and replied, really? Just then, someone's voice suddenly cut into their boring conversation. Excuse me, sir. A beggar child approached and timidly begged them, I'm really hungry. Could you spare me something? That scene moved Eugene to exclaim, oh my goodness. As for Taya, he bluntly shooed the child away. Go on, go away. Do you know who this person is? His attitude made Eugene naively reply, why not? There's still the rest of the lizard skewer. Just as Taya was proudly boasting about his master, he suddenly realized his luggage was slipping from his hand. He is from Bolivia. The child stealing his luggage was so startled by this that he stammered, Faye. His face was full of confusion. Tamiya. The one stealing was also startled and muttered, Bolivia. Eugene, at this moment, finally realized what was happening and shouted, pickpocket. The moment he thought to himself, wait a minute, Taya was already shouting after them. Tamiya stole their luggage. Wait, stop. The pitiful beggar child from before also took the opportunity to run away. He even turned his head back to taunt Taya and Eugene. Fools, you country bumpkins. Now, Eugene naively realized, so they're accomplices? The child was still running and taunting him. Eat that lizard yourself. The current situation made Taya both confused and furious. He screamed, what should we do? The gift for the count is in there. So, without much thought, Eugene let out a breath. Then he ran after Tamiya, not forgetting to leave a message for Taya. I'll get it back. His sudden action made Taya exclaim in astonishment, what? Although he was dazed, luckily, he regained his composure and called after Eugene. During that chaos, they didn't notice someone was eating while observing them. No, you need to register at the Magic Academy today, where we are headed. Young master! No matter how Taya shouted, Eugene still ran off as usual. Let's just report it to the guards. Come back. The person who had been eating and watching them all along was none other than Soar. He judged them somewhat. Quite chaotic. Back to Tamiya, who was running for his life. The main reason was that Eugene was chasing closely behind him. Stop right there. The fact that he could catch up to him scared Tamiya a bit. This is insane. And so the boy had to go full speed to shake him off. This made him a little surprised and he blurted out, he's surprisingly fast. Tamiya, while hastily fleeing, wondered to himself, how can this country bumpkin follow me through the alleys? The boy was a bit confused. No matter how fast he was, why couldn't he shake Eugene off? Even though I'm always distracting him while running. Back to Eugene, who was using his divine eyes. He felt the usefulness of these eyes when facing real battles. My senses have become sharper. Besides the movement of muscles and the vibrations of strings, he was well aware of the boy's immature attempts to shake him off. Thief. I'm starting to see more. He probably tried to confuse me by leaving false trails. However, it was all useless in his eyes. But in my eyes, all the trails appear right before me. Even the real trails are crystal clear. Combining these trails showed the kid's true escape direction. That's it. Finally, Eugene caught up with Tamiya in an alley right here. He didn't know what scene he had witnessed, but his face was full of shock. It turned out, Tamiya's hand was being held roughly by someone, causing the boy to scream in pain, "My arm!" The one who acted so violently was Sore. As soon as he saw Eugene arrive, he casually greeted him. "Hello." He directly lifted Tamiya up and asked, "This is the one you were chasing, right, Eugene Folivia?" Before he could even remind Eugene about the vices of the capital, he was suddenly pushed away from the child. "It seems this is your first time in the capital. There are many bad people like him here. Be careful." Eugene's face was full of displeasure as he questioned in a growl, "What are you doing to a child?" His attitude made Sore ask, "Are you angry at me?" Fearing Eugene would misunderstand his good intentions, Sore had to explain. "But I think you're mistaken. He's a thief, and I just helped you." Well, Eugene obviously knew that. He was just annoyed by his roughness. "I know, but there's no need to break the boy's arm." He didn't take those words to heart and casually assumed, "Huh? Ah, it seems you don't know about these people. How terrible these people are. Even if you break their legs, they still won't learn their lesson." After saying that, he glanced in the direction of the thieving child who took the opportunity of their conversation to escape. "Look at that." Just as Sore was about to sarcastically comment on the little one, even after being saved, "Some people are not grateful at all," Eugene shoved him aside and said, "Shut up." "Huh?" Seeing him walk forward, he asked with curiosity, "Are you going to chase him?" His stubbornness made him ask again, "Why are you doing that? Trying to reason with him?" Obviously, those words angered Eugene, who gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you trying to pick a fight?" With an annoyingly casual attitude, Sore stepped back and replied, "Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to provoke you. I'm genuinely curious to hear your thoughts. With the name Folivia, it makes people see things differently, doesn't it? If there's a peaceful solution, then I'll admit I was wrong." Seeing that he wasn't even looking at him, he continued to babble on. "I should have introduced myself sooner. I am Levan, son of a humble merchant in the capital." Seeing him finally being polite, Eugene deigned to turn his head and say, "Trying to talk isn't better? Better than breaking a child's arm." After that, he also politely shook Soher's hand and introduced himself. "Eugene Folivia, youngest son of the Folivia family. It seems you already knew." His action made Sore acknowledge, as expected. Then he continued to speak. "Coming from a family of merchants, we have all sorts of information." In his mind, he was currently busy thinking, it's not just a random remark for him. A curiosity arose within him. Why are the apostles of the eternal law interested in someone like him? And to answer that question, he decided, testing him a bit won't do any harm. So he let Eugene know, "I also know where the thieves' hideout is." Eugene was astonished to hear this and exclaimed, "Really?" At the same time, in a dark alley in the capital, some thugs started beating up children because they didn't bring back money for them. Among those children was Tamiya, who had just stolen Eugene's bag. The boy trembled in a corner and felt lucky. Thank God. Just as the boy was busy lamenting his fate, he didn't know that two people, Eugene and Sore, had seen everything that was happening in this slum. "I won't get beaten today." Sore looked at Eugene, who was so shocked he couldn't speak, then asked in a deep voice, "This isn't the right atmosphere for a calm discussion, is it?" Looking at Eugene's wide-eyed face due to shock, Sore could only assume he had lost his mind. And indeed, Eugene now looked as if he had been scared out of his wits. How could this be? It seemed this was also within Soher's expectations. Indeed, looking at reality, it could only happen this way. He judged Eugene with his thoughts. "You grew up protected under the name Folivia. You can only brazenly play the hero." His eyes kept staring at Eugene as if he was expecting something. "Knowing everything, what do I expect? Say something sweet to him and then leave." After a moment of silence, Sore decided to gently advise Eugene. "Let's go back. There's nothing good about getting involved with such a villain. Everyone knows the thugs in the alley are connected to the Abyss." His words made Eugene ask doubtfully, "The Abyss?" But he just kept saying, the stolen item can be handed over to the guards. Aren't you registering at the Magic Academy today? Hearing this, Eugene was stunned and stammered, exclaiming, "Ah, magic." Then he mumbled to himself like a madman, "That's right, I need to register at the Magic Academy. Because I have to become a mage." His voice rose slowly. "And the reason I want to become a mage is because I was saved by the god Felon." Suddenly, he jumped up and shouted loudly, startling Soar a bit. "I also want to become someone who can save and help others." At this point, Eugene finally noticed Soar and turned to say sincerely, "Thank you for bringing me here. I can handle it from now on, so you should go back." He gently and worriedly advised Soar to go first. "If you stay here, you could also be in danger." His words and actions made Soar startle and shout, "What?" His eyes were filled with horror. "Are you really going to fight?" He didn't expect Eugene would actually stand up to protect people he didn't even know. For kids he's never met before. Back to the poor kids still being beaten. "You bastard! I should feed you to the dogs." Before that guy could hit the kid again, Eugene kicked him in the groin and shouted, "Or how about I hand you over to the guards?" His presence made the thugs and the children fall silent in surprise. After a moment, there were whispers, "What's this? Who is this guy? Who is he now?" Eugene put on a majestic air and ordered the thugs, "If you repent right now and promise not to hit the children again, I will let you go." Every word he said left them stunned. "Huh? And my bag too. Give it back." Just then, the guy Eugene had just kicked in the groin suddenly shouted, "You idiots! What are you waiting for?" He ordered his subordinates to grab Eugene. "Get him!" Suddenly, Eugene grabbed a whole bucket of water from somewhere. Then he directly threw the bucket of water at the thugs and shouted, "I knew it." That group, having just been doused with water, panicked and realized, magic. In that moment, one of them wanted to sneak attack Eugene. That kid. Obviously, Eugene had detected it and easily dodged. Furthermore, he gave that guy a punch right in the face. His ability made all the kids' eyes widen in admiration. After dealing with that swarm of flies, Eugene turned to check on the kids. "Are you guys okay?" In addition, he tried to reassure the kids, "Don't be afraid." Just as he was about to play the hero and say the line, "I will protect," he suddenly heard the voices of those shameless people forcing a small child to be a human shield. "What are you kids doing, huh? Your family is being attacked and you're just standing there watching? You can just stand still? You ungrateful orphans." Eugene was frozen by this scene. I'm sorry. In his ears, the child's pleas for mercy echoed. "Please spare our lives." That wild scene threw him into turmoil again. Why? Why go this far? As for Soar, standing high above and observing everything, through what just happened, he had to re-evaluate Eugene. If defeating the bad guys solved everything, what problems would the world have? "You're not just a young master who talks big. I have to admit that." However, there was one point he still had to criticize. "But in the end, you have nothing but a little courage." As his mouth was mumbling, he suddenly saw something. "You're nothing special." Below, a thug shouted at the kids standing behind Eugene. "You kids hiding back there, what are you doing?" He actually ordered the weak, skinny children to subdue Eugene. "If you don't want to die, pin him down." While the big guy with a grape-sized brain was busy scolding the kids, a mysterious figure appeared from nowhere. "Do you think he'll be here forever? Anyone who hesitates now will definitely be beaten later." At the very moment that guy was conveniently scolding, so frustrating, he was suddenly slapped by the newly appeared mysterious person. "Move." Then the mysterious person slowly uttered, "What brings?" It seemed this person's appearance had somewhat stunned Eugene. This person. The tall man with a monster-like appearance spoke slowly. Such a noble person. No matter what this person was saying, Eugene was just busy exclaiming, "So strong." And that person respectfully asked, "You came to this filthy place again?" It seemed the whole gang of thugs here knew this mysterious person, so they were extremely upset when he hit them. Father Joseph. Why did this guy suddenly attack us? The one called Father Joseph, when questioned by this guy, became enraged. He ruthlessly struck the man dead and growled, "Shut up, you pathetic scoundrels. Have you lost your senses from beating children? If you see someone of high status, you either get beaten like a dog or you wag your tail like a dog. When you see." After teaching this disrespectful bunch a lesson, Joseph gently turned to ask Eugene. He is an uneducated person. "I apologize, my lord. But may I ask, what brings you to this miserable place?" Although a bit scared of the old man, Eugene still answered honestly, "I'm looking for a stolen item. But I saw the children being brutally beaten." His words made Joseph a bit embarrassed and flustered, saying, "Seeing such barbaric behavior from these uneducated men must have shocked you." "Those rotten scoundrels, I will discipline them myself. I will also find your—" Then suddenly, the old man started shouting and making a scene. "That's right, it's you, sir. May I know your name, sir? I guarantee that something like this will never happen again." Without any hesitation or fear, Eugene stepped forward in front of Joseph and confidently introduced himself, "Eugene Falivia, the youngest son of the Falivia family. We will be staying in the capital from now on, so remember to act wisely." Upon hearing that he was from that legendary family, Joseph's face filled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Falivia?" Then he hesitantly asked, "If you are the youngest son of the Falivia family, then you must be suffering from that incurable disease." Eugene quickly confirmed but was also a little curious about how the old man knew him. "That's right. How do you know about that? Am I that famous? Why does everyone know?" Suddenly, the old man became enthusiastic and poured out a stream of admiration for Eugene's uncle. "Of course, we know. You are the beloved nephew of Lord Idea. There is no one here who has not been blessed by Lord Idea's generosity." And then, the old man revealed something shocking that made Eugene's eyes widen in astonishment. "Lord Idea ordered me to protect you, Eugene." Furthermore, Eugene yelled out, "What? Really?" Soho himself, seeing someone arrive to protect Eugene, sighed. "All of this is because of my unnecessary curiosity." His eyes, filled with a sharp glint, looked down. "I have missed the easiest chance to kill Eugene Falivia." And Eugene, as soon as he heard Joseph say he knew his uncle, hurriedly asked, "So you know my uncle too? Can I meet him?" Seeing him so agitated, Joseph smiled reassuringly, "Please calm down." Suddenly, the old man's face looked a bit sly, and he asked with a smile, "It seems you have quite a few questions. This conversation might take a while. Shall we go somewhere for tea?" Eugene was about to say something but then hesitated. "It's all right. I have time today." Time. It seemed he remembered something that made him jump in surprise. That's right. It was only then that he remembered he needed to register for school. "Today I have to register at the Magic Academy." A while later, at the academy, under Taya's judgmental gaze, Eugene was still leisurely talking to someone. "I'm sorry, I'm busy today. It seems we have to say goodbye before we've even had a chance to talk." Yes, it turned out he was kindly treating Tamiya while also instructing the young boy. "If those adults bully you again, just run here. I'll scold them for you. You're fast, so you can do it, right?" His kindness made the boy confusedly reply, "Yes." After a moment of treatment, Tamiya's arm was fine. "All right. Luckily, your arm isn't broken, so a little bandage will do." Suddenly, Tamiya, with tears in his eyes, asked, "Why would you do this for someone like me?" "I tried to steal from you." Eugene replied with great sympathy, "I don't think you're a bad person. You're just afraid of adults, right?" "Yes." He hugged Tamiya tightly and affirmed, "I will protect you from the bullying of those people. What's important is what you do from now on. Understand?" A moved Tamiya replied, "Yes." The scene before him made Taya a bit bewildered. "What happened after you went to catch him?" Then he also kindly reminded, "Aren't you going to register now, young master? The exam is tomorrow, but you seem quite relaxed." His reminder made Eugene shout in alarm. That's right. So, on the day of the entrance exam in the Mage District of the capital, at the Paday's Magic Academy, there were many people inside the academy. Eugene observed the bustling crowd and couldn't help but exclaim, there are so many people. The kingdom has a lot of mages, huh? Just then, Soho appeared out of nowhere and explained, they're not just from the kingdom. Those mages also come from the empire, the southern islands, and even from the distant lands to the east. Furthermore, he mentioned that this place was said to have been founded by the 10th disciple to protect the teachings of the god Felon. This is the Paday's Magic Academy. His appearance startled Eugene, who called out loudly, Levan. Then he enthusiastically asked, Levan, are you a mage too? Soho deceptively replied, yes, I'm only a 2-string. He himself did not hide the fact, 2 strings is already very impressive. I only have 1. Soho smiled and honestly revealed, I know you're famous. That's why I felt a sense of familiarity and approached you yesterday. And then things became like this. Eugene remembered the shocking event from yesterday and casually exclaimed, I see. Next, Soho asked curiously, but what happened after that? Did you beat those guys up? Eugene quickly denied it and said, no, we ended things peacefully. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a mischievous glint as he asked, but it's strange that you don't know that. Weren't you watching from the rooftop? It turned out he knew all along that Soho hadn't gone anywhere but was just hiding in a corner, observing. Perhaps because you left midway, you don't know. The words he just uttered made Soho a bit intimidated. He knew that Eugene's voice was still relaxed as he said, anyway, it's good to see you again. I couldn't have imagined you were a mage. Soho probably didn't pay much attention to those words because his mind was now filled with thoughts. Just by looking, anyone can tell I'm an assassin targeting you. Indeed, just as he thought it, it happened. Eugene's naive and direct words made Soho so shocked that he spat out the food in his mouth. Your footsteps are light, and your movements are very decisive. You seem to be professionally trained, don't you? Almost like a ninja. Then, in his mind, Soho wondered, is he testing me? So he asked directly, what's a ninja? Realizing he had misspoken, Eugene was a bit startled. Ah, right. Ninjas were from my previous life. Immediately, he pretended to be clueless and spouted nonsense. Surprise. Actually, ninja is a fictional profession. Surprising, isn't it? Ninja? What's that? So strange. Seeing his attitude, Soho concluded, it seems he's not thinking much about it. He tried to reassure himself in the face of Eugene's mix of naivety and cunning. No need to panic. Even if he knew, there's no way he would give more clues. Next, he made up a reason. Being a merchant is very dangerous because it involves a lot of money. That's why we are trained in self-defense and stealth through generations. Who knows what Eugene inferred from that, as he mumbled, oh, so a thief. After that was a cheerful conversation between the two newly acquainted friends. Soho asked his friend, speaking of training, if Olivia like you is the champion. Your fighting style isn't like a typical mage's. And Eugene laughed heartily in response, I guess so. Their conversation reached the ears of those around them, causing them to mock the two. What? Why are they bragging like that? Is that bragging? Soho, hearing them talk about him, said in a low voice, Eugene, can you speak a little softer? It seems we're attracting too much attention. Eugene, still with a naive attitude, asked, why? Everyone is talking, so what's the big deal? So Soho had to explain, if people like us talk too much, people might think we're trying to show off. Even after hearing this, Eugene was still clueless. People like us? Just then, someone's voice called out to them. Candidates Eugene, Olivia, and Levan. Please come to Professor Simon's office on the 3rd floor. I repeat, candidates Eugene, Olivia, and Levan. After hearing this, Eugene wondered, just the two of us? Why? A moment later, in a room, the person who had called the two young men looked at Eugene and called his name, Eugene Olivia. Seeing the teacher call him, he quickly replied, yes. Then the teacher turned to call Soho, Levan. He calmly replied, yes. Simon sternly requested, all right. Show me your ice magic. Just as Eugene was about to raise his hand to ask something, Sir, Soho had already completed his part of the test. Here. Immediately, Simon passed him. Levan, you pass. This made Eugene exclaim in astonishment, what? He asked in confusion, Sir, what's going on? Simon calmly replied, what else can I do with the candidates? It's clearly a test. Then he warned Eugene, which made him a bit intimidated. If you don't intend to participate, you will be disqualified. And call me professor, not sir. So, he had no choice but to show his skill. Of course, I'll take the test. And his power made Soho a bit startled. Exquisite ice blocks were created in the blink of an eye. His stuttering voice rang out, unbelievable. He himself had to acknowledge his talent. To be fair, with such overwhelming talent, if it weren't for the fact that you only have one string. Just as Eugene was about to say more about his power, for now, this is all. But in an environment with a lot of water, I can repeat the spell to create something bigger. And my other specialty is... Simon interrupted him and announced, Eugene Folivia, you pass. He closed the book and declared the test was over. You may leave. I can go? This made Eugene hurriedly shout, no, wait. I haven't shown my full potential yet. That attitude annoyed Simon, who said, you've already passed. What's your problem? What else do you want here? Immediately, Eugene said, Miss Eston said the test results will decide our class. But if it's like this, there's no difference. Simon heard this and exclaimed, so that's it. So that's why you're overstepping your bounds without understanding your place. It must be Eston's influence. He calmly said, I can guess what kind of ideas Eston has stuffed into your head. That the number of strings is not important. His words made Eugene think in alarm, what? And he poured a bucket of cold water on him. But reality is not like that. He bluntly declared, mages with only 1 or 2 strings are designated to the lowest class. Furthermore, Simon argued, a difference? Why do you need such a thing? With just 1 or 2 strings, you won't be able to keep up with the complexity of the intermediate class. His voice was full of contempt. Don't get cocky just because you met the standard, so I passed you. But this school has too many people who want to overcome the drawback of having 1 string. Finally, he warned Eugene, if you want to survive in this academy for long, then stop putting on airs. Just live quietly as if you don't exist, and then go back to where you came from, Folivia. This attitude from Simon made Soho realize immediately, he's an old-fashioned mage. Mages will always favor talent and look down on warriors. But he was a bit worried about Eugene's pride. But even a famous Folivia is at risk of being expelled. This must be the first time he's faced such an insult. Will he be okay? Suddenly, Eugene ran outside, making him startle and call after him, Eugene. Simon calmly advised Soho, I would be grateful if you left alone. Just then, they heard a familiar shout. Hello everyone. It was Eugene, calmly standing in the hallway and greeting everyone loudly. Nice to meet you all. I'm a new student, Eugene Folivia. His action caused a stir among everyone. What's wrong with him? Why is he doing that? Is he showing off his status? Without any shame, Eugene bluntly declared, I may only have 1 string, but I came to this academy because I want to become a mage like the god Felon. His impulsive action really made everyone feel interested. Oh! Impressive. He's got spirit. Just then, someone else walked in. What's all this noise again? Anika quickly saw a familiar face. Oh! At the very moment Eugene was about to show his skill, and my ability is... Simon rushed out from somewhere with the intention of stopping him. Wait, stop. What do you think you're doing? Of course, he was too late because he had already made his move. Swordsmanship. And so, a surge of power along with a brilliant flash of light appeared. Everyone was left dumbfounded by the sight. Anika was so surprised she froze. Then she exclaimed, "You!" The butler beside her saw this and worriedly called out, "Lord, assist." Back to Eugene. His voice rang out slowly, "From now on." He glanced towards Simon and said, "I look forward to your guidance." Simon, both angry and helpless, gritted out each word. He really doesn't know his place. Olivia. And Soho, at that moment, could only utter one word, crazy. He could only judge Eugene with one sentence, this crazy guy. Taya proudly and loudly declared, "It's all thanks to you, young master. The Olivia family has left a big mark on the Magic Academy." Then he suddenly went crazy and scolded Eugene directly in the face. That's a new record, getting disciplined even before the opening ceremony. Eugene knew he was wrong, so he felt a bit guilty, avoided his gaze, and replied, "Is it that bad?" In contrast to his calmness, Taya was extremely worried and panicked, saying, "Detonating a violent spell in a hall full of people. Why would you do that? It's lucky that you only received a warning after that." Obviously, as usual, he then uttered a punch-worthy line, "But I already angered the teacher." But it's not like it was a dangerous spell. Helpless with his young master, Taya could only say, "And you call that an excuse?" At least the Count wasn't present. Imagine how shocked he would be if he heard it himself, with his fragile health. Next, he turned to ask Soho, the one with the motive to kill Eugene, to take care of his young master. "At least it's good that the young master has a friend. Please take care of our young master, Levan." Soho himself was also a bit tired of Eugene, so he intended to refuse. "How can I do that?" As he spoke, he glanced at Eugene, who was going crazy. "Magic." A while later, the two of them left the room. Eugene smiled cheerfully and asked, "The past few days have been chaotic, haven't they?" Soho replied helplessly, "You're the one who caused the chaos." Although he was a bit tired of Eugene's destructive tendencies, he himself had to admit, but it was refreshing. "I was really annoyed with that old witch." At this point, Eugene also asked, "So the next time we meet will be at the opening ceremony next week?" Soho quickly confirmed, "Yes." Furthermore, he told him to come to his house if he needed help. "But if you have any questions before then, come find me. Our home is an antique shop, just a block away from here." Seeing that he had said this much, Eugene didn't hesitate to say in a low voice, "Actually, I have something to ask that Taya doesn't know about." He saw him like that and wondered, "What is it?" He eagerly wanted to know, "How do I get to the slums?" "The place where we saw the kids yesterday." "Which way should I go?" Seeing that he still wanted to go there, Soho helplessly remarked, "You want to see them again?" A while later, in that dark alley, Eugene cheerfully and sociably performed magic for the children there, making them look at him with eyes full of admiration. He continued to perform magic tricks in front of the children. From a normal liquid, he conjured a flower and made the children laugh non-stop. At that moment, he also noticed Tamiya standing in the distance. So Eugene gently approached and asked the boy, "Hello, Tamiya. Is your arm okay?" Tamiya shyly and hesitantly replied, "Yes, it's fine. It's just an arm." Suddenly, the boy showed off a whole bag of gold coins and proudly said, "It's healed this much. It doesn't even hurt that much." Looking at the full bag of gold, Eugene asked in confusion, "What? Did you steal again?" Tamiya smiled with great delight and said, "Don't worry. It's just money from some thugs. I haven't forgotten my promise to live an honest life from now on." The boy's words seemed to remind Eugene of something. A promise. It was the reminder that Soho had given him. You have the right to pity the children, but it's better not to give them any false hope. His words made Eugene confusedly ask, "What?" He didn't answer but only replied implicitly, "No, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to upset you." Back in the present, Tamiya and the other children admiringly called Eugene a hero. The dark hero who punishes corrupt officials and the rich by stealing from them. Hero Phelps. Being called a hero by the kids made Eugene stiffen a bit and exclaim, "A hero?" Tamiya, still with an admiring attitude, loudly proclaimed, "I'm the best at magic tricks and running away among my friends. So I'm just like Felix." Hearing this, Eugene smiled and wondered to himself, is this some kind of Robin Hood from another world? Then he remembered the words Soho had once said, instead of giving them false hope and letting them fall into despair, wouldn't it be better to let them learn to live within their means? Because that's what's best for the kids themselves. Remembering those things made him a little sad, and he comforted himself, actually, don't take my words too seriously. Suddenly, Tamiya excitedly announced, I decided yesterday after listening to you, brother, to become a hero like Fells. This confusing name made Eugene wonder, Fells? Seeing his confused look, Tamiya quickly asked, you don't know Fells? Another piece of the past appeared in Eugene's memory. Soho had seriously acknowledged, actually, I really respect you for caring about the children. Hearing that, Eugene replied with some embarrassment, well, it's just that they're cute kids, you know. But before he could be happy for another moment, Soho poured a bucket of cold water on him. But, in the end, that's where those kids belong. And you can't protect them for their whole lives, can you? Right. At that moment, Joseph's hideous face appeared out of nowhere and asked, I heard you were looking for me. In his mind, Eugene, though busy declaring he would protect the children from the abyss, still tried to answer calmly, Joseph. That's right, I have a lot to say. He encouraged himself, this is what I have to do. Looking at the children surrounding him, a thought kept repeating in his mind. I just have to do what I have to do. So what if I raise too much hope? Even if it causes more pain. He deeply cherished the children's smiles. As long as we can keep smiling brightly like this. Meanwhile, Soho was in some dusty bookstore. Looking at the dust in the air, he tiredly wondered, it's so dusty. Should I clean up? Suddenly, he remembered what he had said to Eugene. Sorry for interfering so much. But I think you should seriously consider what's really best for the children. Eugene, upon hearing this, smiled brightly and replied, it's okay, I understand. But then he added, thank you. I'm glad my first friend in the capital is you. I didn't think that far ahead. Those words made Soho fall into silent thought. He silently listened to Yuji speak. But even if pretending nothing happened is best for everyone, I still can't do it. Suddenly, he revealed something that might be hard to believe. But I remember my past life. This made Soho a bit startled and asked again, what? Eugene's voice was flat as he recounted his other life. In my previous life, I was an 8-year-old child in another world, at a similar age to this life. He said that in that life, he also died from an illness. I had a similar disease and was on the verge of death. However, there was a difference between this life and his previous one. The only difference is that I was born into poverty, lived a life full of violence and bullying. Even worse was that, and even the only family I had abandoned me. Despite telling the tragic story of his own life, Eugene's voice remained flat as if it were nothing. Living a life lacking everything, while dying alone from hunger, what do you think that child wished for the most? Hearing this, Soho didn't know how to answer. Then Eugene's voice rang out again, live, Levan. He remembered the words the ghost inside him had told him. Forget about avenging your father or your brothers. Don't think of kneeling before the enemy as a disgrace anymore. You must survive at all costs because you are all we have left. The story Eugene told left Soho not knowing what to say. I don't know. I've never thought about something so extreme. Knowing he had confused him, Eugene smiled and asked, sorry. Did I suddenly make it too heavy? He hesitated and replied, no, it's okay. So what was it? Eugene replied with firm determination, of course, it was love. The words he spoke made Soho so surprised he froze. Those children. I don't think they're any different from me in my past life. Back in the present, Soho slowly picked up an old photograph. Suddenly, he slammed the photo onto the shelf and told himself, don't hesitate. It's just the ramblings of a patient driven mad by a life of fighting illness. He told himself not to pay too much attention to Eugene. Past life. Love. What nonsense conversations. If I keep hanging around him, my head will become strange too. He declared he couldn't continue like this. Today, I will kill him. The killing intent within Soho flared up. Yes, that's right. No need to think about it anymore. The demon inside him awakened. If I don't kill him, I'll be the one to die. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Soho's mind thought of Eugene again and concluded, right now you're acting all noble and strong. But if you were in a life or death situation, do you think you could still maintain your morals? While he was busy with his dark thoughts, there was a sudden knock on the door. This is not how I want to live. From outside, a voice asked, "Hello? Is anyone there?" It was dark outside. Taya said with embarrassment, "I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, Sir Levan." He asked worriedly, "The young master hasn't returned yet, so I was wondering if he was here." Hearing this, Soho asked, "He hasn't come back yet?" In his mind, he wondered, did he get knocked out in the slums? Then he said, "He hasn't been here." Those words made Taya even more worried. Then, and he, for some reason, decided, if so, that's good. It might give me some peace of mind. He suddenly remembered, but the slums are under Idea's control. He remembered Joseph's words from that day. Coincidentally, Lord Idea ordered us to protect you, Eugene. That left him with a lingering question. It seems he received orders to protect Eugene. But why? That day, Eugene had been extremely surprised and had shouted loudly, "What?" Soho thought it over and concluded, really? Was there some kind of conflict? But knowing him now, that wouldn't be surprising at all. At this moment, Taya was crying and shouting loudly, "Seriously, where is the young master this time? I should have tied him up or something." Seeing him like that, Soho felt sorry and reassured him, "Calm down. He's strong, so nothing will happen to him." Just as he was about to say, "If I hear anything, I'll..." Taya suddenly spotted someone. "Huh? There's something in front of the house." He was startled to see someone lying in front of Soho's house. "It's a So then, he hurriedly helped the person up and realized it was Tamiya. He had been with the young master yesterday. What happened? Tamiya's voice struggled to call out, "Eugene." Hearing the boy's voice, Taya dazedly exclaimed. A shocking piece of news was revealed. He fought to protect us from the adults and was captured. As expected. After hearing this, Taya cried out in shock. The young master, Soho, already knew full well. Just as predicted, interfering with these orphans had gotten him into trouble. Suddenly, two streams of thought appeared in his mind. Perfect. Self-destruction is the best-case scenario. It should have been good news. But why do I feel disgusted? Something inside him broke. Finally, he spoke up and asked where he was. To Tamiya's surprise, Soho's deep, low voice rang out asking where he was taken. At this moment, he was filled with a murderous aura, as if he wanted to eliminate the entire group that dared to kidnap Eugene. "Lead me there. At least let me handle this myself." Eugene was locked in a cell and tied up. He woke up confused, wondering what had happened. "I suddenly fainted." Then he tried to remember what had transpired. Let's calmly recall things one by one. First, I met the old man Joseph. Initially, he and Joseph had a big argument. We had a huge debate about the situation of the orphan children. And when the two sides disagreed, the old man tried to tell a story about Idea to make the situation better. Joseph had tried to ease the tense atmosphere by telling a story about his uncle. It started with how his uncle treated the poor for free, then gradually reached a climax, and he eventually became a saint to them. Eugene himself, after hearing it, knew full well. To be honest, I'm really curious. But it's clear he's trying to gain an advantage from that information. So, he acted sulky and said to forget it. Because even if I'm curious about the actions of that traitor, I have no intention of bowing down to you to learn from him." Then, he said with annoyance that improving the circumstances of the orphan children was the top priority. "Or it wouldn't be that difficult. But the way you beat around the bush makes their intentions for the children clear. It makes me wonder what the meaning of this is." His eyes suddenly turned cruel as he asked a question lightly. "Should I just kill them all? The worshippers of the abyss?" This statement from Eugene made Joseph retort without holding back. "Are you threatening me? Right in my own territory? I'll treat it as a joke." Without a hint of fear, Eugene bluntly used his family as a warning. "Your territory? What's so formidable about this tiny area? The vast majority of the military forces are loyal to Bolivia, and many people in the army are my relatives." Then he brought up his own uncle to question Joseph, leaving the old man speechless. In this world, is there anyone more serious about their intention to destroy the abyss than Bolivia? And you think Bolivia is alone? Do you think the disciple idea, whom you all revere to the heavens, is on your side? If there's a conflict between me and him, who do you think he will choose? Eugene's voice remained faint as he spoke. "You say I'm threatening you?" His words made Joseph, though annoyed, have to endure it. "I'm just telling the truth." In the end, the old man had to laugh like a madman and go along with Eugene's intentions. "It seems there's been a misunderstanding. Of course, the children are the most important." Then the old man turned and ordered his subordinate. "Hey, you! Sir Eugene's tea has been spilled. Bring a new cup here quickly. Liven things up." The subordinate was startled and replied, "Yes. Understood." Back in the present, Eugene now knew why he was in here. It was when they put a sleeping drug in the tea. "I'm so dizzy." No wonder they were so obedient. Suddenly, he remembered the advice his older brother once gave him. "Now, if a stranger gives you candy, you must not eat it." He now felt that advice was right. "That's why I should have listened to my brother back then." Eugene tried to sit up while wondering to himself, "Did I threaten them too much?" But then, feeling the knot of the rope tying him, he realized, "No. Seeing how clumsily they've imprisoned me." He quickly cut the rope and thought, "They must be scared to face me." So the threat was effective. His wary eyes glanced outside through the iron bars. They acted impulsively. Aren't they afraid of the consequences? If they're in such a state of panic, it might be more dangerous. Just as he was planning to escape, he suddenly heard a noise. "I need to find a way out." The kids appeared out of nowhere. His eyes met theirs in the air. One of them was so startled he fell over. As soon as he saw the kids, Eugene was shocked and called out loudly, "You guys." The kids also called out happily, "Eugene." As soon as the cell door was opened, Eugene hurriedly asked, "What are you kids doing here?" "It's dangerous." The kids hesitated and replied, "But we were worried." Their words made him want to say something. "Worried? My leg." Then a child from somewhere took out the items he had dropped. "Sir, here are your clothes and earrings." Hearing this, he was startled and exclaimed, "Earrings." Seemingly remembering he had dropped something important, Eugene shouted in alarm, "The earrings." This reaction of his made the child holding the earrings ask in confusion, "Is something wrong, sir?" Without a moment's hesitation, he hugged the three children tightly, full of happiness, and sincerely thanked them. "I'm so grateful to you kids. My earrings." Seeing him so happy, the children were also happy for him and said, "We knew it." After putting his clothes back on and wearing the earrings again, Yuji quickly asked for directions. "Should we get going quickly? Do you know the way out?" One child quickly replied, "Yes, I know. There's an exit through the sewer." However, the boy also cautiously warned, "But something's not right. It's different from usual." Hearing this, Eugene wondered, not right in what way? A moment later, he and the children entered the dark sewer. Suddenly, a monster rushed out from the darkness. Its appearance startled the children and Eugene. He even screamed, "A monster!" Without thinking much, he quickly used magic to disintegrate the monster. Afterwards, he turned to warn the children. Kids, there are monsters. Be careful. Don't leave my side. The kids trembled with fear and replied, yes. He turned the monster to ash in one shot. Suddenly, the kids said to each other, that thing scared me. Things like this usually don't come down this deep. See? I told you something was wrong. These words made Yuji quickly realize a worrying point. The children seem to be used to this. According to his calculations, we are right in the center. And where they were currently standing was just below the ground, separated by only a layer of bricks. He never expected there to be so many monsters in the capital. But the abyss has infiltrated too deeply. Immediately, Eugene asked the children if it was always like this. The children trembled and revealed. This is the first time I've seen one so big. What should we do? The exit is that way. Hearing that, Eugene understood. So it was here before. He seemed to have figured it out. The abyss reacts to human suffering. Because they hate humans, the creations of Felon. Therefore, the spread of the abyss means that many people in the capital have. Over on Joseph's side, he was angrily urging his subordinates. Hurry up, move. Only take the valuable things. Damn this slow bunch. The last one will be food for the monsters. Suddenly, the old man turned to a subordinate. You. What happened to that Olivia kid? The man stammered in reply. We locked him up. Annoyed by this stupid answer, Joseph went crazy and yelled. Good. How well did you lock him up? Please, you idiot. Damn it. The subordinate hurriedly reported. I fed him 3 times the usual dose of the drug. He won't be able to wake up for 2 days. The old man felt a bit bitter towards Eugene. Damn it. I thought he was just a naive young master, easy to take advantage of. But I didn't expect him to be such a cunning brat. Currently, the old man was in a dilemma. I can't kill him. Because that would be going against Lord Idea's orders. And letting him go would cause the army to search every little alley. Therefore, before people found out he had kidnapped Eugene, Joseph had to run quickly. We have no other choice. Before they find out the kid is missing, we must proceed with our work as soon as possible. Immediately, the old man turned and asked his subordinate. The elderly and the orphans, have you gathered them? The subordinate replied, yes, sir. The person added, not all of them, but the ones we could catch are all gathered here. Joseph looked at the numbers before him and showed satisfaction. Good. Very well. Next, the old man announced. I will stay here and continue searching for the ones we missed. If it's not enough, bring the children too. Hearing this, the subordinate replied, yes. Finally, the man emphasized. Remember, the more food, the better. The elderly and children heard this and were puzzled. But before they could get an answer, a monster appeared out of nowhere. Food? What do you mean, sir? The monster swallowed an unfortunate old person whole. Next, it was a massacre drenched in syrup caused by the monster. Until I am satisfied, offer your bodies and your syrup to me. As for Eugene, he was quite astonished. I never thought the abyss would be in the capital, right before my eyes. Even so, he seriously instructed the children to hold on tight. Come on. He didn't expect there to be so many of these monsters. They were even expanding at a rapid pace. Before letting the children follow him, he would go ahead to check the situation. Wait. I'll go first to check if it's safe. Just as Eugene peeked his head out to look, something was also watching him from the darkness. In this situation, any monster. He quickly detected the murderous gaze. The monster was also startled to see him. And then, a sword was swung. On the other side, an axe was also raised. Eugene and someone else started fighting each other. He was startled and stepped back, dodging an axe from that person. It turned out the person fighting with him was Soho. He also hurriedly blocked a sword strike. It was only then that the two of them were startled to recognize each other. Then, they both called out each other's names in unison. Eugene. Levan. Eugene asked with confusion, "What are you doing here?" Soho's voice suddenly faltered. "I." He gritted his teeth, trying to form a complete sentence. "I came to." His attitude made Eugene a bit concerned. In that moment, Soho raised his axe high and said in a strained voice, "Kill you." The children behind them saw this scene and immediately wanted to rush forward, calling Eugene's name. He spread his arms to stop the children behind him and shouted, "Don't come near." Eugene clutched his chest and knelt down, facing him. With a grim expression, he said, "Levan. I didn't expect this to be true." He replied without emotion, "If you already suspected me, why weren't you more careful around me?" Eugene gritted his teeth and stubbornly said, "Because I trusted you." He looked down from above, his eyes as cold as ice, and said, "I hate words like that the most. How can you trust someone when you know nothing about them? Acting kindly without thinking things through thoroughly is why you've ended up like this." He couldn't understand, looking at him. His voice trembled slightly. But still, Eugene began to gather power in the palm of his hand. He splashed the water below and froze it into. 11 didn't forget to say, "I've learned one more thing." Levin saw this scene and suddenly remembered the things Eugene had once told him. That right now, it's only this much. But in an environment with a lot of water, I can repeat the spell to create something even bigger. He said worriedly, so that wasn't a bluff. Even considering his circumstances and the artifacts he possesses, this is not the mana capacity of a one-circle mage. 11 also began to use his magic. A bolt of purple lightning appeared. He said to himself, "Why someone like him? I'm not sure about a mage's potential. A one-circle is still just a one-circle." After saying that, he unleashed a god-slaying cannon blast, shattering the ice that Eugene had created. Although the magic looked large from a distance, Eugene looked at the cannon in disbelief. What? He was still murmuring in his head. The truth is, it's just a small magic spell being repeated over and over. If I get there fast enough to not give him time to repeat the spell. His speed was indeed faster than imagined. It only took a moment to break through Eugene's defense to face him head-on. The only magic he could use was an ice sword. Eugene was alarmed and hurriedly formed an ice sword in his hand. And as Levon had already predicted, he shattered it with a single strike. An ice sword that isn't fully formed is easy to break. With the ice sword gone, Eugene had no other means of defense. He immediately took the opportunity to strike. It's over. Different from his prediction, Eugene still had one last weapon. It was his arm. He used his bare hand to block a fatal blow from him. Levon couldn't help but be amazed. He struck a martial arts pose, smiled, and said, "Even without a sword, a Falivian is still." Eugene's eyes flashed as he said, "A warrior." Falivia's great armor technique, ancient force. The powerful punch rushed towards Levan, forcing him to strain to dodge it. The air around it could create a vacuum. Next, Levan also took the opportunity while he wasn't paying attention to strike. But he had keenly noticed. Eugene agilely dodged that blast of magical power. After that, the two warily separated. 11 also knelt down exhausted, rubbing his wrist. He asked with a wary expression, "You were bedridden for 5 years?" He marveled to himself. Even with that injury, his close combat ability is unbelievable. Then Levin took out a gun. He frowned while loading it and said, "So it's true. Falivians are taught to fight as soon as they can walk." He didn't feel very confident in his heart. "I can win, but this is a risky gamble." Eugene's jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "A gun? That's a weapon." He thought in disbelief. Do things like that exist in our world? His expression was full of vigilance. It's really dangerous. His fighting skills are too terrifying. And now with a machine like that. Then, Eugene's face suddenly looked shocked as if he had seen a ghost. Levin thought he was scared of him and stood up. Rubbing his hands, he said, I won't fight the Folivian way. I will fight our way. Don't think it's too despicable. I am a person of the shadows, different from you. For my purpose, I will do anything. Eugene and the kids shouted in panic. Wait! Behind you. He looked at them in disbelief. By the time he turned around and asked, Huh? What? A second later, he discovered a monster full of teeth, opening its mouth to swallow him from behind. Leon froze on the spot, breaking into a cold sweat. Then the monster immediately opened its mouth wide and lunged. Eugene instinctively ran and pushed him, shouting loudly, Leon. He looked at him in amazement, not thinking that he was still worried about him. A huge question mark appeared in Eleven's head. Why? The three children screamed in fear, Eugene. After he disappeared from sight, all three of them, without planning, had the same horrified expression. In the sewers of the royal capital, the military's human experimentation lab, the Eternal Order of Medicine. Two porters were chatting. The skinny one said with annoyance, Every time I come here, I feel filthy. The muscular one agreed. This is where they dissect people. The skinny one said uncomfortably, I heard there was once an 8-year-old child. How could they do that? The muscular one wasn't very happy either. They don't see those people as human. The doctors are even more ruthless if you look at what they do. Basically, they're murderers. Elisa, standing behind them, heard everything. He turned around with a murderous aura and said, By sacrificing that child, they found a clue to the incurable petrification disease. As a result, that child's life led to a breakthrough that could save countless patients. He glanced over resentfully. Do you think Lord Idea is torturing people? Everything that happens here is to save more lives. Then he exploded, pointing and shouting, You lowly people. You could never understand that nobility. Now move the stuff before the army invades. The other two fearfully grabbed their things and rushed off. Yes, sir. Joseph imprisoned the foolish Folivian. That has its limits too. The man added another sentence, Hurry up. Then, as if he had taken some drug, he waved his hands and shouted, slowly. Be careful. Every document and artifact here is a heritage of humanity. Nothing is cheaper than your lives. Even if one gets damaged. He hadn't finished speaking when a loud noise echoed behind him. Before turning to look, he was already scolding. You are endlessly foolish idiots. How can you make a mistake right after I just spoke? When he turned around, he was shocked. What? You. The one who appeared was Levin. He was carrying Eugene on his back. His face was still streaked with water. It was unclear if it was normal water or tears. He called out numbly, Are you a doctor? Then he placed Eugene on the operating table and began to use a knife, saying, I am a doctor who serves Lord Idea. The life of Eugene Folivia is also my top priority. So there's no need to be on guard. The reason he said that was because Levin was pointing a weapon at the back of his neck from behind, watching him with a threatening look. He asked suspiciously, If you treated him properly, why hasn't he woken up yet? The man replied with a serious expression. It would be abnormal if he did wake up. I heard he drank enough anesthetic to knock out an adult for 3 days. But in that condition, he fell into a source of contaminated water with a large wound. It's a miracle he's not dead already. Hearing this, 11 asked in disbelief, What? 3 days for real? If he dies from an overdose, that will happen. The man retorted without losing ground. If he dies, it will be because of the pre-existing wound, not the anesthetic. Then the man's gaze swept over sharply. I'm more worried about you. Are you okay? You were surely ordered to kill Eugene Folivia. Based on the wounds, you attempted an assassination. What made you change your mind? Levin leaned in close to the man suspiciously and asked, Who are you? How do you know me? The man explained, I was just guessing from the scars. But it seems I was right. Ba 11 unhappily threatened, Don't test me. It makes me want to kill you. Just focus on the treatment. Your life depends on his. The man rolled his eyes. You don't need to worry about that. Eugene Folivia will never die here. Levon pressed his lips together, looking down at his motionless face. The man suddenly said, "Give me the bag behind you." He asked, "What's in it?" The man said, "An item needed for the treatment." He was suspicious but still went to get it, his eyes never leaving the man. "A truly suspicious item," the man replied. "If you're suspicious, then open it. Then there will be no more doubts." 11 started to open it, and when he saw what was inside, he was stunned as if hit by a spell. What the hell? Lord Idea is a god who walked into this darkness. He dissected 1,000 people but saved 10,000. He conquered 10 diseases and proved the cause of illness for 200 people. Since being the 12th disciple, it's no exaggeration to call him the one who has healed the most people. However, he was never satisfied. Because the person he wanted to heal, even if he had to offer himself to the abyss, was his own nephew. The man sneered lightly. Saving thousands for the sake of one person. What a touching story, isn't it? Ba 11 gritted his teeth in frustration, his expression extremely grim. It doesn't feel disturbing at all. The man suddenly asked. You're not one to get emotional, are you? He said emotionlessly, whatever. Seeing the item worn on his hand, he asked, so what is this thing? The man answered briefly, the ring of life and the blood ring. They activate the latent mana inside the body to enhance strength and control the movement of syrup. The source of life. This life is very fragile. So each individual needs self-regulation. But luckily, we have something that suits us. The man took out a red vial like syrup and poured it out. With these two things, there are only a few patients we can't cure. He returned to the old topic and asked, but why did you try to save your assassination target? He casually picked up an iron rod and said sarcastically, why should I tell you, you idiot? The man squinted, examining the test tube with a smile. To be fair, I was ordered to protect him. So if you give up the assassination, it's a benefit to me. All right, I've removed the anesthetic and toxins. It's only a matter of time before he wakes up. He asked nonchalantly, really? A second later, Levin used the iron rod to stab through the man from behind. He said sharply, then you can die now. The man trembled, you. Then he swung his arm to push 11 away and said, I knew it would be like this. He dodged away. Of course. If you knew, you should have restrained yourself. I can't let you live because you disgust me. The man clutched his chest and said without emotion. So, it's my fault. It's hard to consider the feelings of lowly people. A second later, the man ripped off the cloak he had been wearing all this time, revealing an unimaginable body. He had 4 arms and was muscular, each arm holding a different weapon. The man's eyes flashed. As an apology, I will kill you very slowly and carefully. Levan looked on coldly, having already switched to a defensive stance. He asked, you were once a priest? That transformed state. This is going to be difficult. A second later, the two rushed at each other, each delivering a fatal blow. The sound of impact echoed. At this moment, there was a sudden change on Eugene's side. His eyebrows twitched slightly. Then he groggily opened his eyes, his complexion not looking good. The first thing he saw was 11's back. He was frantically striking downwards. He propped himself up on his hands and sat up, calling out in surprise, 11. He immediately froze the action he was doing. After seeing clearly, Eugene was shocked. What? 11 wiped the syrup from his face and said nonchalantly, you're awake. Levon calmly raised his hand to introduce, as you can see, this is a follower of the abyss below. At his feet was Elise's corpse. It's a bit messy here. Shall we change locations? The two of them went outside together. At this time, Levon's body was no longer covered in syrup. Seeing Eugene about to put on his shirt, he asked, huh? Wait. Is your arm okay? Eugene looked blankly. Then he innocently waved his hand. What? It's completely fine. He was surprised to that extent? This thing is really too strong. Hearing those words, he asked confusedly, this thing? It wasn't until he saw the 2 rings on his hand that Eugene clutched his wrist and gasped in astonishment. A magic tool? What is this? 11 patiently explained. Those are the ring of life and the blood ring. Or something like that. And what else? Anyway, it's good for your health. He couldn't help but cast a suspicious glance at him and asked. Health? Where did you get this? He said casually, from the Abyss follower just now. After hearing that, he couldn't help but shiver, remembering the syrup-drenched scene from before. He thought in fear, which hand was it on? Then Eugene happily clenched his fist and shouted. But wait, this is unbelievable. With this level of regeneration, isn't he invincible? 11 said helplessly, it's not to that extent. Magic related to life is high-level magic, reaching the level of the 12 apostles. But it must consume an enormous amount of mana, or it can only be used once. It has such limitations. After hearing this, Eugene became dejected. I see. 11 leaned against the wall and suddenly asked, but don't you mind? The person who tried to kill you is right here beside you. Eugene smiled nonchalantly and replied, but he also tried to save me. Levon quickly retorted, hey. That's because you were the first one. Then he shrugged and sighed, forget it. How could I possibly understand the thoughts of a good person like you? Anyway, I've repaid the favor for you saving me, right? Eugene laughed like a child and said, right. 11 turned and pointed, let's talk later. For now, let's get out of here. We can't know what might happen when the Abyss is out of control. Eugene frowned and asserted, no. I will stay in the Abyss. Out of control means human sacrifices are taking place. At the very least, I'll save who I can before leaving. Levon turned angrily and shouted, are you crazy? I just saved you so you could rush back to your death? You're being stubborn, he said. Don't worry, I won't die. I'm stronger than I look. No. He held his forehead in frustration. No, so you're strong. But you can't handle the priests. You asked confusedly, the priests? He explained, that's right. The priests, we are the core of the eternal order, and also the limbs of the apostles. They have the infamous infinity tattoo, and all of them are strangely strong, blessed by the Abyss. They are not enemies you can handle right now. Levon was a bit impatient but continued to explain. This place is undergoing a large-scale sacrifice, and it's also the territory of the apostle idea. And it wouldn't be surprising if priests appeared at any moment. So, if you don't want to die. As he said this, he suddenly remembered something and paused. He held his chin in confusion. Wait a minute. You won't die because Idea's side wants to protect you. Eugene, however, wondered, how do you know so much? He was still lost in thought. I was confused because there was suddenly a large-scale sacrifice. Why is this happening? Why sacrifice humans? Idea, who is recovering from her injuries, is not someone who would do something so conspicuous. Could it be a local priest acting alone? No. Eugene suddenly raised his hand. Perhaps it's because of me. Then he recounted his story with the guy, Joseph. Before, he had said casually, that's how it is. At this moment, Levon realized the problem. His eyes widened, so it was because of this person. He was clearly afraid of Eugene's threats, so Joseph acted on his own. He knew Idea wouldn't be pleased with such obvious, independent actions. But he also couldn't kill Eugene. He suddenly turned and said, this seems easier than I thought. You looked on curiously, huh? What is it? Levon rubbed his chin, considering. No. Even if it's an easy problem, there are still risks. If I stop Joseph's actions, I could use it as an excuse for the failed assassination. But it could also attract attention and get us all caught. It's best not to interfere. When he finished thinking, he asked, do you have a plan? You asked back, confused, a plan? I guess. While Levin was speculating, Eugene casually replied, I don't have one. He wanted to laugh and ask, so you just said it without thinking? Eugene stammered, no. But I just happened to see a way for me to have a plan. Hey! Levon suddenly broke into a confident smile, saying, well then, that's convenient. You have the motive, and I have the plan. You hadn't even finished speaking when you were startled by that sentence. On the other side, a loud sound echoed. Hey! There are orphans here. A few thuggish-looking men were chasing after some children. Catch them! A man with a fierce face caught one, pinned him down, and scolded, Got you, you little rat. The child burst into tears, Please save me. The guy gritted his teeth and said, Save you? You shameless brat. If we gave you food and shelter, you should at least work to deserve what you get. If it weren't for us, you'd be dead somewhere, you orphan. So why can't we use you as a sacrifice? He clearly hadn't finished his sentence when from behind, Eugene grabbed his hair and said, I told you not to bully the children. You were seething with killing intent. If you do it again, I won't forgive you, you useless scum. 11 suddenly interjected, Don't worry, you're not useless. Because I will use you as a sacrifice. What? I can also get information from you. He turned the man's head towards his comrades, who were lying flat on the ground. Levin chimed in, If you don't answer properly, you'll die in one piece. The man pleaded, I'll tell you everything. Please spare me. The children saw Eugene and ran to him, calling out, Eugene. The children burst into tears and rushed into his arms. Brother Eugene. He was also moved to the verge of tears. You guys. Eugene was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. You all must have been so scared, right? Meanwhile, Levin quickly took out a mask similar to the man's and put it on before the curious eyes of the other guy. He walked over and reminded you, I know you're happy, but you need to prepare too. Hurry up. The 3 children looked at him curiously. Who is that? He looks familiar. When the gloomy door opened, Joseph saw someone enter and asked, What do you want? The man who had been restrained by Leon stammered, Yes, I've come to provide a sacrifice. Doctor. I have something to tell you, Joseph, about the young master, Eugene, so I came to tell you. Leon, who was impersonating him from behind, was holding a weapon to threaten him, while also signaling for the others to be quiet. Hearing this name, Joseph immediately became vigilant and asked, Eugene? My plan isn't complicated at all. The situation is in our favor. The old man thought for a moment and then agreed. All right. If the 2 of us can hide our identities and infiltrate the enemy's central area. The old man finally spoke, Let's go. It's as good as our victory. When Eugene entered, he was horrified. What is this? He doesn't look like he did before. You still remembered the old man's face from before, which had a somewhat servile look. You looked anxiously towards 11, Is this okay? 11, behind his mask, also started to sweat bullets. We're in trouble. I wanted to resolve this peacefully, but that thing clearly isn't suited for talking. What they saw was a large, hideous monster. What did they do to turn him into a monster like that? While everyone was stunned, the old man spoke. You leave the sacrifice and go. And the doctor, right? So what happened to the kid, Olivia? The man who brought them in glanced at the fearful expressions on their faces. He immediately scrambled over to the old man and shouted, Sir Joseph. They are not the doctor and the sacrifice. Levin took out several sharp, shiny throwing knives. We had a feeling it would be like this, he said. Then he threw one into the back of the other guy's neck, a fatal blow. The old man immediately said angrily, What do you think you're doing? How dare you touch the sacrifice? Levon started to remove his mask. You care more about the sacrifice than your own men? Then he removed the rest of his disguise. If that's the case, don't worry. Those dead people were just your men in disguise. The old man roared in anger, You bastard, you dare ambush me? Levin grabbed Eugene's cloak and pulled it back. A small flame gathered in his hand as he said, "Stay still, if you don't want to see Eugene Folivia explode." The old man's voice echoed, "What? Who are you? Back to the conversation about your plan." At that time, Levin had said, "First of all, I'll reveal to you that I am a subordinate of the priest, Zor of the Eternal Order." Eugene was surprised. "The Eternal Order? So you're a follower of the Abyss? No wonder you know so much. That person once said, 'Forget about revenge. Don't consider kneeling before the enemy a disgrace. You must survive at all costs.'" Levin said casually, "If I were a follower of the Abyss, I wouldn't be cooperating with you. Let's just say I'm working for the Eternal Order through an agreement. In short, Soho was the one who ordered me to kill you." Eugene was stunned, then he held his head in confusion. "Wait. But why do some members of the Eternal Order want to protect me, while others want to kill me?" Levin said, "It's complicated. You don't need to think about it too much. It's just a conflict between the apostles that each priest serves. It's a common occurrence in the organization. The Eternal Order is composed of independent individuals gathered by a messenger called the Prophet. As long as they don't deviate from the Prophet's prophecy, the disciples are free to act. So as long as it's within the limits of the prophecy, anything is possible." Back to reality. Levin asked, "Did you plan to ruin the prophecy? It's too early to hold the grand ceremony in the royal capital." Joseph's side grew impatient. "What? Wait, hold on a minute." They continued talking. "Starting human sacrifices this early will interfere with the fulfillment of the prophecy, right? If I report this situation to the apostles..." The old man, seeing himself being ignored, angrily threw a punch and roared, "Wait, listen." The two of you quickly dodged as rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Eugene ran while wondering, what the hell? He's attacking even after hearing about the prophet? Is this within the limits of the prophecy? No way. Even if it is within the prophecy, there's no reason to attack the person he's trying to protect. Joseph frantically smashed things, shouting, "Wait, I said wait. He's panicking." The old man lost control and said, "Wait. Wait, I'll explain everything. Just give me time." The two of you stood in a cloud of dust. You asked, "What should we do now?" He replied, "What other choice do we have?" A blow struck down where they were. 11 rubbed his hands and said, "We have to take him down." You asked in surprise, "What? You don't have any other plan either." As soon as they finished speaking, a blow landed. Smoke and dust filled the air. The two still nimbly dodged to the side. Eugene took out his cloak, which had bombs attached inside. Joseph saw it. 11 shouted, "Now!" The cloak was thrown at the old man. The two also activated their magic. One purple, one blue. Fireworks exploded, a blue blaze. The magic rushed towards the bombs, creating a significant explosion that hit the old man directly. Amidst the thick smoke, a few voices were heard. This turned out to be better than listening to that nonsense. Was this your plan from the beginning? One part. Eugene said angrily, "You take human life too lightly, huh?" He replied helplessly, "This is not the time for that talk. You wouldn't have been kidnapped by these kinds of people if you were more careful." The two suddenly saw a familiar twitching figure. It was Joseph, lying weakly on the ground, saying, "You two get along so well? How despicable." Levin snapped, "Shut up. With that weakness, you're just a big talker. What was your purpose in doing all this? You wouldn't do this just to turn into a giant worm, I bet." The old man pleaded in a cowardly manner, I'll tell you everything. Can you just give me one day?" Eugene flatly refused, "No. Your plan is to hold the sacrifice on that day, right? You sacrifice human lives so easily, yet you're desperate to get one more day for yourself." The old man immediately flew into a rage and screamed, "Shut up. Do you think you have the right to lecture me? You also stay alive by sucking the lifeblood of the weak. My son, my son. My poor son. The old man pointed at the two of them. You killed my son too. 11 pointed to his own head and said, he seems to have lost his mind. The old man's hands became deformed as he muttered something. My son, my son. The old man clutched his head. No, no, father will bring you back to life by any means. But not now. Suddenly, from the old man's body, a monstrous arm broke through his body and emerged. The old man screamed, not yet. My son. Before their eyes, a strange monster emerged. The two of them, without planning, both wondered, his son? The corpse of that monster. The old man held the corpse on his back, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, son. The old man gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. Your pathetic father has caused your death twice. Eugene looked at this scene in disbelief. So he did this to resurrect his son. Levin covered his mouth. I understand why he's taking such extreme measures now. But bringing the dead back to life, when they've already reached the realm of the gods. What are you planning? Idea. Suddenly Eugene noticed a flash of light. He quickly stood in front of Levon. Wait, be careful. He wondered, what's wrong? Before their eyes, a blinding light enveloped them. It's two. A wave of power sent the two flying far away. Both were knocked to the ground. Eugene struggled to open his eyes. This sword energy is absurd. That's an extremely powerful swordsman, on par with my eldest brother. Yes. 11 recalled his conversation with the young boy, Tamiya. At that time, the two were hesitating before entering the door. He had asked, do we really have to go inside? The boy said, yes. He placed his hand on the boy's arm and said, you can go back now. I'll find the remaining parts myself. The boy shouted, that pose again. Suddenly, Tamiya called out, brother. Brother. Making 11 turn. The little boy struck the same pose as him, but more flamboyantly, and declared, you're Falls, right? The one who punishes wicked nobles and corrupt officials. You mean the righteous thief, the hero Falls? 11 grimaced, what? The boy's eyes sparkled. It's you, isn't it? You asked, how are you so fast? He stopped him. Wait, calm down. What kind of rumor is spreading, anyway? He patiently explained, first of all, Falls is not a righteous thief or anything. I understand why those rumors are spreading, but it's not true. And I'm very sorry, but I'm not Falls. The real Falls died 5 years ago to protect me. Back in the present. Levent was still struggling to stand, but his struggle was obvious. I guess I'll be following him soon. It is often said that there are very few swordsmen who can cut through rock with sword pressure alone. That is the first step on the path to becoming a sword saint, to reach the realm of magic. Why would a swordsman of such caliber appear here? At that moment, Joseph arrogantly cursed, you hypocrites. Damn you. With the rest of my life, I will definitely kill all of you. Eugene suddenly rushed forward, saying, I'll handle it. Levin tried to stop him. No, wait. Eugene charged forward recklessly, using flame stars, creating a ball of power, trying to block the monster's attack. Again, a blinding light froze him. His attack was easily pierced by him. Levon pulled him away while he was still dazed. The firepower has decreased? He scolded irritably, idiot. You've used up all your energy today. Eugene asked naively, mana? Can it be depleted? Levin was also bewildered, what? What are you talking about? Then the monster prepared to swing its sword again. He warned, behind you. He offered his weapon, here, use this. Paper? The monster flew into the air, preparing to strike down. When it landed, the two had already dodged. Then it frantically slashed everywhere. The two could only retaliate with their weapons. Until it suddenly slashed towards Levin. He was disarmed and couldn't dodge. Levin took a direct hit to the chest. Eugene called out anxiously, Levin. He took advantage of its distraction and slashed at its leg. It stopped. Joseph cried out in pain, my leg. Then it angrily kicked him hard. "You bastard!" Eugene was sent flying. Leon saw it too. Wait, now! That attack was effective. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere, dust filled the air. Leon had used his mechanical arm to survive that moment. He knelt down, holding his head, looking completely exhausted. Am I going to die like this? Living my whole life as a hunting dog for the enemy who killed Phelps, only to end like this. How did it come to this? Levan got swept up by that fool, hoping to play the hero, even though it doesn't suit me. In the end, he collapsed too. So he was just pretending to be okay while he was still struggling to fight. What an idiot. Even so, with the life that the god Felon gave him, he didn't tarnish the Felivia name. The one who shamed his name was me, the one who always ran away. Don't resent me. We don't both have to die. Survive, Levante. I have a reason to exist, even if it's a disgrace. This magic is incomplete. Using it means all my muscles will be torn within 5 minutes. I won't be able to move even a finger after that. But 5 minutes is enough to escape. Suddenly, 11 saw some familiar figures. It was the children. Even old Joseph had seen the children. They anxiously surrounded Eugene's body. Worriedly, they said, "We're caught." The monster holding the sword didn't know them. "Who are you people?" It swung its sword, intending to strike. Levin quickly tried to stop it. Wait. It, of course, didn't listen and struck directly. Die! The children were in imminent danger. Levin's arm was still in the air. No, the children can't dodge in time. And I'm too far away to block it. Wait. If I use that thing, I can reach them. But I need to save it to escape. Wasting it here is foolish. While Levin was struggling, he saw Tamir's action of placing his hand on his arm. It was a familiar gesture between him and Felix. A strange emotion welled up fiercely within him. A flood of old memories returned. At that time, 11 was just a ragged child. He held bread in his hand and asked innocently, "Why are you so kind to an orphan like me?" Like the bakery owner said, "It's foolish. Because I have nothing to repay you with." At that time, Phelps laughed and said, "A smile from you is thanks enough for a gentleman like me." Then Levin, while chewing, said, "I can't even give you that." Phelps smiled. If sharing bread with hungry children is foolish, then someone has to be foolish. Right? He immediately became serious. This gentleman's name is Phelps, one of the most respectable fools in Horizon. At this moment, in reality, Levin knelt down. Using his last bit of strength, he channeled magic. And now you are the last Felix. A stream of purple power swiftly confronted the monster's sword. That purple power belonged to Levin. He seemed to transform into a different person, rushing forward like a flash. Then he channeled his magic, creating a large sphere and pushing it towards it. Joseph was surprised. What was that speed just now? 11 stood in front of the children and said without turning his head, "You guys, 5 minutes. I'll buy you 5 minutes. Escape with Eugene during this time." Tamia replied with admiration, "Yes, sir." Joseph heard this and burst out laughing. "You fool. You should have used that ability to escape yourself. Then at least one of you would have survived. In 5 minutes, I'll kill you and then chase down and kill that Felvia guy. I know, he doesn't need to tell me. This is the most foolish act of my life." But Leon suddenly said, Phelps was not a noble thief. Phelas protected Felon's legacy in the shadows. The old man asked irritably, "What are you mumbling about?" Levin suddenly poured his magic into the ground. "My true duty is to find the abyss hiding in the shadows and destroy them." A layer of black smoke covered everything. Taking that opportunity, the children helped carry Eugene away. "Hurry up! We have to get out of the gate in 5 minutes." But suddenly, Eugene's eyelids twitched. He suddenly opened his eyes. "I passed out again. Even though I caused this mess, I still need help. The abyss finds joy in human suffering. Why did I do that to those who are suffering? How pathetic. A huge explosion engulfed the battlefield in thick smoke. The monster slashed once when it saw Levin's figure. He tried his best to dodge. The breaking process is happening faster than I thought. Is using it without reinforcing my body too much to handle? This magic was originally a high-level technique for enchanting equipment, but now it's being used on the body. It grants immense power, but the body gets destroyed even while moving. And I still can't touch him even when using my life force. He's a monster. It seems he can't use his full strength because of that strange lower body. But even so, he still overwhelms me by 200%. If he were at his strongest, he would kill me with a single blow. But the reason I'm still alive, is it a warrior's respect? To ensure a warrior dies without regrets, is he tacitly allowing me to pour everything I have into this fight? Levin smiled. Is that something to consider? How ridiculous. I must have become too sentimental. But it also. I can't help but laugh. The thrill of this foolish act is too exciting. On the other side, although Eugene's eyes were open, he still couldn't stand up. The children were trying to pull him together. This time, we'll save you. Eugene's face was weary. I can't even move a finger. It's happening to me again. A feeling all too familiar. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. The Grand Duke of the Abyss. His uncle once said, that's right. A Grand Duke. The ruler of the Abyss is called the Abyss King, or Grand Duke. They are named so because whether they are a king or a Grand Duke, they hold absolute power in their domain. They became the greatest enemies of the god Felon and the 12 disciples, who came from the stars to purify the abyss. After hearing that story, Eugene as a child was very excited. So scary. What do they look like? Are they scary? Idea had said, there isn't much information about them. But aren't they surprisingly charismatic? People who claim to have met a Grand Duke fall into the abyss and can't escape. Charismatic, my ass. Is it trying to tell me something? Power. It's offering me enough power to put all of Horizon under my feet. An immense power. Lies, that's absurd. This is too obvious a temptation. But if even a small fraction of that power is real, I could protect everyone. Just a little. Eugene suddenly saw something. It was a child. He asked, are you my pet? Eugene turned pale. Wait, who are all of you? Then he suddenly shot up, letting out an ear-piercing scream. He clutched his chest, panting heavily. Why did my past suddenly? No, more importantly, the Grand Duke of the Abyss. It appeared. Is it because the influence of the Abyss has grown stronger thanks to the human sacrifices? I don't know why it appeared before me, but just as I heard, I was almost drawn in without realizing it. If my past self hadn't held me back. Now, perhaps I should thank my past self. You came to save me. But if it was my past self that pulled me back, then what were those terrifying shadows to him? Suddenly, the children's voices cut through his thoughts. Eugene blankly asked, what's wrong? For now, let's forget about it. He reluctantly smiled at them. I'm fine now. Thank you, all of you, really. The battle isn't over yet. There's no time to rest. As Eugene was about to leave, they asked, Eugene, where are you going? He replied, it's okay, I'll be fine after a little rest. The children didn't believe him and shouted, you're such a liar. Surely, trying to fight in my current state is reckless. It's better than before, but it's still very difficult to move. However, he recalled Levin's earlier words. I almost forgot about those rings. I heard that Idea made them to treat you. If these rings were made by my uncle to heal me. He clenched his fist and looked at the ring seriously. Then I can continue fighting. The illness from my past and present is a kind of paralysis of unknown origin, stiffening my entire body. On the battlefield, Joseph suddenly broke into a sweat and said, no, that presence. So if that's what Uncle made to heal me, then its purpose is. Idea once told him, half the reason I became a doctor was to see you healthy again, just like now. To help me move again despite being bedridden. That must have been the intention. That's blood magic. The power the abyss granted to Lord Idea. How did you obtain it? Syrup. It circulated so fiercely that it was visible through the skin. He uses syrup to strengthen and support his muscles. I've figured out its entire use. Seeing him, Levin suddenly said, just a warning. Even if you join in, this is my target. Eugene nonchalantly said, I don't care what plans you have. Levin gave a self-deprecating laugh. Looks like you're in a hurry. At least thanks to you, I found a weak point. Why are you pretending to be so cool? He pointed at the monster's lower half. Should I call it Joseph? Anyway, that thing. It can't keep up with the movements of its upper body. Let's find a way to kill the lower half first. Then deal with that sword saint. It's only a little harder than taking care of a baby. Eugene replied with a bored expression, good thing it's that simple. Then, he seemed to transform into someone else. His eyes were as red as syrup. Because I find it increasingly difficult to think clearly. This appearance stunned both Levin and Joseph. Just as I thought. He's using Idea's magic tool to go berserk. Idea once asked Joseph, do you know of the berserkers of the north? They can keep moving even if their hearts are pierced. The old man had replied, instinctively, it's a state of madness. So they're moving because they don't feel pain, right? In truth, they are numb from too much pain due to a flood of adrenaline and endorphins. But this surpasses pain. Just like an instrument cannot make a sound when its strings are cut, the secret lies in their syrup. When they enter a state of rage, their blood pressure skyrockets, and their syrup will support and replace damaged organs. That's why even if their muscles are torn like this, as long as the syrup circuits are connected, they can still move. This is it. If it's this, the real battle begins. Yugi aimed straight for his target and charged. Accompanied by his mighty roar, die! His anger had reached its max level. The creature roared as it raised its hand to counterattack. Olivia witnessed Eugene fighting like a madman. Levin thought to himself, charging in like a lunatic. Instantly, he rushed forward, kicking the creature and sending it flying back. Then, the creature reached its clawed hand towards Levin. As quick as a flash, it had grabbed him. Eugene stood there, cheering relentlessly, good, good. Keep it up. The creature showed immense frustration. Damn it! I can't react in time. This is truly a madman from the extreme wastelands. To fight against the abyss, they are forced to become monsters. In his wildest dreams, he never expected them to be Einherjar. No, I must not be overwhelmed by his aggression. I have to remember he's just a child, albeit a slightly strong one. Even if many like him take us down, it doesn't matter. The problem is their coordinated attack. When one distracts my son's mind, the other attacks my weaker self. But that's easier said than done. This is a life or death battle. Don't these madmen fear death? Their fighting style, their attacks are so crude. Their coordination is just a matter of luck. It won't work on my son. But what about me? At this time, Eugene was also racking his brain. If this berserker continues, even with a pierced heart and torn muscles, what will I do next? If this madman keeps repeating this, I'll think of something. He continued to beat the creature to a pulp. The creature only managed to yell, "Caw! No, no!" At that moment, Levin was still observing intently. He wondered doubtfully, what is that form? Cornered, the creature decided to take them all down with him. If I die, this poor soul will not go alone but will be brutally killed again. I absolutely will not let that happen. Looking at the creature's current state, Levin deduced, is that a defensive form? What a stupid move. Immediately, he moved his magic powerfully. At this moment, the creature realized in a panic, an incomplete resurrection. Life will only last less than a month. But that doesn't mean you have to die today. If like the bright sun, you are more talented than anyone. He had barely finished this thought when he took another blow from Levin. He roared in shock, "My son. Though your life is short, live freely. Father will take these bastards with me." As swift as a striking viper, Levin noticed him swelling up. He used all his strength to jump and unleash a palm strike on the creature. But the creature had already been knocked out. Tears fell from its eyes. "Game over." Gasping, it only managed to call out, "Son." Immediately after, its body exploded into pieces. 1-0 victory. Levin turned to ask Eugene, "By the way, where did you get that kind of power?" Before he could finish his sentence, Eugene unexpectedly raised his axe and attacked Levin. He shouted in confusion, "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly like this?" Faced with Eugene's mindless machine-like actions, he deduced, "This guy. Has he lost his mind?" He began to observe Eugene and ponder. A state of agitation. With blood-red eyes and a complete loss of consciousness. Endless stamina and enhanced muscles. The new kid on the block was him. At this moment, he was in complete shock. Damn it, a true berserker. So he doesn't just possess the Folivia syrup line. No wonder he suddenly smiled like that. But why? If he's a berserker, the enemy is now dead. His reason should have returned by now. He thought in astonishment about his limits. Damn it. Only then did Eugene calmly reply, "Right, think about it. You still have one enemy left." Now, he felt that the law of karma spares no one. This is payback, isn't it? It's time I got what I deserve. Instantly, Eugene brought the axe blade close to his head, his mouth mindlessly mumbling. "You now? With this, we're even more berserk." It's a state of extreme hypnosis, filled with rage and madness. And he broke out of it with his reason? Do you know that being soft-hearted has its time and place? Are you okay with this? An 8-degree face turn. They were together again as if there had never been a separation. "You might regret not killing me right now." "What's this, feeling guilty?" "Ah, snap." Eugene, facing a difficult situation, quickly cried out, "Hey, wait a minute. Hey, hold on." Suddenly, they shared their fortune and fell in their misfortune. He said helplessly, "I can't move." "Of course. You went into a rage without any restraint." Just then, a voice called from the door. "Young master, wake up." He touched the wound on his face and groaned. After a long sleep, he exclaimed happily, "Wow, I slept so well." Taya stood by the bed, displeased. "Really? Oh my. I couldn't sleep all night, sir." "Taya." Immediately, he switched on his sassy mouth mode. "Seriously, we should have tied you up or something. Why do you always end up like this? Did you really have to give me a heart attack?" "Sorry." Although he acted apologetic, Taya had no intention of stopping. "How can you attend the opening ceremony with a face like this?" "This is the only part that's somewhat okay." "The opening ceremony?" Eugene froze for 5 seconds before his brain could process it. "That's right, the Magic Academy's opening ceremony. I forgot. Why are you always like this? Do you have to spill my guts out?" "Hee hee, sorry." At this moment, Eugene put on an expression of pure innocence. "But I had no choice. There were those kids. And yes, those kids were saved. It's all thanks to you." Taya replied, still resentful, "But it would have been better if you had told me first." "I'm sorry." He was clearly bitter. In the end, even a sick and ailing person had to come and save you. "Really? A troublemaker like you still acts clueless." "Father came to save me?" "Huh? Don't you remember anything?" Taya suppressed his anger and recounted, "Yes, it was about you, so he couldn't just sit still. But it's really impressive. He's so sick, yet he still managed to go out. Because it was a serious matter that required his direct command. Both the cleanup after the human sacrifice and dealing with the remnants of the Abyss worshippers." Hearing this, Eugene's eyes welled up. As expected, the victims. Meanwhile, Taya lamented indignantly, "I know the capital's security is bad, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. I miss Bolivia so much. That stereotype again. But this time, it's really a big deal. He continued to explain, when the slums are agitated, it's natural for riots to occur. Really? Eugene asked worriedly, so what about the people who live there? Taya then recounted, that's a real headache. Currently, the Lord is using his own money to protect the poor. But it costs a lot of money, and interfering in the king's territory isn't very convenient either. He pointed out the current situation. If not handled well, it could be seen as, so we are trying to hand them over to the royal side. But their response has been very cold. Seeing this, he asked indignantly, why? That's a big deal. Why? Because it involves the poor. Before his stunned expression, Taya analyzed, in the slums, it's not strange for them to tear each other apart, right? The deaths of the wretched people underground don't matter in the slightest to the upper class. In fact, the nobles of the capital think it's a good thing to let the trash kill each other. It could also be that they're thinking, why do the people of Bolivia always have to interfere and do the right thing? Those actions have nurtured and developed the abyss. But perhaps because they are safe in the back, they are very complacent. At this point, Taya reassured him, but don't worry. The Lord won't abandon the poor for fear of social prejudice. After speaking, he held up a bouquet of flowers and said cheerfully, and they're very cooperative, so they probably like us too. Look, they even sent get well flowers. Eugene luckily picked the right one, hugging the bouquet excitedly. This is it. Taya, seeing his attitude, said in amazement, sending wildflowers to wish someone well. How thoughtful, I admit. Then he looked at the bouquet and wondered, but what's with this strangely shaped paper flower? This is a bit. It's the thought that counts, but... Eugene said shyly, is this the prettiest one? Then that's good. Only now did he remember. Ah, but where's Levin? It would be great if he could see this too. Taya was at a loss for how to answer. Ah, that person is currently. The scene changes. Levin is being interrogated. Surrounding him are soldiers of the Bolivia house. He looked at them and forced a smile. Hello, Eugene. From somewhere, he ran over and upon seeing him, quickly said, glad you look better than I thought. This is... He stood in front of them to break it up. Wait, there's a misunderstanding. Release Levin immediately. A stern man read the order. Attention. They all raised their hands to their heads, shouting in unison, greetings, young lord. Yes. One of them said with a smile, please speak normally, sir. We are all part of Bolivia, after all. Ha! Really? He continued enthusiastically, hearing the story of you wiping out the abyss worshippers, I thought, truly the son of our Lord. He praised Eugene to the skies. You even look exactly like the Lord. I recognized you right away. You don't have to flatter me so much. Levin, who had been listening all this time, finally spoke up. Eugene, you see, it's nothing. Just an interrogation. Interrogation? Faced with Eugene's confused expression, he explained soothingly, I've already spoken with Lord Bolivia, and everything has been resolved. We're just double-checking. At that moment, he turned to the people standing there and said, so, are we done for today? It seems the young lord has something to say, so let's leave it at that. A man spoke up, we'll be back tomorrow at this time, Levin. All right. Before leaving, they still smiled to get on his good side. Have a good day, young lord. After everyone had left, Levin's attitude changed, flipping like a pancake. So unfair. I'm used to it, but still. Wait. Before his lightning-fast change of face, it left Eugene unable to update. Weren't you all talking cheerfully? Can't be helped. I'm Soho's subordinate, after all. Eugene showed a confused face and asked, Soho? You mean the priest of the Eternal Nine Church? Faced with a blank slate like him, he had to explain the matter. Only Lord Bolivia knows that Soho is from the Eternal Nine Church. They don't. But even so, Soho is famous as a mercenary captain who causes chaos in the Northern Empire and also as a merchant of death. He expressed suspicion. Why are you working for someone so notorious? Levin had no intention of hiding it. He calmly said, I've told your father everything, so I guess I can tell you too. He had just heard a world-shaking story and shouted in shock, What? You're a Fels? For real? A righteous thief? No, not exactly, but it's true that I. He explained further for him to understand. But not really a righteous thief. The Fels are like the Felivia, a group that protects Felon's legacy. If your family guards the far western border, we protect the knowledge of Lord Felon. Like this, but this is a simplified and broken version. Felon's knowledge is machines? Being called a righteous thief. I don't know. Maybe the rumors got strange because we operate as a secret society. A secret society. However, he still couldn't stop wondering. But then, isn't Sor the enemy? Shouldn't you stay away from him? That's right. He sadly shared his story. But Sor destroyed the Phelps, leaving only me. I was the sole survivor of the massacre. At 50, I was raised as Soher's trophy and hunting dog. Eugene's eyes widened in amazement. He stammered, What? Now, he had the chance to confess what he had done. But that doesn't mean I'm an abyss worshipper. I can't say I've never done bad things, but most of it was when I was a mercenary. I tried to kill you simply because our applications to the magic school overlapped. In the end, he didn't hesitate to admit, no, actually, it was also due to a sense of inferiority. Your pride in being a Felivia was too much of a contrast to me. It was an ugly inferiority complex. Saying it out loud sounds even more pathetic. I couldn't even stand up to Sor, yet I wanted to kill you. Eugene was trying to suppress all his emotions at this moment. At the end of the story, he suddenly stood up and refuted, What are you talking about, Leon Fels? That day, I saw your true feelings. No matter what you say, I won't misunderstand. He even defended him. You were in a situation where you couldn't be yourself. Don't you understand? Still not quite convinced, he denied it. You are not Leon Sor of the Eternal Nine Church, but the righteous thief, Leon Fels. I told you, I'm not a righteous thief. And Levin Sor, what's with that? Suddenly looking at his scar-covered hands, he suddenly understood. But I get what you mean, Eugene. He showed great empathy for the pain he was carrying. Perhaps surviving alone is more painful than dying. But, Levin, remember. He cheerfully encouraged him, Felon descended on the darkest day. Even in the darkest moment of life, there is a ray of light. As if understood, he smiled faintly. Thanks. Scene changed to the entrance day of Paday's magic school. Garen was looking out the window. Seeing this, Innie said from behind, checking on the new students? That's not like you at all. Who are you looking at, Prince? It's obvious, isn't it? Everyone is watching one person. He repeated the person he was particularly interested in. The rookie who caused an unprecedented commotion during the entrance exam and saved the slums from the abyss. The 1-second mage of Felivia. Assassination failed. Oh my! Eugene. So that's his name. Eugene Felivia. Down in the courtyard, before the admiring and curious gazes of everyone, he commented, Aren't people staring a bit too much? Is that him? Can't be helped. You're the most famous person here. But it's better than I thought, huh? His foul mouth just said, I thought you'd be in trouble for sure. Found you. Suave, from who knows where, ran out excitedly. Found you. Found you. Found you. The son of Lady Scatty, Eugene Felivia. She introduced herself boldly, I am the shaman Suave. Before he could even recover, he heard a declaration of war. I challenge you to a duel at the Northern Lode. Time flashes back a few minutes. Leon casually waved and said, Hello, Eugene. You're here. Eugene was surprised, his eyes wide as he looked and tremblingly called out, Leon. He shyly asked, That hat, isn't it a bit too gaudy? Levin calmly looked up at his hat and replied, "This? It's a merchant's hat," he said calmly. "Although commoners are treated like semi-nobles, so it's not mandatory to wear it. But on days like these, it's good to show off a little. But if they find out later that I'm a commoner, they'll be very angry." Eugene gasped in astonishment and said, "Class discrimination is stricter than I thought." Levin avoided his gaze and replied, "But it seems like everyone." He pointed to the people around them and said, "Is more interested in you than my hat." Eugene held his head, in extreme panic as he saw everyone staring at him. "What? Why? Why is everyone looking at me?" Levin, standing beside him, heard this and asked, "You really don't know the reason?" He clenched his fists, his body stiff, lips trembling in fear as he heard him speak. This is the first time someone from Bolivia has entered this magic school. It's also the first time someone got in with a single spell. In addition, this is the first time someone caused a magical explosion at the opening ceremony. Levin said nonchalantly, "And you also took down the Abyss worshippers. How could they not glance at the rookie who rewrote the history of the magic school?" The fact that my existence is an attention magnet made Eugene even more panicked. Terrified, he remembered something and said loudly, "But wait. You were with me when we took them down." Levin calmly replied, "The one with higher status is always the one who gets remembered." Eugene cried out in misery, "So cruel." Levin casually asked, "But it's still better than I thought, right?" But unbeknownst to them, Suabe was striding confidently towards them. "I thought you'd definitely get into trouble." Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out, "Found you." It made Eugene freeze, and Levin was so startled he spat out the piece of burger he had just bitten into. Suabe shouted excitedly, "Found you, found you, found you. The son of Lady Scatty, Eugene Bolivia." She bared her teeth in a confident smile and introduced herself, "I, the shaman Suabe, challenge you to a duel at the Northern Lode." Eugene, hearing her words, didn't understand what was happening, his head filled with question marks. The people around them, after seeing the sudden greeting, began to chatter among themselves. "Do you know who that is?" "No, first time seeing her." "Then why? What does she mean by a duel at the Northern Lode?" Eugene, as if remembering it, explained to Levin, "It's a death match with no surrender. My mother told me so." Levin gritted his teeth in anger and asked in a cold voice, "Shaman, have you ever killed someone before?" "You're being too rude. Just pretend you didn't say anything." Suabe, ignoring him, walked past him to Eugene. "Don't interfere, conehead." Eugene, while glancing at Levin, waved his hand and replied, "I don't plan on fighting you." Levin's hat immediately fell off. Merchant's hat. Charisma -10. Suabe, hearing Eugene's words, asked in surprise, "What?" She angrily raised her voice, "Why? With that attitude, are you really the son of Lady Scatty?" Eugene stammered in fear, "But why do we have to fight?" Suabe clenched her fist, her face contorted. "Unbelievable. I want to fight you to steal your fame." Eugene didn't understand. What kind of logic is that? Suddenly, Suabe stood up straight, seriously and loudly declaring, "All right, there's no other way. I will prove myself in front of everyone, just like you did." Leon stammered, speechless. "Wah." And Eugene asked fearfully, "What do you want to prove?" Then, a loud explosion occurred. Suabe smirked and shouted, "Watch this. This is the magic of a shaman, the embodiment of the universe." She chanted the spell, Tenryu Vera Anton. Then another loud explosion erupted. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from nowhere. "This year's new students." It made both Suabe and Eugene so scared they became dizzy. He said in a cold, serious voice, "Are quite special, aren't they?" It scared Suabe so much she couldn't say anything. Garin waved his hand, creating an even bigger explosion, then told the soldiers to drag Suabe away and lock her up. "Don't think this is over. Lock this troublemaking brat up somewhere." Two soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Levin was surprised. Eugene was astonished, thinking to himself that the person used Dizio. And he didn't just create an explosion like me, he also increased its density to reduce the range and enhance the power. This person is a magic swordsman just like me, and he's extremely skilled, too. The students behind him exclaimed in excitement all at once, "Oh my God! It's the prince! Prince Gaon!" Hearing this, Eugene was surprised, his mouth agape, a prince? Just then, Gaon suddenly called his name, Eugene Falivia. Eugene jumped in surprise and replied, "Me? Yes, Your Highness." Gaon calmly said, "There's no need for formalities. I'm just a student, too. Treating me like a senior is enough. I want to talk to you. As the Prince of Hebronia, I want to personally thank you for defeating the Abyss." Everyone around was surprised to hear that. Calling his name, Eugene smiled shyly and replied, "It was nothing major. It was just a coincidence. He seems like a good person." Gaon continued to speak, and one more thing. He leaned close to his face and said coldly, "Don't show off excessively," making Eugene cry out in fear. He felt that the person who had just thanked him and this one were two completely different people. Scene changed to a while later at the auditorium. A professor stood on the podium speaking, "It's a pleasure to meet you all. At Pade's School of Magic, we were personally founded by one of the 10 disciples, Sir Ananta. Our goal is to inherit the knowledge of him, Felon, and the 12 disciples. Therefore, as students, you are the inheritors of the wisdom of Sir Felon and scholars of society. You must have a sense of responsibility and become exemplary citizens like your seniors." Eugen, like many other students, was dejected and bored, thinking, "I was so looking forward to the entrance ceremony, but I made a bad impression on the royal family from the very first day." He silently wondered, what did he mean by, "don't show off"? Did I do something wrong? Seeing Eugene so dejected, Leon Clark thought to himself, it seems he's quite shocked. I didn't cause any trouble today. He probably didn't anticipate this kind of precautionary behavior. He seemed to notice something and immediately looked up. Another professor stood up to speak. "All right, the vice principal's speech has concluded. And finally, for the sake of solidarity between old and new students." Levon looked up and saw Anika sitting seriously up top with the other professors. The magic co-performance will take place with the display of new and old students. Levon thought to himself, if it's her, she might be able to distract Eugene's attention. With that thought, he turned to ask Eugene, "Do you know the ranks of mages?" Eugene asked back quizzically, "Like master, professor, and that sort of thing?" "Why are you suddenly asking about that?" 11 calmly replied, "Well, we're at a school of magic. Distinguishing ranks is normal. But ranks feel more academic, don't they? Not every mage has one. So usually, mages are divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced based on their abilities. However, it's a bit rare, but there are mages who are so powerful they can't be classified like that. Their existence is considered a national threat, so they are specially designated for supervision. Therefore, they are called specially designated mages." Eugene smiled and said, "It sounds so far-fetched it feels unreal." Levon shook his head, pointed towards Anika, and said, "No, she's right there." He introduced her. She is the top mage of the School of Magic, Anika Assist, and the first student to be designated as a specially designated mage. Levon said casually, "Her nickname is Felon's 13th disciple." Hearing that, Eugene was startled with surprise. "What? I've heard that before." Levin continued, "It makes sense. A nickname reserved for the giants of the era who achieved mythical feats, given to a student who is only 16 years old. So it makes sense you've heard it mentioned." Eugene trembled in astonishment and fear, wondering to himself, "Ms. Eston, you compared me to someone like that?" Suddenly, Anika noticed the two of them chatting animatedly. She stood up and started walking, to the astonishment of the teachers. "I heard she's so into magic that she's not interested in anything else. And she's very arrogant, not paying any attention to royalty or professors at all. 11's voice lowered. But on the bright side, she doesn't judge people by their class. Perhaps you have more in common than you think. The two were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't notice Anika had walked right up to them. She said calmly, "Hello, Eugene. May I call you that?" Eugene replied in astonishment, "Ah, yes, you may." Anika hesitated and began, "I have a lot of things I want to talk to you about." Everyone around widened their eyes in surprise, saying, "First the prince, and now the top mage." Anika lowered her eyes and said, "But now that I'm here, I've forgotten what to say." Eugene bowed his head and stammered, "That can happen, yes." At that moment, another professor appeared, shouting, "Wait, Anika." He pointed at a piece of paper and said with an awkward smile, "The magic co-performance has been decided to be chosen from the recommended students. If you do this, there will be a problem. And it also puts me in a difficult situation." Anika pointed at him and replied nonchalantly, "That's right, the magic co-performance. I will perform with him." That professor got angry and shouted, "Be careful, Anika. There's a limit to mocking the school's traditions. We must carefully select the best talent, not some one string." She shrugged and calmly retorted, I'm not mocking anything. To me, there are no mages here." She said something that surprised everyone around, except for Eugene Folivia. That professor stammered, asking, "What? Are you serious?" The other students wondered, "Really? With a one-string gown, standing in one spot, smirked and thought, now the pieces fit together. You're hiding your true power, Eugene Folivia." Eugene was surprised, "Me?" With tears welling up in his eyes, he stammered, "I think you've mistaken me for someone else." Anika gently brought a hand to her lips, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Her voice was soft yet full of meaning. "As for the performance, you're from Folivia. Would a duel be all right?" Upon hearing this, Eugene panicked, his face turning pale. "A duel?" he shouted in turmoil. "I'm just a one-string. How can I duel with her? That's a bit too much. How can that be a magic performance?" 11, standing nearby, could only watch and think, "I admit, that's truly cruel." He glanced at Anika, his face a mix of apprehension and awkwardness. A top mage of the School of Magic, and the first to become a specially designated mage while still a student, dueling a first-year one-string student? This is bullying on another level, isn't it? Eugene suddenly looked at Levin, his eyes flashing with unusual confidence. "But what if I win?" He was falling into a state of desperation. "Yes, even if you lose, don't be too sad." He was taken aback by Eugene's mood swing. "What did you just say?" He raised both hands, his eyes sparkling with light, his voice filled with excitement. "People from Folivia can see strings. No matter how powerful the magic is, it's useless against a Folivian." 11's face showed helpless pity. "That's also possible." Eugene maintained a confident smile, slightly arrogant yet still tinged with innocence. "Wait, but if I win, will I become the top mage?" "Excuse me." Then, just a few seconds later, that smile vanished. He froze, his mood in a freefall. His choked voice uttered, "No, impossible. I'll lose face in front of everyone." 11 looked at him with a drought-like expression. "So that was just a fantasy. This is a tough case." Sitting down next to him, he gently offered a plan, his words like a glimmer of light amidst the tangled emotions. "Why are you scared? Didn't you rush into the den of the Abyss worshippers alone? Think positive. Everyone knows this fight isn't fair for you." Eugene's eyes widened as he looked at Levin, as if he had just seen a ray of hope. Levin held out his hand, and every word he spoke carried a power that seemed to give Eugene more courage. "Even if you can't win, just fight your best. People will change their view of you." But instead of being motivated, Eugene burst into tears, which flowed uncontrollably, completely reversing the situation. "A one-string like me fighting against a promising top mage? 11 could only sigh at the sight. There's no other way. Upon entering the classroom, Eugene continued to lament, his mouth mumbling incessantly, "Now that I think about it, I also received a duel request this morning. Why do I run into trouble everywhere I go?" Hearing this, Levent paused as if remembering something. That's right. It was Simone Suabe, wasn't it? Eugene turned to look at him, his eyes full of curiosity mixed with a bit of hope. She won't come to challenge me again, will she? Levin had no choice but to nod, humoring him. If she's in a different class, maybe she'll give up. He continued his analysis, trying to reassure Eugene. Her magic range is quite large, too. Not like us lower-class kids. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, both of them froze, because the person who had challenged him was now sitting right next to them. The atmosphere became dead silent. Seeing this, Suabe got annoyed. What? Eugene's face turned pale upon hearing her, and he stammered, asking, "Why are you here?" Next to Levin, Havina Tan chuckled softly, her eyes mischievous with a hint of malice. Even though his magic is very strong, he's basically just a primitive shaman. Her every word was like adding fuel to the fire, making Suabe furious and Eugene worried sick. No principles are clearly explained. And don't shamans just lay out antiques and pray for some spell to appear while doing a weird dance? How can the professors give high marks for that? Suabe, as if a nerve had been struck, immediately became enraged. If my shamanism is so ancient, then it belongs in Class D. She lunged towards Havanata as fast as the wind. You have such pure magic, so what are you doing in a lower class? This startled the other party. What about that? Suabe added. How pitiful, you witch. Havinathan quickly crossed her hands into an X shape and pressed them to her cheeks. It's just that the magical world doesn't understand the beauty of my magic. Eugene was so panicked he was frozen stiff. A skull? A cat? Levin couldn't believe what was gradually appearing before his eyes. How did a necromancer get into a school of magic? A human skeleton with a cat's skull for a head. Havina Tan calmly stated, calling me a necromancer sounds so dirty. We don't play with souls. He was surprised. We? Then she took the bony hand and introduced herself with infuriating confidence. I am the puppet master Havinathan. What I'm interested in is the most delicate masterpiece ever created in this world. That is the body. Eugene and Levin could only stand there, fear spreading through them. Isn't that just necromancy by another name? Pink smoke enveloped the classroom. Why are there only dangerous people here? Amidst the hazy smoke, a figure gradually appeared, causing Eugene and Suabe to turn their heads in unison. He raised his two hands and approached with a strange, staggering gait, looking no different from a zombie just escaped from a horror game. The most dangerous-looking person has appeared. Before either of them could react, they realized it was just Yoroshi. He ran over with an indescribably tearful face. Sorry, everyone. My alchemy bag exploded. Ochimiya Laroshi, the alchemist. The pink smoke around them grew thicker, making everyone so uncomfortable they had to exclaim, my nose stings. What is this? Who did this? Yoroshi nervously apologized, it was me. The smoke-filled air made everyone cough violently. Levin sat still, thinking to himself, should I drop out? This class is truly hopeless. A quick assessment. Nearby, Giovanna's face was flushed with anger. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently, these idiots. Then, unable to stand it anymore, he turned and vented all his anger on Eugene's group. Why are you guys so excited? Did you come here to play? He, of course, was not the gentle type, retorting immediately without any restraint. You're just ashamed of being in the lower class, aren't you, you coward? Suabe sighed and glanced at Giovanna with eyes as sharp as a knife. Her words made even Eugene jump. What's wrong with you? Going crazy on your own? If you're ashamed of being in class 12, go cry in a corner by yourself. She stood up, her voice full of sarcasm. Mom, I'm sorry for being born this way. Eugene hurriedly tried to stop them before Giovanna exploded. Seriously, you guys, stop. He growled, his deep voice like rumbling thunder. What did you just say, you savage? Yoroshi jumped and shouted, is this all my fault? Leon, however, remained calm. He pulled up his shirt to cover his nose and replied in a steady voice, they would have argued even without you. The room was now filled with smoke so thick you couldn't see who was who. People are angry because they can't accept being in class 12. He glanced around, thinking to himself, is a class full of people like this okay? I don't have high hopes for class assignments, but this. Then suddenly, a flash of light appeared. The smoke dissipated in an instant, revealing a woman walking in with a smile as light as the wind. Beautiful lavender hues. Easton held out her hand, magic shining, gathering all the remaining smoke into her palm. That's highly pure, high-grade band powder. This powder solidifies and vaporizes when mana is channeled into it. Quite unique, huh? Eugene watched the scene in awe, his eyes shining brightly. Ms. Eston. Easton gave a bright smile, her hand raised, the smoke sparkling like stage lights. If used skillfully, you can control it freely like this. It's a new material that's highly anticipated in the world of alchemy. She approached and cheerfully gave it to Yoroshi. Student Yoroshi, you are an alchemist who's quite up to date with trends, aren't you? He jumped, stammering and unable to speak, my name. But instead of scolding him, Easton just smiled gently, her voice like the wind, offering some advice. But in situations like this, mastering basic magic is also very important. This made Yoroki's face turn bright red. He stammered a reply amidst the giggles of his friends. Yes, ma'am, I'm practicing. Eugene looked at the teacher with an admiring gaze. The teacher is so good. All his attention was focused on Easton, who was exuding a strange confidence and charm. She calmed the atmosphere instantly. Easton placed a thick book on the desk, her voice ringing out softly yet clearly. All right, hello everyone. I am Easton. I will be the homeroom teacher for the first year class 12. She introduced herself with a friendly attitude. I'm new just like you all. It's a pleasure to meet you. Only Eugene was clapping enthusiastically, his eyes shining like a fan meeting their idol. She smiled and then suddenly asked a question. So first, I have a question for all of you. The class fell silent, the air seemingly frozen for a few seconds. What do you think is the reason? Everyone was lost in thought. We are all here meeting like this? Amidst that atmosphere, 11 calmly spoke up, his deep, steady voice making everyone jump. It's probably because the other professors pushed class 12 onto you, ma'am. You're a new teacher, right? He maintained a cold expression, continuing with each word carrying its own weight. The double-digit classes are Class D, and among them, Class 12 is. 11 looked straight at Easton and dropped a line so blunt it stung everyone who heard it. The bottom of the bottom, right? Seeing she didn't respond, he said, Hey, I'm just telling the truth. I'm sorry. Easton burst out laughing, breaking the tense atmosphere. No. It's okay. I anticipated that answer. When Easton smiled, her voice was light but full of honesty. You're right. As a new teacher, I was assigned to Class D, and the most unwanted class within it, Class 12. The whole class was immediately silent, no one could believe what they had just heard. What? She continued, each sentence like a cutting knife, leaving the whole class feeling both bitter and speechless with shame. Honestly, Class D is looked down upon beyond imagination. The professors don't even bother to properly look at the personal files of Class D students. Eugene bowed his head, his mind flashing back to the contemptuous looks of those he once called teachers when they looked at this Class D. So the way Class 12 is treated, it goes without saying, right? Of course. Beside him, Giovanna's hands were clenched so tight they were trembling. He couldn't hold back, jumping up and shouting, So what do you mean by that? Are you trying to put us in our place? Easton just laughed heartily, replying in a light tone that felt like a slap to their egos. Basically, that's right. You all need to understand yourselves. That statement made Giovanna blush with anger, straining his neck but unable to retort. What did you say? She spread her arms, her voice ringing out clearly. You are all diamonds in the rough hidden under the name Class D. Those words were so powerful they seemed to turn the entire class to stone. Unfortunately, and fortunately, she said authoritatively, because no one pays attention to Class D, so can you take these students, teacher? Do whatever you want. Class D. I was able to gather all of you diamonds in the rough. As a new professor. But Easton maintained a confident smile, holding up a stack of papers with a firm voice. The strong desire to prove yourselves, despite receiving unfavorable looks from other professors, resonated deeply with me. That's why I chose you. The smile on her lips now had a hint of pride, her eyes sparkling as if she had the situation completely under control. Even if only half of the thoughts you expressed in these self-introduction letters are sincere. Sue A.B. bowed her head slightly, seemingly moved by those words. There's no need for debate. You are all courageous students. Curious. Havinathan and Hiroshi looked at each other and smiled, a sense of pride and indescribable joy welling up inside them. Eugene also smiled with delight. Talented. Levin thought to himself, is this a gathering of egos from the heavens? And passionate. Easton was now like a brilliant leader. She said, the School of Magic selection system simply failed to uncover your potential. Easton pointed towards Jovatin and asked, isn't that right, student Giovanna? He immediately stood up and exclaimed, of course. The selection process was wrong from the start. He remembered the attitude of others towards him and couldn't help but get angry. They didn't even bother to see what I could do. Enough. Who gave them the right to judge me? Everyone agreed with Jovatin, right. Suabe remarked, so you do know how to say things that are pleasing to the ear. But only Eleven's face seemed to be frozen, his gaze darkened. He felt like he was being dragged into this. Easton clenched her fist, her shoulders trembling slightly, but the smile on her lips remained radiant. Right? Completely right. I also find it absurd. But what can words alone prove? She gestured towards Eugene, causing him to stiffen. Fortunately, your classmate, Eugene Falivia, has given us a chance to prove them wrong. Her finger pointed gently, her voice ringing out clearly. The first major lesson for the first-year Class 12 is none other than. Then, she brought up the duel challenge from the morning between Eugene and Anika. The magic duel between the top mage of Pade's School of Magic, Anika Assis, and the representative of the first-year Class 12, Eugene Falivia, the one-string magic swordsman. With the full support of all of Class 12, our goal is to help Eugene Falivia win. Eugene, Hiroshi, and Giovanna were all stunned. Meanwhile, Suabe and Havina Tan's eyes shone brightly, looking eager and intrigued. The whole class almost exclaimed in unison out of surprise, for real? Cooperate with these scary people? Eugene was frozen for a few seconds, then a faint smile appeared. Inside him, a feeling of excitement surged like a breaking wave. Somehow, this is going to be fun. During class, Sue A.B. stood before the entire class, her voice echoing throughout the room. Supporting warriors is a mage's specialty. By harnessing the power of the three elements, mages can enhance and support in various ways. But she placed a hand on her chest and declared with shining eyes, I came to this school of magic to become a warrior, not to support people like him. Eugene whispered softly, are you sure you came to the right school? Immediately after, Suabe pointed at Eugene and exclaimed, fight me, Falivia. Let's have a duel. We will choose a warrior to fight against the strongest mage. Levin tilted his head slightly and said quietly, what is this, a tournament? Someone tried to intervene, but Suabe shouted, what the heck? Let me go. Giovanna glanced at Eugene, hey, you. Havina Tan smirked, a clear mocking smile on her face. You must be very tired. On the podium, Hiroshi, while stirring a research flask, calmly introduced his results. Hello, I'm Orochimaru. I'm a pharmacist. I think I can create magical catalysts for the match. Eugene asked curiously, You're small, aren't you? Do you have any siblings? But he paid no mind, his eyes still fixed on his experiment, his face tinged with mystery. For example, poison. Easton gently reminded them, her voice soft but enough to startle the whole class, the use of poison is not allowed. Next up was Levin. He stepped forward with an incredibly calm demeanor. I am Levin, a specialist in charms and a magic engineer. I can create simple magical devices or enchant your items. He held up a piece of paper and then, with a single swift motion, cut a pen in half. Like this. The class was amazed, everyone's eyes wide. Cutting a pen with paper? Easton smiled and gestured towards Levant, LaRossi, and Suave. Her voice rang out clearly, carrying a confident weight. Well then, within the rules of a magic duel, the students who can directly support Eugene are these three. The rest of you, we will discuss together to find the most effective way to use our abilities. Easton began to explain the principles of their powers. In discussing how to use different types of magic, you will gain a deeper understanding of magic as a whole. Her voice was steady and clear, her eyes shining with excitement. All right, everyone. Let's start the discussion, shall we? Easton exclaimed excitedly. One would think the whole class would respond enthusiastically, but instead, the room fell into absolute silence. Not a sound. No one said a word. The atmosphere was so awkward that she quickly pulled down her witch's hat to hide her face, stammering as she tried to save the situation. This is a bit much for the first day, isn't it? I guess we can take it slow. Just as she was thinking that, Eugene spoke up. I love discussions. 11, on the other hand, coldly turned away. Don't do that. It's even crueler. That afternoon, the two of them walked down the hallway together. Pale sunlight streamed through the window frames, their footsteps echoing steadily. Eugene sighed. There wasn't much of a reaction, was there? I thought it was a great idea. Levin replied bluntly, it was rather. He expressed his opinion decisively. Without beating around the bush. Instead of proving himself in Class D, it would be better to improve his skills and move up to a higher class next year. Seeing Eugene silent and unresponsive, Levant hastily added a few more words. Or focus on the main courses and just ignore that class. He then looked up. Responding briefly but sharply. I guess everyone has their own plans. While they were talking, a sharp, godlike sound suddenly rang out, startling them both into turning around. Why don't you just think of it as an event and relax? An unfamiliar student appeared. Approaching with an arrogant gait. Without a word, he raised his foot and kicked Yoroshi straight to the side. Shouting loudly. Are you crazy? I tried to be nice. And yet you still cause trouble. But Yoroshi struggled to his feet. His gaze firm, not a hint of fear. I also have the right to use the school's laboratory workshop. What right do you have to tell me to leave? He grabbed the boy's collar and pulled hard. His voice dropping to a growl that echoed through the entire hallway. Are you asking because you don't know? Who would want to share a workshop with Class D? In his anger, he didn't realize at all that Eugene was standing right behind him. Stop interrupting other people's studies. His voice rang out sharply. Could you let go of that hand? Before he could react, Eugene had grabbed his shoulder and applied pressure downwards. He screamed out in pain. And the surrounding crowd could only stand there in stunned silence. Olivia, my shoulder. Leon stepped forward. His face impassive as if none of this concerned him. I understand what's happening. But there's no rule forbidding Class D from using the school's facilities. Is there? One of his accomplices gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. Do you have any idea what you just said? The whole group nodded. That's right. He continued. If you're from Class D, you should know your place and get lost. Don't cause trouble. But before he could finish his sentence, Eugene cut him off coldly. Does anyone else want a massage? The atmosphere froze in an instant. He turned pale and trembled, then stammered a refusal. No, I don't need one. After that, he hastily fled. Let's go. Just as the rumors say, he's really fierce. Who knows what he'll do next? Eugene watched them go, so angry he had to shout. His voice echoing down the hallway. Who's fierce? That bunch of bullies who only pick on the weak. He turned back and ran to Yoroshi's side, helping him up. His voice full of concern. Are you okay, Yoroshi? Aloroshi managed a faint smile. It's nothing. I could have handled it myself. Levin stood by with his arms crossed. I guess so. You didn't seem scared at all. I'm glad it ended. Before things got worse. Hearing that, Yoroshi could only offer a forced smile in reply. I understand. Eugene chimed in from behind, adding a sentence that made Yoroshi look up in surprise. That's right, moreover. We are classmates. And friends should help each other. It was something he had never heard anyone say to him. Before, friends. He turned his back to them and stammered, I don't need things like friends. They always leave when they get angry with me. I prefer to be alone. What should we do? But 11 maintained a calm expression, speaking nonchalantly. Does that matter? I feel the same way. If I have to force myself to get along with someone that I don't get along with, then I'd rather be alone. But it was those very words that made Yoroshi's eyes widen and glisten, as if he was about to cry. Today, Yoroshi faintly smiled innocently and uttered a few clumsy words, friends. Levin replied with a hint of helplessness, all right, fine. The sun was gradually setting. The last light of the day bathed the hallway in gold. Yoroshi tearfully recounted his story, his voice trembling slightly with anxiety. What should I do now? I came to the magic school because I wanted to use those expensive medicinal ingredients. I didn't expect to face discrimination, to be treated like this. Just because I'm in Class D, Eugene listened, clenching his fists and angrily shouting. Exactly, why are they so petty about the facilities? In a school like this. Should I go and complain? Levin replied, calm down. His frustration grew even more. Why, it's so obviously wrong. Larosi tried to keep him calm, He looked away and mumbled, of course it's wrong. At the library, a teacher spoke up. Her voice was calm, but every sentence was aimed directly at the Class D students. First-year students from Class D can borrow from the second semester, because they often don't return books on time. Everyone exclaimed, what? Where is the fairness in that? Sue A.B. slammed the table with a thud, angrily shouting, what? But I was told that magic school students would be able to borrow money. Here, but that teacher remained calm, pointing to the regulation book, her voice light as if it was nothing. This made her even more furious. Class D can't. Behind them, a few students started to whisper and gossip. Giovanna spun around. Her gaze was chilling as she shouted, what are you whispering about? You guys are just Class C. He gritted his teeth and muttered in frustration. They carried that annoyed look on their faces, all the way from the library back to the classroom. If we keep getting angry over every little thing, this will never end. Eugene and the others stood nearby. This seems a bit. He panicked when he looked over at Swabe. It seemed she was no longer lucid, her mouth whispering nonstop. What do I do now? I don't even have money for my next meal. Should I go back to my tribe? I can't do that. Ba 11, having just finished eating, calmly said, in that case, we can only hope. That time will solve everything, he said as he wiped his hands. For our class, with such proud students, it's unlikely to work. Before he could finish his sentence, Sue A.B. rushed over, shouting, are you done eating? You're not eating anymore. She snatched the napkin. Then this is mine. Now this is mine right now. 11 said helplessly, be my guest. Eugene was surprised, what's going on? Seeing Sue Ab's strange actions. He asked worriedly, "What are you doing with that?" But Eugene was soon horrified when she spoke, "Scrap meat." Suabe gave a satisfied smile and said, "Hey, this is delicious. You have good taste in food. From now on, just leave the leftovers for me." Eugene exclaimed in horror. Meanwhile, Levin was petrified by the events unfolding before his eyes. "Don't do that. Please go back to your confident self from before." She lightly licked her lips like a stray cat that had just eaten its fill. "If I do this a few more times, it should be enough for a meal. No need to worry about food costs anymore." Eugene raised both hands to his head, holding it. Scared and confused. "No, this can't go on like this." Then, as if gathering all his courage, he stepped up to the podium, clenched his fist tightly and punched the board straight on. The smack echoed throughout the classroom. "We can't let our dignity crumble any further." He put all his strength into it. His voice trembled but was strong, mixed with anxiety and determination. "Hey guys. We can't just let things stay like this. We can't accept this unfair treatment just because we are Class D." Eugene clenched his fists, his voice trembling as he spoke. Each of his words seemed to lift the spirits of the entire class. "Let's unite and prove ourselves to everyone." But contrary to expectations, no one reacted. Not a glance, not a single response, and then they said, again, "So, can we even win? We'll just lose again no matter what." Eugene still didn't give up. He took a deep breath and continued to speak, each word clear, more resolute than before. "Winning or losing is not the point. The important thing is to show our abilities to everyone. People look down on us just because they only look at our scores. They don't know our true strength." Havinathan heard this, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly, seemingly quite pleased with what he said. "Please lend me your wisdom and magic. If you do, I will definitely." Eugene placed his hand on his chest. His eyes lit up once more. "Dedicate 200% of my strength. And make everyone recognize our Class D from the seats below." Eli was the first to speak. "That sounds great." But Hannah, sitting next to him, also chimed in. "Isn't that just a pipe dream? Will standing out just make us hate it even more?" Seeing people starting to respond, Eugene became anxious again. He was afraid this hope was only temporary. And just then, Giovanna unexpectedly spoke up. "What are you guys talking about? This is also a class assignment, so just do it." Eugene was stunned. He never expected that someone like him would be the one to speak up. To help him, Giovanna said one short sentence. But it was enough to silence the entire class. A sentence that struck straight to the heart, making everyone reflect on themselves. "You guys are planning to be lazy in class by making excuses that it's useless, right?" Then suddenly Giovanna stood up and shouted loudly, "But that's not me. I didn't pay a huge tuition fee just to come to magic school and be lazy." He declared loudly, "So much the better. Shouldn't there be a class to teach those who look down on Class D a lesson?" LaRossi also agreed. "I think so too." Suabe, who had been silent until now, also spoke up. "Why is it so noisy? Will this help us?" Giovanna roared in frustration. "Why do you always ruin the mood?" She calmly replied, "Did I say something wrong?" "Unless money is involved." Just as she finished her sentence, a loud sound rang out, "There will be money." Easton slammed the door open and walked in, announcing loudly, "Money is involved." Rugen was startled. "Miss." Her face was filled with a terrifying excitement. "I felt you all needed some real motivation. So I made a bet with the vice principal." Easton told everyone about the bet with the principal. "In short, if we win, we will receive a prize of 100,000 dinas." Hearing about the money, everyone's eyes lit up. "No way. 100,000, with 100,000 I could buy a She leaned in and whispered something to Anika Assis. Are we going to win? After that, Swabe stood up and declared loudly. We will crush them. The scene changes to another place. Swabe charged straight ahead, shouting, Vera. She stood in the midst of the chaos. Her hands stretched out as far as they could, as if trying to regain control. Turn it upside down. In contrast, Eugene was just calm. This feeling is so familiar, things like this. A huge explosion erupted, as if to engulf Eugene. Yet he stood firm, completely unharmed. Which astonished Swabe. She gritted her teeth and put all her strength into continuing her attack. Ten Rivera, wrap around him tightly. If you think I'm weak in close combat. The two clashed. The battle erupted fiercely, then you are mistaken. A terrifying explosion sent everyone sitting down on the ground, unable to believe their eyes. I can't believe it. Someone exclaimed in panic. I can't even keep up. It's too intense. Sue A.B. fought frantically, that's Sue A.B. She could be considered an A-rank combat mage. Right, but then she buckled at the knees and collapsed under Eugene. And yet she was completely overwhelmed. Eugene let out a loud, excited laugh. The rest of them watched in awe, their mouths agape. As expected from a Falivia. His experience is on a whole different level. Eugene replied with a light tone. It's just that I have an elemental advantage. Everyone was stunned. They say the Falivias train their children by throwing them off cliffs. From the time they are infants. Even as children, they hunt monsters on their own. It's even more shocking that I can't refute it. Sue A.B. stood up, panting heavily. Her eyes lit up with a mixture of admiration and challenge. As expected of my rival. If I support you further, you'll become very fearsome. How embarrassing, always just pretending to be strong. Hearing the whispers around her, she shouted in frustration. Shut up, this isn't even my full strength. A shaman. Shaman needs time to prepare the ritual, how pathetic. Over here, right after the match ended. Giovanna and Josh were still excited. They both slapped their hands on the drawing posted on the wall. So, what do you think of this one? Impressive, huh? It looks powerful. Right. Levin and Laura C. stood silently for a few seconds. Their eyes filled with amazement. You want us to create this? Josh immediately replied, his voice full of confidence. Of course. Look closely, from this arm. Alchemy will automatically combine and release. And this is an anti-magic shield, finally. The real secret. It has been enchanted. So that magic is completely ineffective against it. Levin said nothing. He took a step forward and tore the drawing. What are you doing? Our masterpiece. He glared. His gaze as sharp as a bullet. To avoid seeing such insulting drawings. It seems I'll have to teach you the basics of enchanting and engineering. And alchemy too. Triple the amount of lessons. Eugene's eyes shone brightly. As if he was truly enjoying everything. The kids who were always fighting are now working hard together. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? Easton whispered in reply, tears rolling down her cheeks. That's right, she had bet her entire research budget for next year on this. She choked out helplessly, of course. She was so moved she was crying. The members of the Magic Academy gathered to study. From a distance, some people whispered, Class D, what are they doing together? They couldn't borrow the laboratory workshop. So they're experimenting with alchemy outdoors. As for Swabe, she was practically going crazy. Continuing to charge into battle with Eugene. All right, let's do it. Seeing this spectacle, everyone was stunned. The light flared up, so bright it was blinding. What the hell are they doing? Class D from the floor above. A few other students gathered to watch. Whispering among themselves. I heard they're preparing for the match between Assis and Folivia. Really, do they know their place? But do they really think they can win? Amidst the chatter, Eugene remained calm in the midst of the battlefield. Even while fighting, his lips held a confident smile. We can win. If it's not just me, but all of us together. I feel like we can win. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind. No, you can't beat me just by doing that. Eugene flinched and spun around in surprise. Anika Assis. Time and space have stopped. This is the magic of Anika Assis. How, this magic? It feels exactly like what I saw in the battle. Folivia, it's similar to the power of that apostle. Anika stepped forward lightly. Her hand suddenly grasped Eugene's. He stammered, his face flushing. Hey, wait. Why all of a sudden? Anika seemed to sense something. Just as I thought. They have their eyes on you and are reaching out for you. Eugene froze, his heart tightening in his chest. What? Anika's words made Eugene so tense he broke into a sweat. Those disgusting creatures that gnaw on the corpses of the stars, indeed. There is no more tempting prey than you right now. Eugene took half a step back, confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand any of it. She suddenly asked, making Eugene turn pale. You've met the Grand Duke of the Abyss, haven't you? What? How did you know? Luckily, you don't seem to be harmed yet, but I don't need to remind you of the persistence and cruelty of those things. She sighed softly. They won't give up. But don't worry, I will protect you. Eugene snatched his hand away and stepped back in fear. Anika called out softly, looking bewildered. Eugene. His face was pale, sweat dripping down. Just now, there was something dark and distant. Anika bowed her head, her brow furrowed. I'm sorry, I should have explained first. Originally, as a person, Eugene blurted out, almost shouting, that's not it. I just don't understand what's happening. He gradually calmed down, his voice lowering. I can sense that you don't have any ill intentions. But you don't need to protect me. Eugene stepped closer, instead. Could you explain more clearly about? We are the children chosen by Lord Felon. He froze, his mouth forming an O, his eyes wide, getting straight to the point. Are we? What are we? The stars that shine brightest. Without ever succumbing to the darkness of the abyss. When Lord Felon, in his weariness, looked up at the sky. The greatest image in 3,000 worlds. Challenging the natural order. Wandering through countless eras. Searching for those stars. That is our story. Eugene suddenly became agitated. Senior. You too, chosen by Lord Felon. No, it can't be. But is it really that grand? Of course. You think Lord Felon would come to us without a reason. That's true, but Eugene's mind was spinning. In both my past life and this one, I have never been anyone special. That's clear from my thread of destiny. Anika didn't rush to argue, anyway. I cannot accept that you don't need my protection. But I understand that you are confused. So I will give you a chance to prove that you don't need protection. By defeating me. Eugene was silent. Victory. After seeing the true nature and magic of yours. How could I? Anika leaned in close and whispered. Instead, if I win, I will imprison you somewhere no one can find. He glanced at her, frozen stiff. What? Gasps of shock echoed around. What? The area immediately erupted in commotion. What? I just lost focus for a moment. Or was that just a joke, right? Evening twilight fell upon the castle, in the research room. Easton buried her head on the table, wailing in despair. My research budget for next year. She propped her face in her hands, trying to console herself. No, you did great, Ms. Easton. You saw your students working hard together. That's enough. 2 streams of tears rolled silently down. Easton slowly lifted her head, looking behind her, where Eugene's silhouette flickered in her memory. And if I can properly teach the magic that I prepared, even if it's just a faint glimmer of hope, but Eugene might be able to win. Unable to hold it in anymore, she burst out, no way. That magic is not something that can be mastered in just 1 week. It was something I intended to teach throughout their final years. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, almost shouting, "Ms. Eston." Eston jumped. Eugene rushed in, panting, his eyes blazing with determination. Isn't there some kind of ultimate magic technique? I have one more reason why I must win. She gasped in surprise and worry. Eugene. He felt guilty and quickly bowed his head, hesitating. An ultimate magic technique that even someone with only one string can use. That ultimate magic? No, I'm sorry. I'm just talking nonsense. There's no way something like that exists. I'm sorry. Taking a deep breath, she smiled gently, her voice full of confidence. Of course there is. If there was no chance of winning, would your teacher be making such a fuss? I have prepared a special, perfect kind of magic just for you. Eugene, really, that's amazing. You always have a plan. Eugene looked up, his eyes shining brightly. What kind of magic is it? I will do my best to learn it. Easton gently pushed up her glasses. The corners of her lips curved into a cunning smile. To defeat the 13th apostle, you will need at least the power of the previous 12 apostles. One of the 12 disciples of Felon. 3 of them shone the brightest. And among those 3, the second disciple, Nihuri, contemplated the primordial universe. Void, a primordial space, where even the abyss did not exist. An infinite absolute zero. Absolute zero. A state where no vibration exists. An infinite void. A unity. Therefore, space and its master cannot be distinguished, creating a unique state where all is one. Easton explained, and he proved it. This is called the 3 great proofs of Nereid. Eugene was amazed. The scale is on a different level. 11 was also astonished. That's an impressive story. But why is it being told in my house? She and he suddenly froze. Oh, it's because when we were talking at home, Aya overheard about the match. Aya was fuming with killing intent. A match. A match at school. She was embarrassed. I'm hated, he whined. More importantly, I don't understand a thing you're saying. She smiled brightly and replied, don't worry, if you think about it simply. It's very easy to understand. It is said that the great mages of creation and life created the horizon and breathed life into it by resonating their strings. The essence of that statement is that this world is also composed of magic and strings. She used magic. So if we create a resonance, that is the complete opposite of this creative magic, making it zero. What do you think will happen? Eugene stammered, maybe it disappears. A stream of magical energy gathered in Easton's hand. That's right, just like any other magic of the creators. It will disappear and return to mana. This principle applies to everything, whether it's thin paper or hard steel. Before this principle, all things decompose equally. One might call it the absolute eraser. His eyes were filled with absolute admiration. A Leon quietly interjected into their atmosphere. No, isn't absolute zero called that? Because it's impossible to achieve. Even if it were possible, it would only work in a very small area, under special conditions. Furthermore, the idea of nullifying with a counter-resonance is easier said than done. How much precision would that require? She froze. She gave a forced smile. Very good. The future of the magic school is bright. First, although it is an absolute law of the universe within the horizon, it is not absolute. Even Lord Felon, who has godlike power, must follow the absolute laws of the universe. Therefore, the horizon created by his magic can only exist under the laws of the universe. Of course, even so, in the long history of the magic school, no one has succeeded in achieving this unity. He shouted, it really is absolute. She clenched her fists confidently. However, she believed that Eugene could do it. Watching Eugene, who had just awakened to magic, keep up with her magic as a teaching assistant, convinced her that he had talent on par with Anika Assis. He shyly called out, "Miss." But she spoke, stunning them both. Although there is a variable of having one string, this type of magic creates a counter wave, turning it into anti-magic. So the key is not the number of strings, but precision, as 11 said. And that precision is Eugene's strength. He repeated her words, moved. My strength. She added, and so what if the range is small? Even a small but sharp sword can cut through the air, as if cutting through steel. Entrusting it to a swordsman like Eugene Falivia will surely bring about an unimaginable synergy. It truly is the ultimate magic prepared for you, Eugene. He was tense, yet trembled with excitement. He raised his hands to feel the light in front of him. The ultimate magic prepared for me. Thank you, miss. You've prepared so much for me. I will definitely master it before the match. She replied, a week might be a bit tough. One morning, his face was pale and lifeless, filled with You held your head and muttered in fear because I'm doomed. I will be imprisoned. 11 was startled for a moment. What's wrong? Having trouble learning magic? You tearfully replied, no, I've made some progress. Use an attack spell on me. He doubtfully raised his finger, creating a small flame. Since you said so. Eugene's eyes widened, a light flashing in them. With one hand, he swiped at the flame. To his surprise, the flame vanished. He exclaimed in astonishment. What? You erased my magic. You gently rubbed your hand and replied. Yes, I can erase ordinary magic. Still amazed, he said, truly unbelievable. I thought you weren't making any progress at all. You gritted your teeth and clenched your fist, an unwilling expression on your face. No, at this level, it's useless. If it goes on like this, I'd rather use a spell break. He looked at you. That's a difficult situation that only a Falivia mage would encounter. You shouted loudly, to defeat Anika assist, I need the ability to counter at least the magic of the 12 disciples. 11 covered one ear. How high are your goals? Is it because of her nickname as the 13th disciple? It's true she's impressive enough to be called that, but it's just a metaphor. No matter how outstanding she is, how can a modern mage compare to the mages who created the world tens of thousands of years ago? What if she really is the 13th disciple? He smirked sarcastically. You're too naive to take it so literally. Try to relax a bit. You grumbled. This is driving me crazy. I can't even talk about it. But tens of thousands of years ago was ancient times. No wonder no one believes me when I say Lord Felon saved me. He reassured you, and don't worry about it alone like that. Everyone else has been preparing thoroughly together. You were surprised, huh? Then, in the classroom, you stood frozen, holding a large number of potions. They prepared this much. Lorcy took out a few vials, explaining, this is a frostbone potion, and this is the sticky type. You asked softly, can I carry all of this? I only have 2 hands. Everyone around started chattering. Each bottle contains a unique spell. So the more, the better, right? Everyone worked so hard to make them. It was my first time brewing potions. Remember to bring them. You thanked them gratefully. Levon approached from a distance and said, at least my items are simple. He pointed to the 2 items in your hands and explained. A flint ring and an enchanted sword. The activation charm triggers when you rub the sword against the ring. You exclaimed with delight, an endless charm. He replied. Not endless, but enough for one battle. It turns out when these guys team up, they can come up with some pretty useful things. You shouted excitedly, thank you, everyone. This is exactly what I need. But where is Suabe? She spoke softly from behind, I'm here. I was preparing things outside. You and the others around you gasped in amazement. You praised, You look like a real shaman, so cool. She said smugly, keep praising me. Havina leaned in and whispered in your ear. Praise her more. No one here understands shamanism, so she feels lonely preparing by herself. You were surprised, really? Suabe said irritably, shut up. I don't need praise out of pity. Just go outside. I've already prepared the ritual. Outdoors is fine. Then relax and close your eyes. You sat at the center of the circle, slightly turning your head, wondering. Are we starting right away? It seems different from what my mother used to do. She replied softly, yes, that's right. I can't sprinkle goat's blood in the school garden or make others eat hallucinogenic mushrooms and dance. You stammered in fear. Is that how it works? She shrugged and replied. Plus, I sold all my tribe's ritual tools to pay for tuition. Easton's words came to mind. I was told that large-scale shamanic rituals are like festivals for the tribe, and performing them simply is common. It's a pity for the teacher that we can't see traditional shamanism, but it can't be helped. You whispered, we're lucky we didn't see it. If we did, Class 12's reputation would be ruined. 11 touched the empty air curiously. So what kind of ritual is it? It's not a berserker ritual, is it? Beside him, Easton gasped in astonishment. No way, that's a bit much. The students surrounding them started talking. What, we're going to see a berserker? It doesn't seem to suit Eugene. Wouldn't he just become ferocious? She snapped, you fools. Why would I turn him into a berserker in a magic duel? So what kind of magic will he use? Easton pondered, is that right? Suabe shouted angrily. And in the first place, this soft and weak young master can't become a berserker, no matter how much of Lady Skaty's blood is used. You replied softly, dazed. Soft and weak. She yelled. Only a true warrior, someone with the guts to kill, even if it means being killed, can become a berserker. He approached you and asked quietly. You didn't bring the berserker rings, did you? You replied helplessly, no. Both are single-use only. Easton asked with interest, so what kind of ritual is it? Very little is known about shamanism. The teacher can't even guess. She lowered her voice and answered. There is a suitable ritual for this, for the wise. It is for what is commonly called the sixth sense, or shamanic sight. It is used to awaken the heavenly eye. On the day of the match, at the temporary arena, the crowd buzzed with chatter. Felivia or Aussies? Who do you think will win between the two? Gown was momentarily surprised, is that even a question? Of course, it will be an overwhelming victory for Aussies. Below the arena, the teacher instructed. Try not to destroy too much, even if it's outdoors. All right, just take it easy. Anika just grunted in agreement while Eugene was being cheered on by everyone. Why? Didn't Class 12 also prepare very carefully? Besides, he's still a Felivia. He raised his hand with a thoughtful expression. Regarding the former, I cannot comment because I don't know what they prepared. But I can confidently state about the latter. For Eugene Felivia, the fact that he is a Felivia is nothing but a weakness. Suabe, while casting a spell, said softly. While mages cast spells by plucking their strings, shamans communicate with the world through their strings, beseeching the heavens, earth, and water to create miracles. And how is that possible? On this matter, shamans cannot offer complex theories like witches do. But they can give an undeniable answer. The magic that moves this world is alive and possesses a will. Only when you let go of yourself can you see the real world. She bowed her head slightly and asked, Han Eugene, how is it? Do your eyes feel brighter? You smiled and replied softly, yes. I can see a new world. Annika's eyes were cold and emotionless. Perhaps you've grown a little. On the noisy stands. Who do you think will win? It's definitely Aussies, don't say such foolish things. It's so annoying. A week ago, this question and answer would have been unimaginable. The difference between the 1st mage Eugene Falivia and the 13th disciple Anika Assis was absolute. Even the unity of Class 12 declaring they would win was a joke to the entire school. The constant noise from Class 2 drew everyone's attention. Crazy, what the hell is this? When the abilities of Class 12's Eugene became clear to everyone, people finally realized who Eugene truly was. He is the son of legendary guardians. His siblings are formidable warriors, inheriting that powerful bloodline. So what about Eugene? Interestingly, while many had witnessed Eugene's skills, only a few could accurately grasp their extent. Through the eyes of mages, the limits of Eugene the swordsman were impossible to guess. Trying to look away from Eugene, they began to notice something else. They immediately thought the unlimited support of Class 12 was unfair. Anika Assis, as a specially designated mage, is subject to state regulation. So is it fair for Eugene Falivia to receive help? The fact that the equipment was crafted from alchemy or enhanced with magic could be considered cheating in a duel meant to prove Eugene's abilities as a mage. Right. They began to seriously evaluate Class 12, whom they had previously mocked. Eugene's bold declaration for people to recognize the abilities of Class 12 had come true. However, things did not turn out as positively as Eugene had hoped. The discrimination against Class D, justified as being based on talent, was just a mask hiding the truth. The true role of Class D was to serve as a target for the higher classes to feel superior, while providing a cautionary example. That is a caste system within the magic school. A Class D individual moving up the system was acceptable. But Class D itself rising in rank was considered a challenge to the established order. That's why, despite this lopsided battle, the other students began to see the bold and confident Class 12 as arrogant challengers, daring to rise above their proper place in Class 12, and thus deserving to be crushed. This is why the fight that no one except Class 12 took seriously turned into a real proxy war between Class 12 and the rest of the school. The two people standing next to you were suddenly surprised. Wait, is it okay to have that many potions? I don't know, this has never happened before. Potions are limited to 10, no way. We worked so hard on them. You said softly, thank goodness. They reminded you, considering you're a magic swordsman, you can use your sword. But injuring your opponent with the sword is forbidden. You were bewildered. What? How? Isn't this a duel? In a duel, there can be bloodshed and injury. The man exclaimed. Do you think the world works like the Falivia do? This event was originally intended to promote harmony between first-year male students and upper-year male students. Normally, this wouldn't be such a brutal duel. A surge of power emanated as she interrupted, it's fine. I prefer to show 100% of my power without restrictions. The teacher panicked and shouted, limit the output. Activate the interference field. Reduce the waves. Facing a specially designated mage, the 3-layer sealing process is complete. She looked at her wrist, surrounded by an electric current, and said calmly, if my body is touched by your sword, it's your victory. I've prepared defensive magic, so there's no need to worry about cutting me. So, without further ado, let's begin. 11 on the stands quietly assessed. She completely disregards the professors. The man, stiff, stammered, then, both of you, to your positions. Eugene scraped the sword against the ring and replied, since I know your identity, I will not refuse a concession. She looked at you with sharp eyes, I'm telling you, we are the same. It's fine. 2, 1, the man yelled. You swung the glowing, fiery sword. Anika clenched her hand and drew out 5 strings. She pointed her finger, and countless glowing strings shot out. She sent lightning striking down on you, and you staggered. You and the people on the stands were terrified. Did that just fall from the sky? That's right. No matter how good Eugene is. She calmly assessed, it missed. He can't cut the lightning that's rushing down. Anika threaded her fingers through each string and asked softly, do I need more time to adjust? You were stunned. She swung her hands, controlling the strings. The entire arena floor shattered, creating a shockwave. You thought to yourself, wondering. This is in a 3-layer sealed state. It's ridiculous, but it's fine. I see an opening. She pressed on the strings, adjustment complete. Eugene was amazed once again. Lightning. Suddenly, water shot out from the bracelet. Lightning struck, creating a huge explosion. The whole stand cheered. He blocked it. How did a 1-second mage create such a large block of ice? Here it is, endless water. Izori exclaimed joyfully. We all created it together. 11 silently admired, not endless, but close. We just refined 10 liters of water down to 1% to put it into a device. Launched with a light spell. But in the hands of an expert in ice magic, its applications are endless. It's better than I thought. Maybe because of the sealing layers, she has to use strumming motions. That means if he only has to cut the lightning, Eugene can predict it quite well. A swordsman's blade is faster than a mage's hand. You rushed forward and slashed. But as the blade was about to touch, she gently intertwined her hands. You were dazed and quickly jumped back. The students were also bewildered. Why did he suddenly retreat like that? Almost no students realized what had just happened. Wasn't he closer just a moment ago? Those who understood, even if only a part of it, were the mages. My goddess. I've only heard about this in stories. And a few students could compare to them. But even they understood it through their knowledge. They couldn't say they saw it. The only one who truly saw it was Eugene alone. Eugene felt like the world was stretching and space was warping. And that feeling was real. This mage, chosen from among billions of stars, was manipulating space and time as if it were natural. She held the power of the void and said softly, then let's continue. The only one who truly saw Anika Assis's magic was Eugene alone. Humans are highly visual animals, able to see colors that most other creatures cannot. Does that mean human eyes are superior to those of beasts? Not exactly. In the wild, where life and death are decided in an instant, quick judgment and speed are what matter most. A human processes images with 3 primary colors, while beasts often see only 2. But a world with only 2 primary colors offers absolute clarity, allowing for instantaneous decisions. In terms of combat, humans with 3 primary colors are at a disadvantage compared to beasts that see only 2. This is obvious. The more information there is, the longer it takes to process. So what if one surpasses the limit of 3 primary colors and sees the color of magic as well? Assuming each primary color can be represented by 256 shades, with 3 primary colors, that's about 16 million colors of information. But if we add the color of magic as a 4th primary color, the amount of information would increase to 4.29 billion. Faced with an explosion of color beyond the capacity for perception, the fragile human brain is overloaded and stops thinking. Gown crossed his legs and analyzed. This could be called the curse of knowledge. If only, like other Falivia, he knew nothing about magic, he could have fought like a warrior. But Eugene Falivia is a mage. A gleam flashed in his eyes. This is impossible. Even if it's just a fragment, he will surely grasp it. Anika looked at the swirling power on her fingertip and said, "Do you understand? This sphere compresses time and space. Inside it, time is nearly frozen in this space. Countless spells have packed into it still exist in a static state. And I can summon them whenever I want. Like this." She launched it towards you, causing the space beneath your feet to distort. You lost your balance and panicked. You fell freely into a black hole. What the hell is this? You sprayed water onto the wall, and following it, you leapt up and escaped the hole. The water compressed the collapsing ground. Suddenly, there was another hole under your feet. This is ridiculous. She calmly pointed her finger at Eugene. Let me teach you. The entire space was enveloped in distorting magic. The students on the stands were amazed. What is this? I'm not the only one seeing this distortion, right? Easton's eyes widened in fear. This is beyond the allowed limit. Anika raised the surge of power and said, "Rules mean nothing. Because I am the master of my own world." You were swept away again, your face dazed. My body is floating. No, I'm falling. Eugene was flipped upside down, looking at her in panic. Gown observed the situation and said, "Those who reach the pinnacle of magic will shatter seemingly immutable laws and break all common sense. Relying on the perception of reality won't help you win, Eugene Folivia." She gathered the power into a sphere and said coldly, "Now you understand, don't you? I am the only one who can protect you." You reluctantly answered, "Indeed, if it's you, even the Grand Duke of the Abyss isn't scary." "Not the Grand Duke, nor you, Senior. I don't know why you're so interested in me, but I have no intention of sitting still and being imprisoned." She replied, "Convincing you is taking longer than I expected." The flame of the sword blazed, burning everything around. "However, I still have many things prepared." Dizio disaster. She used her power to absorb the flames. "Sorry, but spells like that are useless against me. Although, we are not the type to give up either. Though not entirely for this situation, the training over the past week has helped Eugene broaden his horizons. He saw the world through the eyes of a shaman, and although he failed, he learned the magic of the 12 disciples. Now, Eugene has grown to the point where he is no longer threatened by Assis's magic, Senior. Assis uses the magic stored in that black hole, allowing her to surpass all her own limits. But that doesn't mean the seals on her have disappeared. I feel her magic is now only at a normal level. And that's what I'll bet on." She looked at the fog from the recent explosion. "Frost essence. If you're trying to obscure my vision, that's not a wise choice. It expands rapidly at room temperature but is also extremely sensitive to heat and magic. So it's very easy to pinpoint your location." A clinking sound was heard. The fog cleared, revealing a shattered vial. She wondered. A freezing potion. Suddenly, Eugene appeared behind her. She instinctively turned her head, surprised. "It really is. You knew the sword," causing it to burst into flames, then swung it forward to slash. Fire Sword Talisman. Then, Fire/Dizio. Super Fire Hell Magic. Anika gathered power into her hand and said, "You know, it's useless." Spatial Inversion. The flame erupted, but you quickly slashed it apart. "Of course, I know. Hell is just a diversion." You slashed at the sphere of power. The real target is the source of her magic. You looked bewildered at the sword, broken in two. She raised her hand to hold the sphere and said with quiet admiration, "That was surprising. You got a hit on me. That attack erased 7 of the spells I had stored. But to slash through all the remaining spells, you'd have to repeat that about 3,000 more times." This opponent was far beyond what Eugene had imagined, much stronger than the fear in his mind. But fighting such an opponent, Eugene Folivia, he exclaimed excitedly, "This is incredible." He was able to see a higher level of the world. And finally, even the realm he once thought impossible began to appear before his eyes. Power gradually gathered in his hand. The 3 great relics of Nihirit, void. On the day humanity first saw the color red, it looked like blood. Devil's fruit. They were very confused and terrified by the new information. But those who overcame their fear learned something new. This red thing is delicious. Really. That's when humans were willing to broaden their horizons. Seeing something for the first time without knowing what it is can be scary. But if you overcome that fear, you can go further. You grasped the power in your hand and exclaimed, "I see it. The remnant of creation's temperature. This world is made of strings. That is the void. Just like calling it an empty vacuum. Absolute zero. To reach zero, even the waves of space need to be compressed. But the lingering heat of creation adjusting that tiny world is an understatement for something extremely difficult." Eugene too. If not for his seeing eyes and the help of everyone, he would not have reached the absolute combination. She was speechless and said softly, "That is Niyurik's magic that returns everything to nothingness. It took 3.7 seconds to fully combine that much. That amount of time can be considered long in a duel. But how could you?" But Anika Assis couldn't react in time. Because Assis also saw an unusual phenomenon. The mana of this world moved of its own accord, just to fulfill Eugene's wish. The image, as if receiving the love of the world itself, momentarily mesmerized even the emotionless Assis. So it took a moment to realize that the seemingly harmless thing was actually preparing to attack her. Even so, she was not too slow. Her counterattack was launched simultaneously with the combination. An incredible reflex for a mage. However, a warrior's sword is always. Your power slashed across, causing her magic to vanish. A light flashed. This is a dazzlingly scattered shockwave. Easton was overwhelmed and exclaimed. A magic wave. Impossible. Absolute purification. Did he do it? Eugene smirked smugly. How about this? Don't you think I can protect myself without you? She glared, and the space around her began to break. Don't get cocky. 3 seals released. You just broke my spell by mimicking Niyurik's magic and you think it's over. You were dazed, what? She growled. Until now, you've just been playing children's games. Now the real match begins. Ha! You and the instructor were shocked. Another layer of sealing. That charm is... Everyone shouted, run over here. Stop the match. She opened her eyes in surprise. What? The stands were in an uproar. What? What's going on? Did someone cheat or something? The instructor quietly conferred. The man standing before Anika shouted, the duel is suspended. Anika Assis, who violated the special regulations, will be detained immediately. In short, disqualified. The winner is Eugene Falivia. The students and instructors in the stands were horrified. In your class, everyone was surprised. So we won. Eugene. You said with relief, I did it. We did it. Her face was filled with despair. Impossible. I lost. That afternoon at the academy. The students angrily protested, cheating. Why was she suddenly disqualified? Suabe laughed mockingly with a provocative tone. You should ask Anika Assis, the one who broke the rules. It seems she couldn't win without breaking the rules, huh? The other side shouted again. No, it's the equipment. The potions and equipment are the problem. We shouldn't use poison and magic tools created by master craftsmen in a children's duel. But we made those ourselves. This is so frustrating. Class 12's absolute victory. Afterwards, Class 12 threw a celebration party. Easton, with tears of joy, exclaimed. My research funds are secured. The moved students said. Teacher. You were moved to tears by our progress.